All right, let's go ahead and get started. Good morning. Today is Friday, June 25th, 2021. It's approximately 8:41 a.m. We're at the East Las Vegas Library. The meeting's in person and online. Ms. Ellison, may we have roll call?
Chair Ortiz,
Here.
Trustee Benavides,
Here.
Trustee Foyt,
Here.
Trustee Melendrez,
Here.
Trustee Raymaker,
Here.
Trustee Rogers,
Here.
Trustee Wilson,
Here.
Trustee Waugh,
Here.
Trustee Jerome,
Here.
Trustee Turner Whiteley,
Here.
and Jerry again is on his computer on WebEx. He's in San Diego. And again, just a reminder that when you'd like to speak, please turn on your mic. Green button. If it's glowing, it's on. If it's not, it's not. And we'd like to make sure you're on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a quorum today for the Board of Trustees retreat. At this time, let's go ahead and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance one more time. All righty, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. At this time, well, let me go to public comment. Is there any public comment, Ms. Ellison?
There is no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Having heard no public comment, let's move on to our agenda. First thing I'd like to say is today, we're a little bit informal. So if you need to get up and get coffee, feel free to get up and get coffee or step out to the bathroom. And for the presenters, please don't feel offended because these chairs aren't, I don't know, good for 8 hours. So please don't feel offended if they do get up to get coffee, okay? They're not bored with your presentation. They just need to get up, okay? And conversely, if you see the staff getting up to step out to the bathroom or get coffee, please don't get offended either, okay? It is an informal process so that we can have our board retreat. At this time, since there is no public comment, we move on to the next item. The next item is board action to accept the proposed agenda. Hopefully everybody's looked at the agenda. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to accept the agenda. Who will make that motion?
I'll move to make that a motion. Sandra Raymaker.
Senator Raymaker moves. Is there a second? Second, Nathaniel Waugh. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. All right. Good morning. And it's a little bit better than 7:30. Today, we open up with the retreat discussion. Director, would you like to introduce, I'm sorry, with our Nevada open meeting law review, or would you like to just talk about the agenda or kind of frame it?
I'm just going to do a brief welcome and introduction. That was the plan, Chair Ortiz, and just kind of frame the day a little bit. Welcome everyone to the retreat, and for the board. There was a lot of work put into this by the staff and the team, and so I certainly will appreciate any feedback, as this was something a little different for, I think, for a retreat, really to talk more about the strategic plan and the work that was already being done prior to my arrival, and also some educational pieces for you. So I'll start with Matt, and that way you know, the trustees will know the team that will be presenting today.
Been with the district for about 7.5 years now, and happy to see where we're headed with our new playbook 2026.
Morning, everyone. I'm Florcio Cobayas, Chief Financial Officer. I've been with the district for 18 years, and like Trustee Wilson, I grew up in Las Vegas with the district and learned a lot. And glad to serve the district and to have been a part of this organization for all this time, and also excited about going over the playbook today. Thank you.
Chair Ortiz, esteemed trustees. My name is Leo Segura, Library Operations Director. I've been with the district for nearly 24 years. Transplant from another city, but Las Vegas is my home. Love what we've done with the strategic plan over the years and excited to see how we can implement the strategic playbook for 2026. So thank you.
Betsy Ward, Branding and Marketing Director, and I've been with the district for 5 years. This is my 5th year. I'm very excited to have made it to my 5 years. I joined the district from a career in advertising, marketing, and PR. I was with R&R Partners for 18 years, and I've been in Las Vegas for about 23. So I'm also very excited to talk more about the playbook. That's going to guide everything that my department does, and I'll be talking with you a little bit more about that shortly. Thank you.
Hello, board, and thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate your time and effort. I am Danielle Milam. I am the Director of Development and Planning. I joined the team in 2008, the end of 2008, just in time for the Great Recession, and with the portfolio of both development and the foundation. And then in 2015, I gained an additional piece, which was the strategic plan. Before that, I worked 10 years on the national agenda for urban libraries as Senior Vice President for the programs and development at the Urban Libraries Council. Really excited to be here and talk about the big picture and get us all on the same page, understanding your great talents that you bring to our work, as well as having the opportunity to hear all of my colleagues present their plans. Thank you.
Good morning, board. I'm Jeffrey Serpico, Director of Human Resources. I've been with the district 1 year as of last week. I have 25 years of human resources, and I come out of the healthcare sector. Really looking forward to being part of this plan and moving the district forward. Thank you.
Morning, board. My name is John Bino. I'm the General Services Director. Been with the district just under 15 years now, and General Services really looks forward to supporting all the programming and all the, hopefully some buildings that will be taking place as part of this new plan.
Morning, trustees. Al Prendergast, IT Director. I've been with the district for over 21 years. I've seen many plans over the time, and this is the first playbook I've ever been involved in. So I'm excited to see what the playbook turns out to be when we're all done. So excited to be here as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here. My name's Veranda Pitchford. I've been in Las Vegas 2 days, unlike their long tenures. I'm the Assistant Director of a National Library Consortium, though our base is California membership. In my role as Assistant Director, I'm in charge of our grant portfolio, managing fiscal agency and strategic partnership, our national online training arm, Info People, which I encourage you all to check out. I'm also a board member for United for Libraries, the ALA organization for boards, friends, and foundations. I'm a Libra, and I like long walks. But if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to be a resource. Obviously, I'm a librarian, and that's what we do. So if anyone has questions throughout the session or after, please reach out to me, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm also a Libra, just in case you didn't know. I'm Luis. Yeah, I'm Luis Herrera. My family and friends call me Louis, so feel free to call me that. I arrived yesterday, and the minute I touched down, it was so energetic. It was amazing. I thought to myself, Las Vegas is back. It was really bustling. Delighted to be here. I was a librarian. I am still a librarian for over 40 years. Mostly in management, and just been blessed to have had opportunity to work in great cities from San Diego to Long Beach, Pasadena, and then the last 13 years as city librarian in San Francisco. But actually started my career as a school librarian in my former middle school. So I also have that education passion, as well as having worked at the University of Arizona in the Graduate Library School. So it's great to be here. I feel like I know some of you already. But Las Vegas, Clark County has always had an amazing reputation, so I'm really honored to be here and look forward to working with you in the retreat. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Keely Walker, Training and Development Manager. I've been with the district just shy of 2 years, and I really just hope today's a great day of facilitation, communication, and hopefully even collaboration.
I want to say thanks to everybody, the team. So it really is a team effort, and so that again, a lot of work went into the day. So I hope again that you get the board, that you get a lot out of it, and that we collaborate, move forward on these strategies going forward. And definitely want to thank Luis and Veranda. As you know, I specifically chose them, and you'll if you haven't already figured out why I selected them to help facilitate this day, I hope it's pretty clear. And by the way, I'm a Libra as well. So I'll pass it over to you, Chair Ortiz.
Thank you very much and welcome. High-powered staff, and I don't mean that lightly. I do mean it. The best of the best. So thank you again to everybody. At this time, we're having a presentation on Nevada open meeting laws, meeting law review. Please step forward, Mr. Taruk. Did I get that right? And please just introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, board. Good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Taruk. I'm not a Libra, I'm a Scorpio. I've been with the AG's office in their Boards and Open Government division it'll be 2 years in August. Before that, I was in private insurance defense work, all in Vegas. I grew up here. I went to UNLV and graduated Boyd School of Law. So Vegas has been my home for over 25 years. Okay. I have a presentation for you guys today about the open meeting law. Feel free, if you guys have any questions as I'm going through the slides, just to interrupt me. I don't care. There'll be time for questions afterwards as well. But yeah, so we can begin.
And just a minute. Yes, please, as he goes along, since this is a legal format, please go ahead and get on the microphone and stop him if you have any questions at that time. Thank you.
Okay. So the open meeting law applies to all meetings of public bodies. A public body is actually defined in statute as any administrative, advisory, or executive or legislative body of a state or local government consisting of at least 2 persons, which expands or disperses or supported in whole or in part by tax revenue or advises or makes recommendations to an entity which does the same. That also includes all the subcommittees of these public bodies. So if the board has any subcommittees for particular issues, the open meeting law would also apply to those as well. Okay, the open meeting law is actually codified under NRS Chapter 241. There's no regulations, it's all statutory. The important thing about the open meeting law is the legislator actually declared in that statute that it's the intent of the law that public bodies take action openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly as well. So the important thing to remember with the open meeting law is that the intent with that was they want the public to know what their government is doing. And so always keep that in the back of your mind with open meeting law questions that may arise. You'll see up there as well that there is case law that says the spirit and policy behind the OML favors open meetings and any exceptions should be strictly construed. And there are only certain exceptions to the open meeting law, and those have been really narrowly tailored and defined that way. So the open meeting law actually also defines what a meeting is, and the meeting is a gathering of members of a public body at which a quorum is present to deliberate towards a decision or to take action on any matter over which the public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. So the important thing with the definition of a meeting, there's three important things of that. It's quorum, deliberate, and action. So what's a quorum? That's defined as a simple majority of the membership of a public body. Sometimes the statutes of a public body define what a quorum is. So if there's a more specific statute that defines what a quorum is, then that's what the quorum means. For instance, if there's a 10-member body, simple majority of that would be 6. So that would be your quorum of 6 to have a meeting. Deliberation means to collectively examine, weigh, and reflect upon the reasons for or against an action. So it's basically a collective discussion about what we're going to do about this particular agenda item. That's basically what deliberation is. And action, decision, commitment, or promise made by a majority of the members present during the meeting. So if someone says, I move to do this, that's an action, or I move to do that, that's an action. Okay, the OML also includes in its definition of a meeting, serial communications. This is one of the pitfalls of the OML that a lot of public bodies that I've seen where there's been complaints kind of fall into. So what serial communication is, it's a series of gatherings of a member of a public body where less than a quorum is present at each individual meeting. And the members of that public body attend one or more of those gatherings, and that eventually adds up to a quorum, and the gatherings are held with the intent to avoid the provisions of the OML. So for example, if there's a 5-member body, if Alice and Bobby talk with each other, that's not a quorum because you need a quorum of 3. 3 out of 5 is your simple majority. So Alice and Bobby can meet together and there's no meeting. However, let's say that either Alice or Bobby meet with Charlie and Daniel, then there's now been a quorum of 3 because now A, B, and C have talked to each other, and that might possibly be a meeting that would violate the open meeting law. So that's something that you guys should worry about. Think in the back of your mind about, hey, is my conversation going to equal out to a quorum sometime down the road? If there is no quorum, number of quorum that's talking with each other, then the open meeting law is not violated at that point. The serial communication also, another issue with that would be in this day and age, emails. So if someone does an email blast with all of the trustees on there, and then all the trustees start emailing, yeah, I agree with this, I agree with that, this is my thoughts on this is my thoughts on that, that can also amount to serial communication because now all the trustees at that point would know what each one is thinking at that point. So that would be a big no-no as well.
Clarifying question?
Sure.
That scenario you just described, one trustee sends out a single message to the entire board using blind carbon. Therefore, any replies that come back can only come back to the person who sent the original email. The entire board was copied on the first part of the question, but all replies only go back to a single person and are hidden from everybody else?
That would be fine, just because at that point, only you would know. Let's say you're the one who sent that email and then everyone blind copied you. It's not a quorum because it's not a collective discussion at that point.
Thank you.
Question?
Sure.
What happens if it's like, say, you sent something to all of us?
Okay, so I'll take my example of one of my boards. One of my boards has an executive director that facilitates all of the administrative issues that goes on day to day with the boards. So let's say that the executive director emails all of the trustees, hey, what do you like, please give me your input on this. He can collect that information, but he can't disseminate it amongst the trustees. He can present it at the time of the meeting, but he can't present it to anybody else.
But what I'm saying is say you're an outsider and the board is about to do something and you have a policy or something you want to bring to our attention why we should or shouldn't do something. Are we then in violation because you sent it to all of us stating that that's what you want?
As a third party, no. The open meeting law only applies to members of the public body. So if a member of the public emails you guys as the board, if there's no response from the board, then there's no OML violation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions on that part? Okay. Here. So the OML also has exceptions of what a meeting does not include, and there's actually 3 that are listed in statute. The first one is a social function. So where there's no deliberation or action taken on a matter over which the public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. So let's say that there's a gala that you guys are all invited to and you guys all attend. You guys are all welcome to attend that gala. And like the open meeting law doesn't say, no, you can't attend a social function. The issue arises if in attending that social function, you start talking about board business. That's where the OML starts to kick in and say, hey, that's not good. But to have fun, just to mingle and have a party, OML doesn't say that. You guys can't come together and celebrate. The second one is an attorney-client litigation session, and so that's to receive information from the body's attorney regarding potential or existing litigation over matters which the public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. So let's say that there's a pending lawsuit against the board. Your attorney can have an attorney-client session. It's just like any other legal relationship. The attorney can call its client, and you guys can talk about the potential litigation or the pending litigation or the current litigation, and your strategies behind that, right? You don't want to be in an open meeting and provide your legal strategy to everybody to hear. That's not something that the open meeting law would say is a violation, is for you guys to talk to your attorney about that. And then the third one is training regarding legal obligations of the public body. For that, one example that I can think of is pre-pandemic, the AG's office actually has a whole day worth of training that goes over open meeting law, administrative rulemaking, ethics, a bunch of other topics that goes on. So if there's any training that you guys attend, or conferences, for instance, so you guys can attend conferences together. So if you guys are going over any legal obligations of the body, that's fine. So long, again, as there's no deliberation about anything that the body has any jurisdiction or control over. Any questions on that?
Actually, I would just like to back up to the social functions.
Sure.
We had an issue where we happened to have all been invited to. We went to sit at a table and was told that we would be breaking open meeting law if we were to all sit together, and we got written up and the AG office got a thing for it. So when we have gone to the awards thing the next time, we were all assigned to a separate table. So what is the real question there?
To be honest with you, I don't know the specific facts of what was going on in that particular issue. I draft, so one of my functions as the DAG in boards and open government is if there's an allegation or a complaint filed against a public body, some of those complaints are assigned to me to investigate. And so part of that would be looking at the complaint, the response by the public body, I don't know exactly what happened in that, but assuming that there was no discussion or deliberation as far as what's going on with the public body itself, assuming that, I wouldn't say that there was an issue with you guys sitting together. It'd be no more than you guys standing together at the cocktail table. But again, I don't know the set of facts that amounted to that, so I can't really speak to that. It's just a hypothetical.
That particular situation was a awards banquet that we had gone to for the police.
Okay. And again, I don't know what discussions were had or anything. I just, yeah. But personally, if I got a set of facts where it was just you guys were sitting together and having a drink, I don't know why that would have an issue with the OML.
Justin?
Yeah.
Thank you. I do apologize. Probably should have given a better introduction. Justin Taruk is a Deputy Attorney General with the Nevada State Attorney General's Office. So that's where the buck stops. If there's a complaint against any one of us, it goes to the office of the Attorney General and then to him. And then he's the one that, along with other people, I'm sure, that determines whether a violation occurred. So very good presenter today. Sorry, they should have done that earlier, but thank you, Justin.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, just to clarify that as well. So in the Boards and Open Government Division, there are, I believe, 7 of us. There's our chief, Rosalie Bordelove, and then there's 6 deputy attorney generals. We have a hotline. There's a phone number at the end of the presentation that I have on there. So if members of the public or members of the board have any questions generally about the open meeting law, feel free to call that number and then ask a question. It's a rotation that we have. So each of the DAGs is assigned a specific date, but there's always someone on that phone call that you can contact with any open meeting law questions. All right. So as part of the open meeting law, it requires that notice be given of a public meeting at least 3 working days before the meeting. That notice requires that you have to put the time, place, and location of the meeting, the locations where the notice was posted, the name, the contact information, and business address from the person from whom someone from the public can ask for supporting materials, and a list of locations where the supporting materials can be obtained, or if the materials are posted online, how they can access those online. And then the notice also has to include the agenda. Also note that the open meeting law requires that on the 3rd working day, the information has to be posted no later than 9 o'clock in the morning. So the open meeting law requires that the agenda consist of a clear and complete statement of the topics scheduled to be considered. I bolded that clear and complete subject because that's another issue that kind of is a common pitfall that we see with allegations of violations of OML. So there'll be a few slides on that. So we'll talk about it a little bit more with clear and complete. The action items must be clearly denoted as for possible action. So if it's a discussion item, you don't have to write discussion only. I've seen boards where they will write discussion only. It's not really necessary. It's only necessary that you write for possible action if there's any action that you guys are going to be taking on, making a motion, something like that. That the agenda also have a public comment to be either taken at the beginning or end of the meeting, or before any action taken on any item. So there's 2 possible ways that you guys can take public comments. So it's either at the beginning, at the end, or with each individual action agenda item before the vote's taken, but after discussion and deliberation by the body, either or. Some public bodies like to combine the 2, so some have a lot more public comment than is what's required. That's fine. You guys can have as much public comment as the chair or the body wants, but it's just the bare minimum is either or of those 2. Yes.
Question.
Yeah.
So where you're saying we have to allow public comment, if you're having what we would have called maybe a special meeting to do one particular item, we had public comment with the item, but not before and after. So that also put us in violation. Is that correct?
So with that, if your public comment is only with that one specific agenda item, the OML requires that at least one of your public comment portions includes a section where you can accept general public comment. So that might have been the reason why that there was an OML violation. Because if you limit your public comment to that one specific one specific special item, then that does not allow anybody else to make any general public comment. So that would be the violation that I could see in that scenario.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So with that point then, so the OML with any public comment that process that you take, you do have to allow at least one period for where members of the public are allowed to make general public comment on an item that's not even listed on your agenda, but is under your purview. So then also the notice requirement is if any portion of the meeting will be closed to consider the character, alleged misconduct, or professional competence of a person, the name of that person that you're going to be discussing has to be on that agenda, so that way that person knows that they're on the agenda. If the public body will consider whether to take administrative action regarding a person, the name of the person, same reason. It's just a notice requirement for that person to be notified that they're on the agenda. And notification that the items on the agenda may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration, and may be removed from the agenda or delayed for discussion at any time. Okay. So this slide talks about what it means to be clear and complete. As I said, the OML requires that agenda items be clear and complete. When you're deciding whether or not the agenda item is clear and complete, ask yourselves, does the notice provide information to the public of what its government is doing, has done, or may do? That's something that you should just think about. Another question that you might seem to think when you're drafting agendas to meet the clear and complete standard is, will my neighbor down the street understand what's going on with this agenda item? If you say no, then maybe it's a little too vague. If yes, then go ahead and that would probably be it might be clear and complete. A higher degree of specificity is required for substantial public interest topics. When determining whether or not something is a substantial public interest, there's three questions you could ask yourselves is, does the topic generate a lot of public comment? Does it generate a lot of debate amongst the members of the public body? And does the topic generate media interest and coverage? If it is a if it is a substantial public interest, then we would recommend as the AG's office to have that higher degree of specificity. So for instance, let's say report by executive director on X. Usually if that's not something that's of substantial public interest, maybe it's just like a financial report, like a fiscal year or a quarterly report of how you guys are doing, that might not be substantial public interest in that instance. But let's say maybe, for instance, there's a high profile, and again, I apologize, but I do Title 54 licensing boards. So a lot of our stuff is prosecutions of licensees. So let's say there's a high profile, and we also do regulations and statutes. So anyways, let's say that there is a statute or a regulation that's being proposed for a ramp, a skyway or something like that, a city skyway over the overpass. If that might generate a lot of public comment with that, because a lot of people might say, hey, it's blocking our sea now. Hey, it's going to destroy our view. Hey, it's going to divert traffic X, Y, or Z. If that's the case, then I would have a description that says we're going to review the skyway that's going to be located here. So that way the public knows exactly which skyway you're talking about, where the skyway is located. So that way there's no dispute about which skyway or which topic you're actually talking about. Okay, the notice has to be posted under the OML in 4 specific areas. The first one is at the principal office of the public body. The second one is if the meeting is held using a remote technology system and no physical location, then the agenda notice has to be posted on the public body's internet website. The third one is the notice has to be posted on the official notice website of the state. And the fourth one is you have to provide a copy of the notice and agenda to anyone who's requested the notice of the meetings. You'll notice on number 2, it says remote technology system. Under AB 253 that was just recently passed by the legislator, that term has actually been defined. Basically, it's teleconference or video conference. That's what that means. And so we'll go a little bit more into AB 253 a little bit, but AB 253 basically only applies to instances where public bodies have all virtual meetings. So if you have a hybrid meeting where you have a physical location and a teleconference and video conference, you don't have to comply with all the additional requirements that AB 253 has implemented at this point.
I have a question.
Sure.
This is Gerald Welch, General Counsel. In the past, you folks have not considered working days to be Saturday or Sunday as a general rule, but since we're open 7 days a week, has that changed?
The OML, I believe, still defines working days as Saturdays, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and working and holidays. Okay. So yeah, so the notice and agenda has to be posted no later than 9 a.m. of the 3rd working day before the meeting. And there's additional notice requirements for any cases or agenda items that deal with the consideration of character, misconduct, competence, or physical or mental health of an individual. Yeah. Oh, you're fine.
Well, on the provide a copy to any person.
Mhm.
So if you have a mass list of people who want to know what's going on and you send it out every month, are you required to make sure they got it? I mean, we've had complaints that, well, I didn't get it this month. Are you trying to keep me away from coming to the meetings? So we're expecting you to get a complaint about that as well, because somebody didn't get one. We don't know that they didn't get it. It was on the list and we sent those group of names, but they didn't get that.
Sure. I believe my recollection of it is that as long as you have proof that you sent it out by 9 a.m. of the 3rd working day, that should suffice under the OML. It's as if you snail mail, right? Like you put it in the post office. You can't really guarantee that they're going to receive it. It'd be something like that. Thank you for bringing up that question. There's one other note that I want to put on that. So that notice requirement for anyone who's requested notice, those lapse after 6 months. So they have to renew their request to be on that mailing list every 6 months. The notice too, though, when you send out the first notice of that mailer, you have to also notify them that, hey, your notice will lapse in 6 months if you don't renew it. So. All right. For meeting locations, the public body has to make reasonable efforts to assist and accommodate persons with physical disabilities desiring to attend. Also, the public body has to make reasonable efforts to ensure facilities for the meeting are large enough to accommodate the anticipated number of attendees. The AG's office has previously issued an OML opinion where a public body didn't have a large enough space for everyone to attend. However, there was an explanation by that public body that said, hey, we tried to do X, Y, and Z to make sure that there was sufficient reasonable space for everyone to attend. Just because everyone isn't able to attend, but you guys did your best to make a reasonable accommodation to do it, that wouldn't be a violation of the OML.
I have a question on that.
Sure.
Just because I've seen it with, well, this school district down
Mhm.
here, they always have a bunch of people to show up. So does that, when we talk about large enough space, does that mean that everyone has to be in the room with the public body, or how does overflow rooms or things like that figure into this?
Sure. Overflow rooms are fine. I'm under the impression of that. It'd be something like a teleconference, video conferencing, so long as these overflow rooms where individuals are allowed to sit in, they're able to observe or hear and participate in the public body's meeting. Those are fine. You just have to think, can these individuals who are in these overflow rooms, can they listen to us? Can they observe us? Can they make their public comments? If so, then that would be reasonable. The OML also requires that at least one copy of the notice, agenda, and supplemental materials be available to the public at the meeting. So you just have to have a notebook or something with all of that information that people, members of the public, are able to flip through if they want to. The open meeting law also talks about emergency meetings. So an emergency meeting may only be called where the need to act upon a matter is truly unforeseen and circumstances dictate that immediate action is required. Generally, on emergency meetings, as we previously discussed, there requires three working days prior to for notice. If it's truly an emergency or an unforeseen issue that you guys have to talk about, then you guys can call an emergency meeting. But there truly has to be an emergency that, for the reason why you're calling it. Most recent one, obviously, is the pandemic, right? So Board of Health, Board of Osteopathic Medicine, Board of pick any medical provider. They had to determine whether or not they were able to use whatever drug. So that was an unforeseen circumstance, was the pandemic. So they had to deal with that. So there had been a lot of emergency meetings with nursing and stuff like that. So it's just, it has to be that high of a degree, I guess, to call an emergency. Otherwise, I would recommend just sticking to the regular 3-day notice. The open meeting law also talks about closed meetings. So closed meetings may be held by any public body to consider the character, alleged misconduct, professional competence, or physical or mental health of a person, with some exceptions. Basically, some exceptions are if it's an executive director or a main head of the agency, those have to be done open in public. The public body can also prepare, revise, administer, or grade examinations administered on behalf of those public bodies. So with licensing boards, they can administer tests to their potential licensees. Those can be closed meetings. Or they can consider an appeal by a person of the results of an exam, appeal by a person of the results administered. Those are the 3 exceptions or abilities that the public body can hold a closed meeting on. Closed meetings may not be held, as I said, to discuss the appointment of any person to a public office or a member of a public body, or to consider the character, alleged misconduct, or professional competence of an elected member of the public body, or a person who is appointed public officer who serves at the pleasure of the public body as the chief administrative head.
Quick question on the closed meeting. So when you post on the agenda, you're able to post just closed meeting, but you don't have to even explain what you're discussing in the closed meeting, whether it's vague or not.
So what happens is, if you have an open meeting, right? So you're going to have your agenda that lists all of it. Then you'll have your one particular agenda item that says closed meeting, but it'll say discussion of whatever the closed meeting is in particular. So discussion regarding case like state board versus X, Y, and Z. Is that what you're asking, or?
I guess I just want to make sure that we're doing it correctly, because we've had posted on our agendas closed door, but we don't necessarily put what we're speaking about or what we're discussing in that closed door meeting.
Do you guys have like a very vague or general thing, or just it literally just says closed door?
I believe it literally says closed door.
Oh, so if this one that Allison just showed me is number 11, it says executive session regarding litigation, budget, or labor issues. So if it's regarding litigation, you don't have to, you could put you don't, some boards do, some boards don't about potential litigation. You guys can write regarding litigation. But again, you guys have to record these minutes of your closed meeting. You don't have to disclose them. You still have to record them, that if there is an OML violation that's alleged, the AG's office can review it and say, hey, what's going on in these closed meetings? I'm not sure about budget, if that's a closed meeting issue that you guys can talk about. But it says regarding litigation and labor issues, I think that should suffice.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you. Speaking on that, so what is the statute of limitations on that? Like if we were, if something were to happen, what's the statute of limitations where somebody can send in a complaint?
Okay. So I'm not sure if I have it in a slide later down the road, but if I do anyways. So the 241 states that a complaint may be filed with the Attorney General's office within 120 days of the violation. If it's filed with the AG's office within 120 days, the AG's office must investigate that allegation and complaint. If a complaint is not filed within 120 days, the AG's office may investigate it, but there's some factors in there that they're required for us to have to do it. And one of the ones that are off the top of my head is that the violation wasn't, someone from the member of the public wasn't able to be notified of the violation at the time that the violation was made. So think 120 days before, then AG's office must investigate. 120 days after, we may investigate if 1, 2, and 3 are met. And I apologize, I don't have the 1, 2, and 3 on me, but I can email it to you if you're interested.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Also with complaints, there is a statutory provision that the person who files a complaint has to be somehow related to the jurisdiction of the body. So let's say like a local Clark County Fire Department Association. I'm not even sure if that's a public body or something like, I'm just using Clark County as the example, right? So if someone who lives up in Nye County files an OML violation, the AG's office is going to be like, why is it someone from Nye County? How is this guy affected from a Clark County decision? So there's a provision in the OML that says that someone who files an allegation has to be related somehow to that body.
Question.
Sure.
How long does the AG's office have before they ever respond to a complaint?
Great question. It's not statutorily provided. Our office does our best on a rolling basis as far as how we handle it. The statute requires that within 14 days of receiving a complaint that we issue we've received your complaint, we're going to investigate, to both the person filing the complaint, but we also have to notify the body that there's been a complaint filed against you within 14 days as well. But as far as a full determination, there's nothing statutorily that says when we have to provide that.
And when you send out those results, why do they only go to the complainant?
They shouldn't. The ones that I can't speak for, right?
No,
People,
that's okay.
my predecessors or anything like that. But with all of the ones that I've seen with certificates of service, they usually always go to the complainant and the public body. Or if there's an attorney for the public body, then we send it over to the attorney.
Well, I'm just talking because we had one that took you almost a little more than a year and a half to respond on. And then it was only sent to the person that filed the complaint, and we never even got the results of it until we went searching for it and called and said, when will we get a copy?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was me.
No, I don't. No, I just wonder.
Yeah, sure.
Why, so.
Right, so it should be that it's sent to the complainant and the respondent, so, I mean, that might have just been a slight inadvertence of, we might have missed somebody, but it generally does go both to the complainant and the public body.
So I have a question you talk about related to us. So for the purpose of this board, that would mean someone would have to be a resident of the taxation district. So people in the city of North Las Vegas, city of Henderson, if they had an issue with open meeting law, even though there's people in Henderson can check out libraries, check out items from our libraries, and all that kind of stuff. As far as a complainant for open meeting law purposes, they would have to be a resident of the LVCCLD taxation district.
I mean, I guess not necessarily. If they're affected by the way that something's being handled with that, then they obviously can file the open meeting law complaint as well. All right, so public comment. Presiding officer may halt public comments that become unduly repetitive or that stray from the scope of a specified agenda topic for which comment is offered or halted, or halt comment that is willfully disruptive. So I guess we were having that one comment discussion earlier today about, hey, what happens when there's a special meeting for one agenda item. If that public comment is specific for that agenda item, if the chair believes that it's not towards that specific agenda item, then the chair can halt that comment.
Is calling for a 5-minute break the same as, would it be defined or interpreted as halting public comment? In other words, letting the person finish and say, okay, let's take a 5-minute break just to let the temperature go down?
No, that's not halting public comment. Halting public comment would be if I was talking and you said, hey, stop. Yeah. If you allow the individual to finish the public comment and then say, hey, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, that's not a halting of the comment. Also, if someone's up at the podium just going on and on and on and not really saying anything new, open meeting law says that if it's unduly repetitive, then the chair has discretion to cut them off and say, hey, is there anything else that you'd like to say? Also, the OML does not prevent the removal of any person who willfully disrupts a meeting to the extent that the orderly conduct is made impractical. So let's say that a member of the public comes in and he has a snare drum or drum or any noise making thing, or he just causes a ruckus. Open meeting law does not prohibit you guys from saying, hey, please leave because you're disrupting our meeting. All right, so NRS 241.023 is the statutory provision that deals with teleconference and video conferencing.
Sorry, I have a
Oh,
quick question
sure.
going back for public comment.
Sure.
So, because I haven't seen it here, is where is it stated that the board can't communicate? For example, if the public comment, the person is asking a direct question of the board. I know, like for commissioners, they're not allowed to have a conversation back and forth if it's just public comment. Is that not stated in?
So NRS 241.020 3D3 is the statutory provision that deals with public comments. So what happens with public comments is the provision says that, I'm sorry, 241.020 323. Basically what it says is that the periods of public comment have to be allowed and any discussion. So it's not that you guys can't have a discussion with them. It's if there starts to become deliberation about the issue. And again, you don't have to have discussion. The statute says any discussion if you want to have it. So you guys don't have to have that discussion that back to back.
So it is allowed.
It is allowed to an extent that it doesn't reach deliberation.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, So again, 241023 deals with teleconference and video conferencing. So a public body may conduct a meeting via teleconference and video conference if there's a quorum present, either in person or by electronic means, and either there's a physical location where the public is permitted to attend and participate, or they can hear and observe the meeting, participate in the meeting by telephone, and provide live public comment during the meeting. The public body must make reasonable efforts to ensure that members of the public can hear and observe each other. With my boards, what I like to recommend to them is at the beginning of the meeting, if there is video conference and teleconference, is to say, hey, members of the public, are you able to hear me? Is everything okay? If I think that suffices with the reasonable efforts of being able that members can hear and participate. 241023 was actually codified into the statutes prior to AB 253 this year. But mostly 241023 deals with that hybrid type of situation where there's a physical location and that members of the public board are attending video conference or teleconference. Again, if there's a solely video conference and teleconference meeting, then AB 253 would apply at those instances. The open meeting law also talks about requirements for the meeting records. It requires that the public body keep written minutes of each meeting, which include the date, time, and place of the meeting, a roll call of the members, so those who were present, those who were absent, substance of all matters proposed, discussed, or decided, substance of remarks made by the public if request is made that the meetings reflect those remarks, or if the written remarks are prepared, a copy of the remarks if submitted for inclusion of the minutes. So let's say a member of the public comes up with public comments and says, hey, he has his whole speech out there. If he has prepared written remarks and he says, Chair, I want these recorded into the minutes, then obviously you have to attach those to the record for inclusion. A public body shall approve the minute meetings within 45 days after the meeting or at the next meeting. I've seen prior open meeting law findings and conclusions where this one was touched up upon. Because the question that I saw with this one was, do we have 45 days after the next meeting, or do we have 45 days, or do we also have until the next meeting, right? So is it 45 days plus the next meeting or not? And so the answer would be no, it's an either or. So it's the longer of either the 45 days or the next meeting, not 45 days after the next meeting.
And Justin?
Yeah.
We just have a couple minutes left on the presentation, and then
Sure.
if I can reserve 5 minutes for everybody to ask any very specific questions.
Sure.
Sorry. I don't mean to rush you,
Oh,
but we have a
yeah,
long
no,
schedule.
sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Justin.
So again,
I'm sorry, just
yeah.
What happens for whatever reason if we're behind on, for example, the minutes, the 45 days? Knowing that we would tell the public, like, unfortunately, for whatever reasons, we are behind on approving those minutes.
Technically, then that would be an open meeting law violation. You would probably have a finding of a violation for that. But to cure that, obviously, you would just have at your next meeting, hey, we're approving the minutes at that point. But that would be a technical violation of the open meeting law.
Even though we're noting it, we're publicly saying, like, I mean, they're just, for example, I mean, with the this past year, I mean, it was hard to get all our minutes taken care of. I mean,
unfortunately, that would still be a technical violation. Even accepting the liability or the fault of it, it would still be a violation. But you'll see later down in some of these slides where it says that if you guys acknowledge it, then it kind of lessens the blow of the violation, because if there is a violation found, there are criminal and civil penalties that are there. But by acknowledging that you guys are taking accountability for that lessens kind of the blow of it. And when we're determining and making the findings and conclusions, we'll take that into account. But ultimately, it's still a technical violation at that point.
Justin?
Yeah.
May I go ahead and proceed to questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Wilson, is there any questions or anything that you, concerns?
No, thank you very much. Good presentation.
Thank you very much. Trustee Nathaniel Wah, do you have any questions or concern on this portion of our training?
So with the minutes, if we get minutes out there, so that way we're within compliance, is it possible to, I don't know, like bring back later, like, so if whoever's doing the minutes needs more time, like we're like, here's just a rough, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. Can you approve that and then come back and do, like, flesh them out a little bit more and approve them as like an amended? I'm just curious.
I've seen instances where public boards have done amended meetings, so they've issued their minutes within 45 days, and then they said, oh, we found something that was incorrect or needed to flesh something out after the fact. I've seen that.
Thank you very much, Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you for the comprehensive overview.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, do you have any questions?
No question. Thank you for the informative presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Raymaker.
No, I think you caught all my questions, and I really appreciate this because I'm taking it back to show some people what they need to do as well.
Thank you very much. Trustee Jose Luis Melendez, do you have any questions?
No, thank you for a good presentation.
Thank you. Trustee Jennifer Jerome, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
I enjoyed the presentation. Would you possibly leave me a business card?
Unfortunately, I don't have any business cards. I started in August of 2019, and then the pandemic hit, and so.
And it's the state.
Okay, you can only use a pandemic excuse for one calendar.
That's right.
It's no longer valid.
I mean, I've requested for proofs of them, so hopefully the next time I see you guys, I'll have them. But if you guys need me,
If
my
you go to your last slide, I think.
yeah. So the last slide has the phone numbers for the AG's office. My email, my work email is the letter J, TARUC @ag.nv.gov. So feel free to reach out with that as well.
AG. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, AG, so Attorney General, .nv.gov, G-O-V.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Kelly Benavides, do you have any questions?
Not at this time. You've been answering my questions as we go. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I do have one quick question. I guess the question, I have a lot of questions, but the limitation of time. How does the board deal with an anonymous complaint? Do you post it as an anonymous complaint? Do you even deal with it? Do you toss it? Do you do it in an executive session? Just real quickly. How do you deal from anybody, public employee, anybody, but it's anonymous?
I guess anonymous complaint is for open meeting laws or to like made to the board?
Yeah, well, it's made to the board. Now it's publicly noticed as a complaint. How do we deal with it?
I'm not sure what your statutory provisions state about
Okay.
complaints. I would defer you guys to what your statutes say about receiving complaints, and if there's something in there about it.
Okay.
Just because the open meeting law doesn't really
Address
specify.
it, so it'd be a
that.
different section.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much.
The
Just
one,
go ahead.
sorry, one more thing before, I guess, is the AG's website has the open meeting law manual. It's been updated in 2019. It's on our website, the Attorney General's website. It's a good read if you guys want any refreshers on the open meeting law. It's sectioned out, so that way it's easy to find a specific question for it. The AG's office also has all of the prior open meeting law complaints with findings and conclusions on the website dating back to 1997. So there might be an issue that's arising that you guys might want to. But other than that, the website, the hotline numbers on the last page, you guys can talk to any DAG in our division, and we could help you out with any general questions.
Thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate the presentation. Brian, sorry. Justin, thank you, Justin. We
All right.
appreciate the presentation. It
You're
was
welcome.
very, very good. Thank
All
you.
right, guys have a great day.
Thank you. At this time, it's 9:51. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Break for recess. 5-minute break. Thank you very much. The meeting's called back to order at 10:01. Our next agenda item is a strategic plan playbook given by our director, Mr. Kelvin Watson. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, trustees. So before I get started and move us into the strategic plan of the what we were calling the Playbook 2026, I wanted Daniel Milam to kind of give kind of where we come from out of Vision 2020, which leads into I'm even calling it more like a handoff from where we were to where we're going. So I'm going to have Daniil kind of talk first about, probably about 15 minutes, and then I'm going to go into the playbook, and that will pretty much set us up for the rest of the day regarding the administration team's presentations. So Daniil.
Thank you, Director Watson. And just a fair warning that some of these slides are a little dense, and we're not going to go through in great detail all of the maps and the charts, but I just wanted to give the Board of Trustees a quick overview of where we come from in terms of our data. Very interested to hear Trustee Wilson's earlier comment about drilling down to data, and we have a very data-driven plan, and so I just want to give you the look and feel of the data that we work with, and in the future we'll be able to provide you more detail if you have any questions or want to look at that more closely. So basically the Vision 2020, or as we call it internally, the V2020, because strategic plans have really shifted to being much more a version of and flexible and adaptable plans versus those great big thick documents that used to mostly sit on the shelf, was called Building for the Future. And it was put in place for 2016 to 2020. So you can see that we were working on it in 2015. It was adopted in January, and we were just coming out of the recession, the Great Recession. And so we really shifted our business model to be in line with a new mission, which was that we are in the business of the educational, economic, and social well-being of individuals and communities in Southern Nevada. The planning process and context then really was about designing for Las Vegas and Clark County. We want to be customer and community driven, so we really designed our services to be based on the community data that we could gather. And then we tested that data with conversations with the community leaders, organizations, and the general public. We were very interested in being future forward. Obviously, change is the name of the game, and change seems to be more disruptive through time. So we spent a lot of time looking at the future of learning, the future of work, the future of entertainment, since that is one of the best businesses in town. And so our plans reflect our thoughts about the bigger forces at work that are both shaping and disrupting our business. We were in a time of massive industry transformation. We were really moving as an entire public library industry from the business of transactions to the business of, as we were putting it, the business of transformation. And that's where we really came to that notion of we're in the business of the well-being, because it includes the whole agenda of the individual and the community. And along with that, we saw a lot of industry transformations, which were reflected in the publications from IMLS and OCLC and some of our other major organizational information, sort of trend-setting information and business model sources. And they basically broke down to these big trends: passive to interactive experiences, from information to learning, physical and virtual, and we really saw that happen in the pandemic. Outputs to outcomes. A lot of the data that you see us report out really are like gate count or checkouts, and that's really outputs. And as an industry, we're moving towards what are the outcomes, and that's, again, going to individual and community outcomes. And then static plans to flexible decision frameworks. And I loved Al's earlier comment that the playbook is really taking us to the extreme of that, because now we understand we need to be extremely adaptable, flexible, and responsive to our communities. And finally, it's really asset-based. So we're looking at the assets of the library district and how we can position the library district to be a very important, valuable player so that the taxpayers know what they're getting and also that the community looks to the library as an important asset of the community. The performance framework sort of goes back to that outcomes issue that I raised earlier, but we did set the plan up to be both setting standards for performance district-wide and at the branch level service. So customer and community driven, we first started looking at a lot of demographic information. Anybody who lives here knows that it's an extremely mobile community. We estimate about 25% move in and move out every 5 years. It is growing in diversity. We certainly didn't see a whole lot of diversity in the even 2010 census, but our Latinx population is really growing. We've got a great Asian population, and the Black and 2 or more races is a growing population of demographics as well. This is where we start to get in a little bit into these dense maps. And so I want to just explain the map. A lot of them are really going to be about the metro area. Hopefully you sort of recognize the 215 loop and the 95 going up. We blocked out the other library districts, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder City. And we really focused on the census blocks that are in the Vegas metro area as well as the rest of the Clark County. We won't show a lot of Clark County because then you can't see what's happening in the metro area. But when we show these maps, we'll really show that the darker the color, the more dense the population. And the legends would tell you the differentials between that. But in terms of just the distribution of our various race and ethnic populations, these 3 maps sort of show you these, and then there are others that show the 2 races or more and so forth. So we do look at where we have diversity in the community and keep an eye on that at the big demographic level. In terms of education, we're a very low education level population. 49% of our adults have a high school diploma or less, and that's adults 25 and over. And you can see that even 21.6 don't even have a high school education, and that has been a big conversation in our community. And this is the data that sort of shows us where those populations are. We're also relatively low income, and as we looked at our data from 2015 versus even 2019, we see a growth in the number of households that are in the low income levels. So here we see that 19.2% of the percent of the households out there are living under 25K. And then that's actually the map on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, we see the map for the populations that are 150 to almost 200K. So you can see that there's a lot of differentials in our community, census block by census block. In the facilities master plan, which actually came after the strategic plan work, we did do a lot of work with applied analysis. They have a great knowledge of the new developments that are coming into town, but I wanted to throw this slide into the middle because obviously as we're future facing, we want to understand where the growth of the community is happening. And in that document, we did look at where we would cite additional facilities based on these growth patterns that are going to be pretty dramatic, especially after 2030 and on into 2040. We use market segmentation as the way to really get down deeper into the demographics. You can understand a certain amount by census, of census data by zip code, but by census block, you get tremendous understanding of how fragmented and extremely diverse our community is. We worked with an organization called Civic Technologies. They have access to market segmentation data, and they pulled this up for our community. And the guy that works on that, Mark Futterman, was pretty astonished when he first brought up our data because in other communities, even diverse communities like Houston and Chicago and so forth, you might see sort of groupings of different kinds of households, but ours literally can shift from I remember there was a segment called Connoisseurs right next to basically seniors on their, it was called the Social Security check set. So, we have a lot of diversity. We also have diversity just moving block by block. And it's hard to see if you're just driving around Vegas. So this was extremely helpful to our district to understand exactly who we're serving and how we're designing our services to those populations. We actually have 59 out of the 65 national segments right here in the Vegas metro area. This is a little bar chart, just shows you that, there are some larger segments up there at the top. When we started looking at the top 10 segments, that was already 52% of our population that we serve. And then there's a long tail. And all of these segments have behind them a lot of data about the lifestyle, the life stage, the preferences, how people get information, what they do. Not to be lurky, as Trustee Wilson mentioned earlier, but very helpful when we're trying to understand how to better make our collections, our programs, our outreach relevant to the communities that we serve. Here we pulled off the top 10 segments, and so we get to see pretty much across the community those largest segments that we're serving, and this has helped us understand that if we're in those segments in a good way, we probably are able to reach a lot of the folks in our community and grow those segments over time. These are the one-sentence explanations of those populations, and you can see that the largest segment was 142,479, and even down at the Regents level, which was the 10th market segment, it comprises 61,000 people in our community. So we start to really take apart layer by layer who we are serving, and as we can even pull off one layer at a time and understand, sitting pretty, those families that are probably making closer to 70K, but may have a lot of home debt, car debt, student debt. And then down to some of the other populations that are living on less or living on more. The Regents is obviously a little bit higher income market segment, but they also still have children, and they are living in our urban, more of our outside urban neighborhoods. This is from the manual that explains each of the segments, and so you can see, as Trustee Wilson was mentioning earlier, that we have a lot of information on a household level about their personal life, their leisure activities, how they get their media, how they live, where they shop. And this market segmentation data actually is combined from a lot of consumer behavior. And so we really learn in our business more about their learning and information preferences, so that we're delivering the right services, but we're also helping our marketing and branding team understand how to get the word out about what we are doing and the value to the community. In the team that worked on both strategy plans came from across the organization. And we spent a lot of time looking at each of these segments and even doing cross comparisons. In this case, we looked at the educated earners and the hard act to follow. And you might think that they're a little bit different in terms of the educated earners have kids, the hard act to follow don't have kids. The educated earners like to travel abroad, the hard act to follow likes to stay home. But in the middle, in that sweet spot in the middle, are sort of common characteristics of the households. And so that helps us understand how we might be able to combine services and hit a bigger population than just trying to hit each service market segment separately. We can understand how their interests overlap and how we can get the bigger bang from the buck in terms of planning the services and being relevant to those populations. This is really dense, but it just gives you an idea of how different the communities might be. when you start to look block by block, Centennial Hills versus Sunrise, for example, and even in Mesquite, I didn't put up the map, but in our rural areas, we do have diversity of market segments as well, more than you might expect. And it means that our branch managers are really managing complexity. They have to understand who in their community, for example, is going to get the e-newsletter and who might not. And also it helps them understand what kinds of programs might be relevant on a branch level, so that when community engagement, for example, their adult program folks bring in outside talent or develop programs, they'll know what branch might have a bigger interest or more, or the content might be more relevant. It also really helps our collection department understand both district-wide and branch level what people might like and what they're using and how we could get more of that for them. One of the great maps that I think is very helpful to us as an administrative team is to understand where our core customers are. And of course, a lot of this data was really gathered by taking the checkout data. It's really the only way we could connect to this market segmentation was understanding the checkout data, because we didn't really have at the time other systems. So it's nice to hear that we'll have the analytics from our social media to sort of cross-compare over time. But this is the map of our core customers. You can see that our branches are really doing a great job of grabbing the folks around the branch and delivering services to them. And even in those branches like Sunrise that actually have over 200,000 people that they serve in their service area, they're reaching way down into the south and on into the Whitney territory over there on the east side. We also see that Centennial Hills is really doing a great job of moving up into that whole northwest area and grabbing the population, and Rainbow also going all the way over to the new developments that have been moving out there to the west. We know that we also have a lot of activity from our other districts in those branches as well. So they're not only serving our taxpayers, but we do have a system that works very well with the other library districts. This is the map that's probably the most important to us, and that is where our non-customers are. And in some cases, it's exactly where our core customers are. So we should be, by being a good service provider to our core customers, we should be able to learn how to reach these non-customers and get them in the fold. And this is a map that we use a lot. The whole use of market segmentation data has really been helpful for us to understand what is our market share now and how can we build that. And here we can see just with the top 10 segments, we've got the data for all of the segments, but I just put the top 10 here, our population number, our customer number, our non-customer number, and the amount of checkouts. And this is, again, the way, even at the branch level, they can break out their segment by population, customer, non-customer, and checkouts. So that gives you a little idea of how we approach the customer and community driven aspect of planning the B2020 strategic plan. Again, as we put the data together and put it out to the community, we tested that to see does the community see themselves in the way that we see them? And we looked at a lot of community conditions, obviously coming out of the Great Recession, where the library district was more busy than it had ever been in the past, especially the computer labs and some of the services around employment, and found from our community partners that we were indeed right on the money in terms of the way that we had fashioned ourselves. And then we did a lot of work, as I said before, around the future conditions, forces shaping us and disrupting us, not anticipating the pandemic at that time, and then just looking to our other colleagues out there in the public library world for good models of service innovations and ways to hit those large and priority community conditions like digital divide, low education, employment issues, et cetera. So the V2020 strategic directions really landed on 4 areas: limitless learning, government and social services, and that was basically connecting people to government and social services, business and career success, and community and culture. And I'll just roll through real quickly because Kelvin will take you further into the playbook on where we're going with this, but this is where we started. And I'll have to say at the beginning of the process, there was a lot of staff concern that they did not sign up for this work. This is really community development work. But I have to say that over the last 5 years, we've done a great job in just starting, and where we've got check marks, we've been working on these issues. There are still some that we weren't able to get to, but the education gap, interest-driven learning, literacies, all of these extremely important. Strategies for business and career success. We looked at job and career path support, partnerships, meetups, business and career center, and then business incubator. And here, we were able to get one of the biggest partnerships I think that the district has ever really entered into, and that is with Workforce. And of course, this year we also brought on the Business Hub. And so that was just one example. Under learning and literacy and limitless learning, we had, all kinds of things from implementing strategies for the digital divide, both as Director Watson was saying earlier, getting people access to technologies, but also making sure that we're training so that we get adoption of those technologies. And that is a huge issue, both for limitless learning as well as business and career success. Other things that we've done in terms of business and career are our computer centers are still a source of, resume, interview, job search support, and so forth. The social services and government services and connecting people to those services really came up during the Great Recession when we had a lot of our government services close their physical plants. And for example, all the folks that needed to work on the Strip and needed their health card suddenly discovered the library, that they could go in, not only get on the computer and re-up their card, but get it printed out right there. And so this is probably both in the industry and here locally, the strategy that is emerging. And we had the opportunity in this last year before the Rona to work with the UNLV, and actually Trustee Melendres was one of our field investigators for a team of students that were helping us to understand, map out the service providers in social service and government world, and be a better sort of a referral agency, but also help our staff and get trained. And Ms. Walker was very instrumental in helping us continuing the programs for building training so that people can understand the kinds of customers that come in and their personal situations that might be very difficult. The final priority strategy area was community and culture. We absolutely understand that we're multicultural, that we are a community of great talent, and we are very privileged to have the assets of our performing and visual arts centers, as well as just a lot of multi-purpose rooms like this that really attract different kinds of groups from around the community, not only what we program, but also as a meeting place for the community. And the third place, the open door, the welcoming spot. As we say now, the library is a place to be heard, not to be shushed. And we really are probably, I think, one of the nation's best examples of that, because we have a rich variety of performance centers. And so those were the 4 priority areas that we've been working on over the last 5 years. These are some of the things that we've, if not, certainly not finished, because all of the community conditions that we're working with are very complex. They're long-term. It's going to take a lot of different agencies working together to make an impact and to even measure performance, because those are what we would call wicked problems in the urban planning world. And it really requires everybody to be pitching in and playing their position to move the needle even a small bit. How did we implement V2020? We changed the corporate and cultural mindset, and we really saw our staff step up, embrace, and lead change. We were quick and responsive. We didn't anticipate the pandemic, but with your help in particular, the board's help, we were able to be, I think, 1% of libraries that were open from May all the way through the pandemic year. And a lot of libraries still are trying to open. We created a lot stronger customer service culture. Before, the culture was really librarian-led, and now I feel like the staff feel that we are customer and community-led. We created adaptable staffing models as well as facility plans for multi-use spaces. We have entered into partnerships in a lot deeper way and fostered new engagement using community experts and mentors. We certainly have pivoted and grown and blown up our digital presence in the community and our digital offerings to the community. And we've seen both our digital collections skyrocket in use, as well as, really doing some nice work in terms of virtual programming. And ultimately, we have accomplished that task that we set to maximize our assets for the community, realigning them with other organizations so that we get a bigger bang for all our buck, and finding new funding resources like the new market tax credits. Experimenting, prototyping, not being afraid to fail, and innovating successfully. This is the groundwork that has been going on now since January 2016, and in 2018 we actually built on the strategic plan. We did about 18 months of work on our facilities plan. And we basically took the service model that came out of the strategic plan and looked at each of our branches, looked at our market segmentation, decided which of the 4 sectors, and in almost all the cases of our branches, all 4 sector work is going on. But in some branches, there's a little bit different mix than in others. So we allow for those branch flavors to come out, and we really started to understand that the 4 strategic goals relate to all the ideas that we generated, actually sort of distilled down into 5 new spaces that were part of our renovation model and our renovated service plans for our branches that hopefully we can get back to in the next few years. Those translate into different program spaces that may need different adjacencies depending on where they are, and then they accommodate a wide variety of activities. And that allows us to not have cookie cutter branches, and to be a strong library campus is what we kind of call ourselves, because we look at each of our branches as being special, but also very integrated into the whole district plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a high-level 5,000-foot view. The nuts and bolts, actually, the director's going to get into that. But having said that, Trustee Benavides, did you have any questions?
Not necessarily a question, but just comment. I think you definitely have got our expectations of what this was going to look like back in 2016, when we, as some of the trustees, maybe 1 or 2 of us were on the board still, but we kind of threw it out there, and the employees ran with it, and staff just definitely did a great job. So I just want you to make sure that you tell everyone that, we know that this wasn't a job that they had signed up for, but we knew that they could do it, and they definitely accomplished it. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
I was just curious if you would tell us again the source of the data. I did.
So the question was the source of the data?
Yes.
The market segmentation. So the demographic data comes out of the census, and because we were working with 2019 and the 2020 census hadn't come out, we will use American Community Survey, which is surveyed data. The market segmentation data system that we used for this plan is called Landscape, and it is renewed every single year. All of the data factors, the multivariables that go into the crunching and smooshing of that data, are looked at every year by that company, and they actually change the names of the segments every 5 years. So yeah, it's a national company. It's used by all kinds of corporations. corporations normally pay well over, I would say, $250,000 a year sometimes to use it, but we were able to get it very, very inexpensively. When we first started using the data, we got a state grant, and we actually created an interactive planning platform that our branch managers could go into and use. Unfortunately, the state library took that program down and with very little notice, so we did have to contract with Civic Technologies to bring it back for the 2019 run. And we have complete, like, district-wide manuals as well as branch level reports that we can provide you.
Thank you.
Trustee Jennifer Jerome, do you have any questions?
No, thank you so much for the information, though. Wonderful.
Thank you. Trustee Jose Luis Melendez.
Great detail in the report. Love how far it went into breaking everything down. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Trustee Sandra Raymaker, any questions?
No, just thank you. It gives a lot of information, and you've worked really hard on this. Thank you for doing that.
The whole team did. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rogers, any questions? Comments?
No, Trustee Ford asked the question I was going to ask, but I did have a follow-up question concerning, and I don't know if this is the appropriate, if you're the appropriate person to address it to, but I guess I would be curious to how do we sort of convert this framework to measurable outcomes to where that would be, okay.
I will pass that off to
All
the
right,
director.
Interested in formative and summative assessment measures.
Yeah, and I would just say that the industry has been working on this. Luis, how long? You've been here 4 decades. You know, I think they understood that inputs were not sufficient, and it's a work in progress.
Thank you very much. Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Nathaniel Wah.
I kind of chuckled inside, and this is a comment because I had flashbacks to my first semester of my master's program because Danil used, I think, almost the exact same slide in my analytics to action class. And so I guess I can kind of say that part of my master's program using data to formulate decision making was built on this exact data of the library district. So I just thank you and thank you for the nostalgia. And I guess it's also a great kind of example of some of the things in there as far as working with UNLV and other higher education institutions as well. So thank you for the brief trip down memory lane for me.
Thank you. Trustee Brian Wilson.
A lot of this, I know the segments, that 50% of them are the top 10 segments.
Mm-hmm.
Was most of this laid out here focused in on just those top 10 segments because of that? Or was that just something you pointed out in the presentation?
Yeah, I couldn't put them all up there, but we looked branch by branch at all of the segments and district-wide at all of the segments. In fact, we went through all 59 and tried to clump them into the family segments, you know, the senior segments, and just break it down into bite-sized pieces so that we could understand better
Okay,
how
so
to take
you
a service
basically
direction.
bundled similar segments together to kind of make our own
We can do, yeah.
more logical look at it as a big, and
Exactly.
take it all in. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
But we also, and to that point, we did that, but we also took it apart. And a lot of the conversation, for example, when we looked at one segment or another, especially in comparison, we looked at those customer journeys, you know, what were their lives like? What keeps them up at night? What gets them excited in the morning? And so we did both levels of analysis.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I have a comment, and then also the director is going to come up. For everybody, all the trustees, this is a defining moment for us because the economy goes good, goes bad. We're at a time where we have a lot of opportunities to do great things like we did in the past. And so with that, I'd like to introduce our director. Thank you, Danil. Our director, Mr. Kelvin Watson, who's going to help us better define and delineate how the process is going to go. So welcome again to Las Vegas, and thank you for providing us today with your vision and direction.
Thank you, Chair Ortiz. All right, yeah, it's a lot of paper up here. So again, thank you, Trustees, Chair Ortiz. And thank you, Daniil, for your work and the team's work. So before we get started, I wanted you to really hear where we had come from out of Vision 2020, V 2020, and here's where we are, and here's what happened, and here's how we accumulated the data. And so when I came on board as the executive director, when you hired me, during the interview process, I remember there were some questions around strategic planning, and I talked about and gave examples of how in my career and in the organizations that I worked with, focusing on outcomes and executions and getting, so, and I actually had an opportunity to study and look at Vision 2020 before I decided to take the job, and certainly going through the process. So the team, Daniil and the team, were already in the process of working on the next strategic plan and how we were going to take Vision 2020 and move to the next step. So what I added as the executive director was some guidance, I'll say, around, I'm a big sports guy, right? So I love primarily football, and it's like, okay, here's something that I was familiar with in my past, and that was the playbook. So the playbook is what I'm going to talk about high level, and then the administration team are going to come in and really pull this all together for you. So today, what I'm going to present is something I'm going to bring back to the board in July after we receive your feedback for adoption of the Playbook 2026. And the Playbook 2026 is about inclusion, innovation, and involvement. It's really about outcomes. We heard about the data and all the things that all the things that we had planned, but this is really about outcomes and performance. So this is building on Vision 2020 and putting into action those things that were just discussed, those areas that were just discussed, and looking at those, and then coming back, as Dr. Rogers pointed out, where's the measurements, where's those outcomes, and that report out to you. So here's the team roster. We kind of broke it down again as with a sports analogy. I'm the coach, and here's the team that all contributed to this playbook. Again, it was a district-wide group of staff that worked on this, including the administration team. And again, I came we were probably more than halfway done with thinking about it, and we just put it in a different format. So really, you look at how to be successful and how to succeed on those areas of limitless learning, business and career success, the governmental and social services, and the community culture. You guys know where we want to go and how we want to get there. So taking the playbook, being more proactive and collaborative, having all of our teams work together from a bottom-up, top-down approach in strategic planning and execution. The strategic playbook is something that will continue annually. So it's not a report that we will be reporting back to you in 5 years to say, this is what we did. The plan is, through the playbook approach, is that next year, we will be reporting out on the measurements of the things that we're going to talk about today, that the administration team and I are going to talk about today. And it's an annual approach. So you look at strategies, you look at what happened, you shift, similar to how COVID came in the pandemic, and we had to shift. Now we'd actually be reporting back on that, on those things that we got accomplished and the things that we didn't get accomplished, and how we plan on adopting those things. So it's not a 5-year sit on the shelf. It's a living, breathing document. So the data points. So you take that data that Daniil just went over from the Vision 2020, and this is the data that we talked about just a few minutes ago, the demographic surveys, the leadership interviews, the UNLV student evaluation surveys, and the staff survey. So it's taking all of that and then actually doing something with the data versus, again, just having the data and not using it. We have a lot of opportunity, as mentioned, and as you know, with our customers and non-customers. The challenges are being inclusive and coming up with programs and services to bring in all of our customers. Some of these actually have been already being worked on over the past few months that I've been here. Some new initiatives, some things that that we said we were going to focus on. For example, working with CCSD. How do we get all of the students in Clark County schools to use our library services? How do we reach out? Even earlier today, one of the questions was asked of the branding and marketing. How do we get our marketing materials into areas outside of the library? We have those folks. So again, how do we push that out? I'll tell a story real quick about the challenges. And as I was working with some of the administration team, I want to pick on Betsy a little bit. She was showing me the data and our social media and how many people, how we have a 20% open rate. And I said, how do we get to 100% open rate? That's the goal, the aspiration, and that's where you have those opportunities. So bringing in all of the community, having them be inclusive and to share in the library resources, both in and outside of our facilities. So when you hear from the administration team, what they've done is they've taken the opportunity within their respective areas to pull all of this information, together. And they're going to talk about in some more specifics how this is going to play out, and then what we're going to do is base these the report out to you next year when we report back on the strategic plan. The strategic playbook will be the story, the play, and the score. So the story, the play, and the score. So it's going to be different, but it's all inclusive, again, from our couriers, branch managers, administration team. There's involvement from everybody in the organization to actually deliver on the programs and services, and really looking at, across our community, how we have impacts and change people's lives through our library services. This is, I think Al mentioned it earlier, this is definitely a reinvention of the public library. And it's something that libraries have been working on for years, and that is the outcomes. What did we actually accomplish, right? We talk about, the same data a lot of times libraries do, how many books we checked out, how many people walked in, but really how many people got jobs through the workforce programs, how many people got, they started out with career online high school, for example, but how many actually went on to actually go further and get college degrees? How are we expanding our Wi-Fi, not just through tablets and hotspots in the Wi-Fi that we have in the library, but actually how are we working with community centers and other areas, like, for example, in our outlying areas? How are we really, again, having those impacts? So the playbook innovation, how we got here, again, as I mentioned, This was work that was already being done. So pre and post pandemic feedback on the Vision 2020 and those strategic directions, basically tweaking what we had. Again, the goal is to transform our library and actually impact. That's what we're talking about, as well as aspire, set goals, take risk, and that is the challenge for all of us. That's the challenge for the board of trustees that support the library. That's the challenge for me. And I could probably, I don't want to necessarily speak for the administration team, but I know that they probably feel the challenges. Those are the challenges. And how do we then activate that? How do we have the plays that are going to be more inclusive, responsive, relative, and adaptive? And so we looked at 4 different pillars. We took that data from Vision 2020 and we broke it down in a different way. We're looking at it from a different way, which would be powerful people, powerful places, powerful partnership, and powerful platforms. I think you probably can guess where you are. Powerful people that'll connect us and help us with connections with the powerful places. You talk about the powerful partnerships. We just mentioned one with UNLV and the social work that we did. That's a powerful partnership. And then of course we have some different powerful platforms. With the same strategic directions of limitless learning, business and career success, connecting to our customers to government and social services, and then that community and culture. Focusing on closing the education gap, working with our Clark County schools, our charter schools, but also working with UNLV or the College of Southern Nevada. How does the library currently have a role? And then what do we want our role to actually be? We want our students to be successful and graduate. We want to introduce more of STEAM learning and opportunities. And we want to continue to support virtual learning. So we're going to, the activation is then how do we do that? So I make those statements, then it's like, how do you actually implement those? And those were the challenges that we put forth, or I put forth to the team. Again, pushing literacy and I'll keep using these same words: transformation, impacting, being more inclusive, but also looking at different ways of doing it in a fun way. And that it's not just required for you to come into the library, that the library goes to you. We know the library is available. I say this all the time. The library is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whenever you want to have access to resources. And that is us pushing those out. And that is something certainly that we learned and we put into place during the pandemic. And so those will continue and we'll expand on those. So then you look at your limitless learning and you break it down with those 4 pillars. What would make up that limitless learning? And I mentioned some of those areas just previously. If you look under the tile, powerful people, these are the powerful people that the teams and I identified. These are the powerful places that we want to work with. The powerful partnerships. I mentioned CSN and UNLV, but you can also see that we also included some of our library, the other libraries in the Valley. We also mentioned the Discovery Children's Museum. How do we put our library, how does the library district work with, for them, for example, to increase our visibility, that limitless learning? If you've been to the Discovery Children's Museum, I actually have. in my time. So I've looked at what they are actually educating youth on. How does the library then become a part of that? How do we partner together to enhance what they're doing, but also enhance what we're doing as well? If you're studying, for example, electricity is one area. Why couldn't we have um, a library circulation computer in the Children's Discovery Museum where the children could actually check out books that are related to electricity, what they're learning at that location? Though that's some of the thinking or that I believe and the team believes that we should be doing. Again, that's a way to impact those children who may not even be coming into the library, using the library at all. And then we also looked at powerful platforms, and that is the career online high school, adult education. Again, that limitless learning. You can see how we bundle those areas together and really focus the resources across that particular strategic direction. So continuing on, the business and career success, the employment and career path, the resume writing, the printing services, the services for veterans, services for people who are re-entering our population, such as the work that we've started and we've been discussing with the organization that Trustee Wall works for, which is Hope for Prisoners. So you'll see that when I go to this slide. Again, those four pillars, the focus. How do we then take that information? We identify the people that we want to work with and the people that we have, including, for example, our powerful staff under powerful people, our HR department, our volunteers, our trainers, and then the same with the powerful places. Again, here are the places that we see the opportunities to get to, for example, that 100% open rate in the emails. How do we not have, when we partner with an organization, that we also are making sure that everybody in that organization that we partnership have a library card? How do we not have them all signed up for our newsletters? How are we not communicating with them? Those are the outcomes. That is the action, and then you can measure the outcome. We're looking at an opportunity now with RTC that we're going to have specific a specified program where we can actually then put a promotion, a library card promotion in place, but then we actually can measure how many people signed up for the library card through that particular promotion. And then you can go on and, again, not be weird, but then you can actually figure out what they are reading or wanting, and using the other analytics that we already have and the things that we're working on. And then again, the powerful platforms, leveraging the teleconferencing, social media, WebEx, Zoom, other resources like Biz Library. Again, so some of these are cross promotional as well. So even if they're not just one tool, as you know, we use a tool. That tool is not just for one particular area when we communicate our programs and services and what we're doing, but it's across the board. Government and social services, very similar. Again, how do we provide more public access to our devices and Wi-Fi? And again, we're looking at taking some risk and some opportunities. For example, in our IT department, we're looking at potentially, we're looking at a program called TV White Spaces to be used out in our outlying areas. where we can take our Wi-Fi antenna, and if you've been to Sandy Valley and some of those areas like I recently have, it's pretty wide open. But our services where we can partner and expand our Wi-Fi, the library's Wi-Fi, out to more people in the community. Technology classes, taking again, working with organizations where we can have more what I'm calling technology petting zoos. And we expand that not only to our staff, but then we expand that to the public as well through partnerships and through the resources that we already have, making sure that we're maximizing the resources that we have, and then demonstrating to you that we've maxed out the capacity for those resources, and that the community is also able to, there's an impact on the community as well, and hearing back from them, which is something I'm going to talk about a little later when we look at the community and how the playbook is and these strategies and these actions are impacting them. Under these pillars, here's, and as you can see, I'm not reading all of this because we'd be all day if I went through every line. But the powerful people, powerful places, powerful partnerships, and powerful platforms, when we look at our government and social services, not that we are trying to replace any of those, but we are the library. We're the connector to these resources. And how do we again work closely with them? Because we're all serving the community. So working with the housing authority, working with the veterans organizations, which we, again, some of what I'm talking about and mentioning here is already being worked on with myself and the administration team and the staff to get these partnerships up and going, as well as working with these different powerful places and the powerful people that we also connect with. So this is, as you can see, it's pretty. I think you can see it's pretty straightforward, but it takes what we had done with Vision 2020, focuses it more into actual getting things, getting these connections in place. And again, the administration team, they're going to give you the even more specific detail. I'm giving you the high level strategic plan. They're going to give you the details, and then as we report back, here are the outcomes that we actually accomplished. When it comes to community and culture, of course, the library is thought of as the third place. The library is the community connector. We're the community hub. We are all those things and more. But where we want the community to come to use the library. Again, come to the library either physically or leverage our resources digitally. But when they come to the library, what we want to make sure is that that it's open and comfortable, and that we have flexible spaces, such as like the spaces that we have at the Mesquite branch, for example, where we have movable furniture, and where the library customers, especially in the children's area, we can repurpose those resources that we have. But again, to be welcoming, a culture of respect and recognition, not only externally to our customers, but internally as well. So we're looking at diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility resources. We have a committee that's re-energized within the HR department that we have as well. So that then relates into our diverse and inclusive collections, the programs, the event activities. So the playbook is, again, not just about external, but it's about the internal organization and how we can we can transform you. Some of you may be familiar with the American Library Association's Libraries Transform. Um, I call it a program that they initiated a few years ago. And one of my comments was, and it was purely focused on libraries transforming the services to the community. And my feedback was, that's all great, but we also need to transform internally so that we can better serve the community as we look at those transformative services that we need to offer. So those are that's one of the, again, some of the outcomes that we are looking for. When it comes to community and culture, and I was just hitting on that, the powerful people, the staff, the practice and promote DEIA throughout the organization. So as we look at our staffing and hiring practices and how we go through that, but also looking at the other powerful places that we can work with and leverage as well, such as our parks. Again, the powerful partnerships, looking at those opportunities. When I went to one of the branches, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's the community gardens. We had a community garden when I went and visited one of the library locations, and the entire community was out there planting. They were planting kale and carrots and all types of the vegetables, but they were engaged, and it was great to see. Here's the community really. They're at the library. There's a plot right outside the library, and they are involved. Then the powerful platforms. We're looking at. It was mentioned earlier about the digital self-publishing. And that's one of the platforms that we plan on using to get the community involved. So we're going to talk more about that as well today, and some of those leveraging the art galleries and social justice as well. So that's the community and culture. So the involvement piece. This is where we're all in this. This is the board of trustees, myself, and all of the staff. We're all in it together to produce the outcomes that we want to produce. We want to be the employee or the employer of choice. We want to look at the organization and drive equity, inclusion, and diversity and access for all. Transform from within so we can transform our services, make decisions that are community and customer focused, right? Based on their perspectives, their interests and experiences. Make sure the staff is aware and visible, and that that we also show their value and they're engaged and empowered. And that's what I over the past few weeks as we were putting the playbook together, I was encouraged as the new executive director that the staff that was working on this, the team was engaged. They were empowered. They were interested in contributing to this process. So this work that I'm actually talking about, that I'm presenting, is actually the work that the team put together. We had different breakout groups, and we all came together, and but this was a very collaborative approach to the strategic planning process, but it's also going to be as their involvement, it's going to be them that will be actually executing it and getting it done. So it's better that they're involved, as you know, that and a part of the process, and it's not pushed. This strategic plan is not being pushed down to them, but they were a part of it. We get there with you. We get there with everybody, definitely in this room, and we get there with the community. all working together. Powerful people, powerful places, powerful partners, and powerful platforms. I do have a wrap-up piece, but I'll do that later in the day.
Thank you very much.
But are there any questions right now about what I presented? And again, the second half of the day is the administration team actually looking at their respective areas and giving, like, here's some more of the meat of the execution part, because it's them and their teams that actually will be responsible in doing the execution along with me. So I've had the opportunity. So there's only one plan, but this is how their goals and objectives and our goals and objectives will be accomplished. And so that's what they'll be presenting on later today. So any questions?
Thank you very much, Director. We're going to allow, of course, our two guests their full time. Thank you so much. But at this time, Luz Melendez, did you have any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Jennifer Jerome, did you have any questions or comments?
I would like to remind everybody to make sure your mic is turned on, please.
Thank you very much. Trustee Elizabeth Foyt, did you have any questions or comments for the director?
You can tell by your presentation that there was a great deal of work that went into this, a lot of thought, a lot of real consideration, deep thought. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Trustee Kelly Benavides.
So one of my favorite points that you brought up, and I was hoping you would be the employee, the organization, the family. I mean, I think we all can agree that we need some work there, and that we definitely need to make sure that everybody's on board. You know, I know a lot of our old comers that had been here for a long time, you know, they kind of have exited. So we have a lot of newcomers, which is actually not a bad thing, because it gives us the opportunity to kind of revisit of what do we want our library to look like. Just to come to mind, I remember when Salvador Avilar, you know, joined the team, he was not your typical librarian, but because of that, he brought in a whole bunch of other people, you know, kids that said, wow, you know, that guy looks like me. I didn't know that librarians could, you know, be involved. And people would get excited to see people that look like them, that wasn't the typical librarian. I really, really appreciate it. I think that you know, you bringing that up and us kind of moving forward on focusing on, you know, how do we make sure that our family is taken care of in-house before we start exploring, you know, the out of the house, you know, what can we do? What can that look like? I just wanted you to know that I appreciate it, and I hear you and I see you, that, you know, that's really important to you as well as to me. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Raymaker.
No, I just want to say thank you for this and putting this together, because we've got a great team. And just like you said, we're all in it to win it. So
I just want to reiterate, it was the team. I mean, you see how it just said coach? Literally, they can tell you, I just coach, right? This is their work. This is their work. I just, like I said, I came in, the work was already being done. I just kind of refocused it a little bit. That's all.
Where's your whistle, Coach?
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Wilson.
In keeping with the football analogy, if that you're the coach and that's the team, that would make us the owners group sitting up in the box. And I just know I'm really looking forward to watching this season unfold the next year.
Me too.
Thank you very much, Trustee Rogers.
No comments. Great plan. Look forward to rolling my sleeves up and contributing.
Thank you very much, Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley.
I just wanted to say thank you for the focus on listening. It feels like I heard you say a few times that you were going to listen, that you all were going to listen to what people wanted and what our visitors wanted and our participants wanted. Listen and react, I think, is really important. And the focus on partnerships and inclusion and creating a sense of belonging, I think, is really important. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Trustee Wall, Nathaniel Wall.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have some in-depth questions, but I hope they're covered more in Jeff's and Matt's presentation, so I won't throw them all on you. But so we'll see, and I'll save those for later. But I'd love the emphasis on, like Trustee Benavides said, on the staff culture and being an employer of choice. And I think, of course, like when she refers to Sal is representation matters, and to our youth and whatnot. So I'm excited by a lot of things in this, and I'll save my more pointed questions for later.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, promoted you already. Director Watson, just a real quick comment.
Yes, sir.
On the 4 areas. Clearly, it shows you've had, in a short amount of time, visited a lot of people, a lot of powerful people that not only are powerful, but they're willing to help the district out. So thank you. Secondly, you've also had the opportunity to, in a short period of time, to see the lay of the land. What do we got? What do we got? What are we looking at? Resources, facilities, partnerships. And then, of course, the partners, who really are the movers and shakers, who are getting things done, and how are they getting done, and are they willing to accept us as part of their partnership? That's great. Absolutely out of the box. And of course, with all that, what are we going to do? What are we doing? And clearly, you reached out to the staff. Thank you very much. And then, of course, there can only be one leader with a direction. That's you. So I want to thank you for that. It's really, really good. And again, I'll say it again, it is a defining moment for the trustees and for the library district. So thank you. Having said that, thank you very much. Please introduce your 2 guests.
Luis, Rhonda, Ron. Thank you. And again, I'm looking forward to the feedback, questions, and hopefully we cover it. If we don't, we'll get it. We'll get it.
Great job.
Yeah.
Great job.
Go sports. That's my. I want to make sure I understand how this works. Do we have to stand here to talk, or we can roll around? Okay, great. Oops, I'm off to a great start.
So just for the trustees, we're running just a little bit late, so we'll get the full hour to 12:15, okay? And then we'll have the survey feedback.
Great. So while we get set up and get started, I want to let you know you guys have the unique distinction of being my first in-person. I do a lot of presenting, and if you can imagine, over the last year and a half, both Luis and I have lived in Zoom, as many of you have as well. So I may be a little rusty. I'm like, did I use note cards? Did I wear my flip-flop? I have no recollection because I've been so online and adapted as many of you have in that way. So forgive us as we learn to be back in real life and you're not squares on a screen. So I'm looking forward to this and excited about it. You want to say anything?
I'm just thrilled to be here. And a couple of quick things. First, every time I get the chance and opportunity to visit new libraries, I do that. So during the break, I was out there in your library, and I have this sense of picking up culture, picking up vibes, and I can tell immediately whether I like a space or whether I don't. And I'm telling you, I love this space. Your staff immediately was, what can I do to help?
Mm-hmm.
What can I help you with? Just a very positive vibe. So kudos for the team, the culture that I really sense. And then your engagement as a board. I've worked with many a board, and I'm sure this is just a beginning of hopefully great exchange among us. So thanks for the opportunity. Just thrilled to be here.
Did you get a tutorial on the clicker or no?
No, but I'm assuming it's easy to just click
Oh,
forward.
okay.
And let's do it.
Mr. Fancy
Let's do
over
it.
here
No.
can be in charge.
Let's see if it works.
Button, sprinklers.
I know.
I know. That's why
know.
I gave it to him.
I
Just
better
press.
do that. Got it.
Don't scare him,
All
Brian.
right,
Don't scare him.
ready?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So this may be cliche to all of you, and you've seen this like 5,100 times, but we wanted to give it a different context today. in that obviously this is a public meeting. We're all here together, but this is a chance for us to, what happens here stays here. Now, what that means in this context for y'all, as we talk about different issues and talk about, and you'll see our outcomes are the next slide, there may be times as we will need to put on our opportunity for respect and etiquette. And maybe if there's an example from another part of your life, because we want to make this as interactive as possible, to maybe leave out names, things like that, or like very local context. Now, I don't have that kind of filter, so I'll probably be pretty specific in my examples, and as they relate to positive things, of course, but not my family, I'll be really specific about that. So, but just to give that, we do want to have as open a dialogue as possible in interaction, however, protecting those who aren't here with us and don't have a chance to talk for themselves. So does anyone have any questions about that? Okay.
No, I think I just want to emphasize be open to the conversation. I think Commissioner Whiteley, you mentioned deep listening, which I think is really a skill that we all are evolving and getting better at. So I think that's really, really an important aspect of it. Respect, and we'll talk a little bit more about agreements and norm setting down the road as part of our overall discussion. But I think it's really important to feel really comfortable about what we say and share. So thank you for that. So I appreciated getting feedback from you via the survey, and I'm going to share details on that. But the first question, if you recall, was what were your expectations? What would make a successful workshop? And so this leads to outcomes, and we've heard that term throughout this morning's presentations. So I think in kind of the high-level view, we wanted, or you want, to have some clarity of roles and expectations as members, as directors of the board. You also want to see some goal settings and vision for the future. We've already had a great start with not only Daniil's presentation, but certainly in terms of Director Watson's playbook, which is very thorough and comprehensive. And I think that sort of sets a tone for understanding the vision for the future, because libraries are really grappling with what does the future hold? And we'll be talking more about that as well. I think you want that deeper engagement with you among yourselves. Some of you are relatively new to the board. I heard from the interviews, a couple of you actually had one-on-ones with me, but it also bubbled up in the actual survey responses where you really want to get to know each other better and appreciate what you bring to the table. And then also you see yourselves as stewards and advocates. So hopefully we'll have some tools, a few tips on how to be better stewards and advocates as the Board of Trustees. And then certainly working together as a collaborative team. You all bring your individual personas, your networks, but it's also really critical that we share those values and come together as a team.
I just wanted to quickly say, and I think this has been echoed a few times today, that y'all as a board and us as a planet are at a really unique intersection. You know, my first pandemic, your board, you know, new leadership, new playbook, et cetera. You're at a very unique point in time, environmentally and locally. It's a little bit old, but Google has this thing called the 9 laws of innovation. And the one that is so real that I bump into, so I have a love-hate relationship with, is called creativity needs constraint. So as we talk about what either, and I see it so many different, what the new normal or the next normal is, I think one of the biggest questions as we consider these outcomes, and we'll, Nina Simon, who I always want to call Nina Simone, she's from the new museum world and talking about the future of museums. She looks at this, she talks about this time as Luis shared with me, who are we now and who do we want to be next? And I think that's a really, and you've seen a lot to that today, I think that stands like that ripples out who this board is now and who they want to be next. Who is this community now, which Daniil presented some great data on that. And who does this community want to be next? Frankly, who is this country now in terms of racial reckoning that's currently going on and is a ripple effect from our past? And who does this country want to be next? And this is a great opportunity for y'all to take this in your hands. I'm going to try not to go in a soliloquy, but the reason I joined the United for Libraries board as a library person was because in my last position, I worked for a state agency that was a consortium and my job was to support boards in the library, facilitating cooperation with the administrative code is what I call it. But what I learned from that mostly is how, I'm just going to say it really frankly, how committed, how hard people hustled for their communities and their volunteer leadership. And I was so impressed with that. Even today, you guys are like, well, where is somebody getting their library card? You know, we want more library cards. So that brought me to this part of my career where when I was helping people, it's like they wanted so much for their community. And so I wanted to be sure as a library person, how can I support that more? Now, I'm not a director, but I have served on other types of boards because I wanted to also see how does it, my whole career has been in libraries, save for the gap. But, you know, I went from undergrad to library school. So I wanted to see how boards worked in other industries as well. So I've done that with other nonprofits so that I could come back and better support the boards that I've worked for and with throughout my career. So, and
Awesome.
and that's what part of my interest here today is as well.
So in looking at the outcomes, are we missing anything? Is there something else that you feel you want to get out of our conversations today? Give that some thought. I mean, if it's not top of mind, it's fine. But I just want to make sure that we meet your expectations on a conversation.
And it's a question we'll revisit throughout the day. So this isn't a one-time chance to respond to that. At other points through the day and throughout the topics we cover, you have access to that as well. Does anyone have any questions or need clarity about anything we've shared so far?
All right. So now we get to the fun part of
Okay.
the world.
Yeah. First of all, I should have said this earlier. We have a little bit different styles, which yin and yang worked well together, but I tend to be more visual in terms of a strong visual and then talk over it. So obviously this is in relation to the pandemic. And as I stated earlier, my career has been in libraries. I think all of you know, and it was alluded to earlier, how important libraries were to human connection, to entertainment, to leisure, and to education during the pandemic, when everything on the planet was closed practically, save for super important essential services like libraries. We were at the heart of serving communities. You know, with my distress and all of our distresses, the economic downturn, library statistics were skyrocketing through of course, virtual 2020 and 2021 for virtual services. And I can say, and I know it was the case here, I work with rural as well as urban libraries and suburban. I was, doing a lot of presentation. And I'd say, oh, okay, most of these libraries are closed. I'll just call and leave a message to talk to them later. They were at those libraries. And I'm like, this isn't safe. What are you doing there? I'm talking last year, March. And I'm like, what are you doing there? And in some communities, they are the only broadband in town, and people need to file for unemployment insurance. They're like, I can't, what are they going to do if we're not here? So a lot of people, these included at this library, were risking health because they knew they were the only game in town, in and out of the pandemic. And as we all know, this last year, or these last 2 years have shown the breakdown of some of the social safety net and also the ways in which libraries have tended to come in and fill those voids, okay? So that was, and now we want to talk about where we're going next.
Couple of other examples of the resilience of libraries. Hurricane Katrina, Hurricane Sandy. Libraries were among the first to bounce back and provide that access point for everything from email connectivity. They really delivered during those storms. And then when you look back at the civil unrest, I'm thinking about Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, his death, Freddie Gray in Baltimore. Those neighborhood libraries during that turmoil stayed open. They were places where they were sanctuaries, they welcomed people. No other institutions.
Yeah, it took courage. That's a really good point. It really did.
Unbelievable. We know the colleagues that led those facilities. Carla Hayden in Baltimore, now a librarian at Congress. But it was phenomenal to see communities honor those institutions and not destroy them or tear them down. But it was really kind of, I get emotional because it's really a seminal moment in the value of libraries that's often overlooked.
And I just wanted to make a really quick segue. I don't know if y'all have heard, and you've seen it in action. A lot of people are I think a lot of people are starting to see libraries as second responders. As first responders come in to get a crisis under control, a second responder's role is to help people return to life. And when I say some of it is cleanup, physical cleanup of it, it's also to reconnect people so they can get back to work, school, and their lives. So libraries play a big part in that. Last year, during the pandemic, I wrote a grant called Libraries as Second Responders to IMLS, and what it's designed to do as it relates to COVID, but also issues that Luis mentioned that required library response, like civic unrest, like hurricanes, weather crises, to provide libraries with training, and there'll be recorded training modules we're doing right now to better step into that role more informed, like with how can libraries be informed trauma care people. And again, we're not trained as social workers, but we're interacting with people, and we are people who've had an extremely tough 2 years. And I always say people bring their whole selves to any situation. So that's just one example, and I'll give some more. But when the world closed and who we are now, who are we now and what are we going to be next? Part of that requires us to ready ourselves and to support library people's whole selves in doing that kind of work as it requires new competencies.
And thus, the new normal.
Yes,
right?
yes. Or the next, so we've done a little research and talked to colleagues about this. Some of the resources that we quote today, and any of them that that you have questions about, we're going to give Kelvin, as any library would, a bucket of resources. So you have you have access to the sources. One of the ones that we used in this, we wanted to talk about just examples and more national pictures of what people have said of what's next, so that to be considered at this local level. The Pew Internet Research Center for Research and Life has done a study on this. One of the things as it relates to our work is the prevalence of misinformation that people feel like there is coming at them via social media and elsewhere. How can they find a place for true discourse and civic engagement when algorithms online often give you polarized views of topics, because that gets more clicks at times? And so what's a place that they can go to fact check and have opportunities for discourse for people in their, with people in their community. An obvious answer is libraries. That's one of the what's next in terms of what people are needing. Can I?
Yeah, sure.
The other one, as we've discussed, is supporting people's social, emotional needs. We've spent so much time online, and Kelvin, you alluded, or you spoke directly to third place. People are hungry. I mean, when I got off that plane in Vegas, I'm like, am I in Vegas or New York? The airport was buzzing. I mean, people were here it was like they all just came with me to Vegas. That's what it felt like. And the availability of flights spoke to that too. So I say that to say people want to be in person. They're hungry to be together. It's so, people talk, I feel like these days before the pandemic, people talk less about IRL, being in real life. Whereas now our people are so, I am so ready. I remember I'd like to go out a little bit. And the first time I walked into a restaurant, I'm like, I'm back. So people are and not necessarily just with your friends, just to experience civic life. And where are safe places they can do that often have educational, and I don't mean like a math equation educational, a resource educational place they can do that. And this is where it's at for them. Even just walk into the bathroom, there's beautiful artwork to consider in this space. Now, I didn't slack off like Luis and go walking around when I was supposed to be in here listening, but I'm going to do that when I'm done working, because that's how my work ethic is. I'm not trying to be rude, but y'all did see me sitting
See how
there.
long it took exactly 25 minutes before we totally
waited
fragmented. Yeah.
Before I put it all on me.
You made me lose my train of thought.
That's because you were slacking again.
Thanks, Rhonda. No, I was going to comment about futures thinking, because I've always been a proponent of thinking about positioning ourselves for the future. And people, the question I hated most in my 40 years was, do we still need libraries? I mean, I still get that question.
Yeah.
Are they still relevant? Oh, it just makes my spine
Yeah.
cringe. But it's an important question, because we don't have a crystal ball to predict the future. But what we do have is the opportunity to manage and be ahead of the curve in terms of adapting to change. And I think, Danielle, I love that you mentioned the futures forward, because that's what it's about. And so I'm still involved in the library business, but also have gone into the museum business and also parks and recreation, just because I wanted to learn how other organizations and industries are adapting to change. I serve on the Institute of Museum and Libraries. And at the last meeting, we had conversations with two individuals that I knew their work, but this solidified my belief that these folks are really great thought leaders in pushing the envelope for both museums and libraries. The first one is a woman by the name of Nina Simon. She was a director of the Santa Cruz Museum in California. And it was pretty much a traditional small museum that was dying on the vine. The funding was low, the attendance capacity and all that was just not good. In about, I think, 3 or 4 years, she totally switched or flipped the model of community focus, engagement, access, where not just the dollars came in to support the museum, but also the attendance, the diversity, you name it. It became a museum of inclusion. She's now left to start a new nonprofit called Of, By, For All, which is about transforming museums to be much more equitable and much more focused on communities. And what she said at our conversation at the last IMLS board meeting really resonated with me, and I think it has relevance to your conversations about planning for the future. She says that post-pandemic, and because we're all thinking about that, and particularly with the social movements, the Black Lives Matter movement. We have an opportunity of institutions of doing business differently. So she proposes that there's different types of responses to the future. One is we're going to totally transform our systems as we know it. We have the opportunity for systemic change, whether it's a museum, whether it's a library, doesn't matter. Doing business differently, right? Some institutions will take a wait and see approach and just go with the flow and see what happens with national culture, international, global, whatever. And then there are others that are going to yearn for that, going back to what it was pre-pandemic, pre-Black Lives Matter. So the real question to you and to anyone that's thinking about the future is, what are we going to do? Are we going to be different? Are we going to take this opportunity and really kind of be transformative? So I'll just pose that question, not making any kind of value judgments about what you should or should not do. But it is a reckoning for institutions, no matter what, of making choices that will define our future. So that's Nina Simon, and I think she's really kind of great thinker.
Yeah,
in
and
terms of
if
that.
you are on Twitter or even just Googling some of her work, the parallels between, libraries as public institutions and museums as such as well. And I don't necessarily just mean publicly funded. I mean, places for the people. It's really exciting work. And her new name of the organization reminds me, part of the grant is focused on the impact of the pandemic of people of color who are overwhelmingly impacted by COVID. And one of the folks I'm working with is a president of the American Indian Library Association. And one of the things, because Indigenous people were highly impacted by the pandemic, is nothing about us without us, is one thing she said. Cindy Hole, who's at Kansas City Public Library, said to me. And what it made me think about is, as we look at the data, the great data that's been presented, and the key 4 areas, how can we co-create these solutions? I don't want to say solution, how can we address what needs to be done with the communities we serve? How can they become part of the process so that we aren't necessarily saying, okay, in the future, there'll be Rosie the Riveter, there'll be, X, Y, and Z, but we're looking at what behaviors and who we are to go forward in it. Are we flexible? Are we ready to pivot when needed as our community needs us? How do we engage our community in doing and being part? What's the pipeline for communication? I almost clapped, if I can call you Kelly, I don't know. Do I trust you, Kelly? I don't know. But when both of y'all said representation matters. I mean, it not only it matters for libraries, and someone said something like, oh, kids. My background started in academic libraries, University of Illinois at Chicago specifically, which is a very urban institution. And I say that to say, my first week at work, several students and faculty came up to me and said, I'm so happy to see you here. I'm not seeing a Black librarian, especially in public service. So, and what that meant, it means something to me when I go places and have that experience as well. So that representation matters so much. And the goal being to move past that representation so that folks are at the table as well. So thank you for bringing that up. And what's the next step? And how do we move as a people to address it?
That's great. And then the second gentleman person that was part of the conversation is Eric Klinenberg. Maybe you've heard of him. He's a social urban planner. Recently wrote a book called Palaces for the People that talks about institutions and includes a library as a place for social infrastructure. The fact that we need to connect, that we need to bring people together. And so he really kind of sings the praises of libraries and their value. And it's always wonderful to hear outside perspectives, people looking at us instead of us talking among ourselves. So his contention is that libraries also have an opportunity right now for being that place where we can bring together folks for dialogue and for a lot of discourse, particularly as it applies to our experiences that we faced during the pandemic. And the couple of questions he poses is, who are we now and what do we want to be next? How do we share these experiences? Because we're a fragmented nation. We all know that. So libraries can be that neutral place, that platform, as Calvin alluded to, where we can have a lot of engagement. And he envisions libraries all across the country having a formal, serious strategy of having all these conversations to enhance our really kind of our democratic ideals.
Yeah, I was just going to say, your reference to Libraries Transform, part of what my organization, the organization for which I work, Khalifa, we're a part of a grant to support that's doing facilitation training for libraries around the country, so that when we come to the table for challenging topics, there's a way in which to support community members with to create dialogue across topics, but that everybody can feel heard, and and that it doesn't turn into something else. I'd been part of that many moons ago, and actually even the name of the project was called Uncivil Discourse, which that sounds fun, doesn't it? Like, do I really want to go to Uncivil Discourse? No, I'm scared. So this piece, I really like this because, and that's part of the training sometimes we need it. It's one thing to sit down and you and your people are having an organic conversation. It's quite another bringing factions of the community together to exchange ideas and talk about tough issues. So training like that is what is needed to move forward in a role like Eric describes.
Absolutely. All right, now we're going to have some fun, hopefully. So this is an opportunity for each of you to think big picture. And you've already heard from our illustrious director about visioning and thinking about the future. So you have a little pad of paper, a little legal size pad in your area. I want you to think for a moment and answer the question, what's your vision of the Las Vegas Clark County Library District? Think 5 years from now. 5 years from now, that's kind of future thinking. And you have breaking news about the library. What's that headline? And what would make you most proud to say the library is ... This is a vision.
And I just as an example, I personally was like, okay, I love being a librarian. What's my vision for libraries? Like, what do I want to focus and I'm talking personally, my career on? What means something to me? What would be the headline I'd like to be a part of? And for me, and I'm grateful and honored I've had the opportunity to do this throughout my work, was how can libraries eliminate poverty? I want libraries to contribute to the elimination of poverty in this country. And there's so many ways in which we can do that and that we do that. But to elevate it to a headline level is what I'm interested in doing. So just to give you a little, well, I hope it's not a little example, but an example of, and that's not necessarily a headline, but that's what I want my headline to be about as I think about that for myself.
Right. It's also known as a big, hairy, audacious goal, BHAG. So I love yours.
Yeah,
because it's really reaching for that North Star.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
All right, so we're going to be quiet for a couple of minutes.
And does anyone have any questions before? Okay.
And not to put any pressure on you, but we'd love to share a couple of your visions after you're done.
And we'd like for you to all work to get them as a headline in the Las Vegas paper after we leave. And we look forward to you mailing us those copies of that.
Yeah, we are going to collect them.
Yes. What about,
Couple minutes?
yeah, well, let's say 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay.
Couple minutes. And this, obviously, like everything, this isn't a one-time thing. It's a place to practice parts of the framework that y'all can take with you to work on together as you move forward in this new or next normal. So we want to share these exercises with you as potentially as you think through the future for yourselves, be it 5 months, 5 years, or 5 minutes, that it's like, what does that goal look like? And in terms of that big, hairy, audacious goal. And it's bold, transformative, et cetera.
Let's go ask. I'll go ask.
Bit of water.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So, okay. So we're doing good.
Is
Because
your
the
big
next
goal
15,
to
20
have
minutes
Commodore
we can wrap.
64?
So you give us
Rule
the
the earth?
perfect, and we'll stop. Because we've got another 20 or 25 minutes.
You know what? Ride that. Yeah, the People's University. That's what Cleveland Public Library calls itself.
Oh, that Felton.
Actually, it was
Wasn't it Felton?
what's his name?
Before?
Who sang?
Andrew?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Andrew
was it
Venable
before?
who said
Wow,
that. That's
okay.
my recollection.
So,
Does that sound? Yeah, it was Andrew, right?
Andrew. So I gotta take him to task. He'll owe me.
Did,
I'm
oh,
gonna say
Pelton said he said that?
Well, he took it to the next level.
Oh, yes, he's great. I don't mean to, I thought he lied. is
Yeah,
what-
no. What?
Oh, I just.
Hey.
Why did it take this Are you gonna come with me to Arsenal? You can't come, it's your
I don't
birthday.
feel it. Yeah,
It's
no,
your
and my wife is
birthday.
saying, no,
No,
yeah,
she's like,
yeah,
screw out.
yeah.
You're already doing this one thing.
No,
Let her
but
back
this,
off.
but it's
She
not,
needs to sing me a wine.
this is not gonna be.
Yeah, no, for sure, but not, you don't
I'm
wanna go
afraid
to.
say it's just the beginning of
You
it.
don't wanna
Beautiful
go,
thing.
yeah, you don't wanna go to Nugget Resort.
And all will be here.
Hmm?
All of them will be here. They come
Yeah,
to us here.
yeah. It looks like people, well, they're taking a little minute.
So after, what happened? Tape him on.
Put them up?
Right before lunch?
Yeah.
I mean, after, during lunch.
During lunch,
Paste
on the way
him
to
on
lunch,
it.
put them up.
Yeah,
Okay.
put him up and then I'll share it. I'll let you
Okay.
do that. You do so well.
So do you wanna, well, we'll wait till everybody gets back, so we can get through the next part. Are people,
Yeah,
do people pretty much have their, or do people need more time, or? Okay.
So she said that it's supposed to get here in about 2 but they're not here yet. So I said, perfect time, because we'll finish wrapping up.
Yeah, we'll do the survey and
Yeah,
then
and then
they'll
we'll
put them
wrap
up. Okay. So should we call
sheriff
everybody?
first.
They're just gonna say-
Just
Give them
in
a
a
minute,
minute,
I'm
yeah.
like a little
Yeah.
controlling. Oh, I thought he meant somebody to work.
It's working good.
You seem surprised. Are you
You never
surprised?
know.
Yeah, I could have said. Still early.
Those are lions. This is like. I didn't miss. Okay, we'll talk.
Yeah. I'm so want to go look at everyone's vision, their goals
I
on their
know.
paper, because I can't wait. But because I have a sense they're like, ready
She used
to
to,
get back
she's
to
not
it.
that way. She's that way.
Yeah.
So
Dr. Rogers is.
Yeah, we're just.
I know someone that knows him. Yeah. For my last, we worked with an organization. I'm gonna ask him, Hope for Prisoners. It's very cool. I looked it up.
Kind of took her
So is
really
he
out of it.
AD for them, or does he have another gig?
I think he has another gig,
Yeah,
but I
I've
think
heard
he's,
that.
but I don't know. Yeah, I think he just started that to support.
That's a personal ballet troupe.
I think we should,
Yeah.
well, okay, you'd be in charge of this, because I am.
No, you do this one, and I'm gonna do the
No,
other
I
one.
mean, should we start now?
Yeah.
Should we wait for Mr. Rogers?
She tried to cross.
Um,
This next semester's gonna be her.
Let's just bring it.
Yeah, so I think the dancing is behind her. Right?
And
So
I
what do
think
we?
2 or 3, we're gonna ask a couple of them
Share.
to. Who wants to share?
And then you.
I'll
get
go
into
into
the
this
survey. Okay.
before lunch. Here you go.
Great.
Alrighty.
But Mr. Chair Ortiz is not here. Chair Ortiz is not here.
Oh, that's a second ago. He disappeared. Now we gotta wait.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I think he went die. Is there another bathroom?
I don't know, maybe he left, maybe he's like, this is boring.
Oh,
Who's getting here, but we're not due to break until 10, so I wanted to just say
perfect.
what I'm gonna be doing. There, and then I'll give you a high sign.
Okay.
Doing what you're
Very
doing.
good, very good.
Okay.
Should be another 10, 20.
Yeah, because we have all the survey questions to get through and process this thing.
Oh, very good.
So you're saying like, okay, then we wanted to wait for Chair Ortiz to get that too. Yeah.
Blame it on Andre.
I'll let him know.
Oh, so
that
same.
I'm
So same.
talking to you, and we won't, it's less than an hour for lunch now,
Yeah,
but that'll get us back.
I think people
I'm
are
not,
eager
I'm
to.
more worried about, I'm more concerned with their comfort than,
Yeah.
I mean, we can expand and contract as needed.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's fine, however, like if they are needing lunch, like I feel like people want to talk to each other because they've been listening a lot. So, I mean, is that okay?
Good point. I'm
So
leaving.
do we know where he went? No, you don't know where he went? We're assuming maybe health break.
Or maybe even just to check us out.
I'm not going to get nowhere.
Go ahead.
What, coming in right now? Or is that him? Yes.
And yeah, I'm going to take some of this popcorn with me.
I'm gonna give him the eye. Oh,
This is cute. I don't care if you okay. Still care you do. Fancy.
Anyway, please explain.
I'll take it.
Do you want to explain a little logistics after we do this?
Oh, sure. I'll try.
Or just do this, whatever. You handle it. You're on top of it.
So yeah, I do like to know what's coming if I'm sitting in something like this.
Yeah. All right.
So I think we're gonna go ahead and get back to it. Oh, I thought you were telling me. I'm like,
Want to make sure everybody was here.
yeah.
Everybody's here. Yeah, we're
Okay,
almost there.
listen, I have been on that side of the fence, so let's tell you what's up. What's between us and lunch? That's what my question. Does anyone else have that question? No one has that question but me, because we could just go all the way through our content.
Elizabeth says, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I could have everyone's attention, just because the noise in the room and I need all the attention. So is really what you were trying to help me with, Kate. I appreciate you. Okay. So just really quickly, what's between us and a lunch is we're going to process this exercise we just did, meaning we'll need 2 or 3 of you to share your headlines, and this is a judgment-free zone. What we'll do after that as we move forward, as we adjourn to lunch, which we'll do something right before that, we're going to have you post those headlines so that during lunch people could take a peek at everyone's. And if they're ones that you found insightful or want to know more about, there'll be opportunities to chat with one another, not just today, but as y'all move forward as a board, okay? What we'll do after that is, right before lunch, very quickly go through a synthesis of the surveys that were received, okay? Just so you can see what each other are thinking about things and what's missing from it, okay? Does anyone have any questions about that? So who's interested in sharing, who wants to be first? Don't you want to be first? Thank you. I could feel your energy of like, because you didn't get to
Kelly was
ask your
going.
10 deep engaged questions before. So I could feel you wanted that.
I wouldn't
Are
say
you
that.
a Libra?
No, I'm not.
Can't all be winners. I'm just kidding. Don't cry.
I'm a Cancer if you're interested.
Oh, your birthday's coming up.
My birthday is actually the day after our next meeting.
Oh, good hint.
So if there's cake, I don't know where Allison is.
I
but if
move
there's
for cake.
So my headline was the library becomes a leader in education in higher education attainment through a LVCCLD micro college.
Wow.
You should be best friends with him. What did you just say?
I said that our next tech billionaire shouldn't have to drop out of Stanford because he's the library to become the next tech billionaire.
Best friends forever. Got to start somewhere.
That's awesome.
So that was great. Thank you for being first. Oh, thank you.
I'm a former journalist.
Right.
Just kind of conservative. So mine is just the headline.
Oh, good for you. Okay.
Which is, sorry, every dollar spent touches the lives of our citizens.
Ooh, you went for it.
That's it.
Tug on emotion. Yes, I love it. Okay, one more. Right on.
I wrote Clark County Las Vegas Library District post record engagement with 95% of residents accessing services.
Damn.
Look,
One more.
Kelvin's gonna cry right now.
I wanted to give him 100%, but I thought people move in,
Yeah.
so it's hard.
Yeah.
I love that you had this little consideration.
Let's do one more.
All I seen was the look on his face that said, "Oh, I want to raise."
Yeah. Kelly, let's do yours. Yeah.
I'll do mine.
let's do
Okay.
it. I know you
Mine is the library is much more than a building filled with books.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes, and that's come up, yeah, that, so many people are like, books are our brand, and I don't deny that, but we're also responsive agencies that meet community need, and it's so great that community engagement is at the forefront, and it speaks to the library's commitment to it, so that is very possible, as are all of them, headlines. So thank you guys for sharing that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
All right. So survey says we had a series of questions.
Oh,
As
skip
you know,
this.
we're skipping that because
Because it already
Calvin
happened
did
and we
that.
thought it was going to happen now because we thought we were so important that we would be poor Kevin. It was his fault.
So it's always a challenge to get wonderful feedback, different styles, different ways of expressions. So I took all that and narrowed it into themes that made sense. So if I didn't capture exactly how you worded it, it's okay. Some of you may say, oh my God, it's exactly how I outlined it or articulated it. But it does capture the flow and the theme of each and every one of your comments. So the first question was, what are the top challenges? And I think I asked for 3 challenges, but it's tough. So it's really kind of in 4 areas. One is rebounding beyond the pandemic. It's almost an obvious assumption that we want to move forward. And what is the library going to do as you move forward? You've already opened. I'm so impressed because coming from the Bay Area, they've been really slow to response. It was the, what is it called? Grab and go, just curbside. They're still doing that. I think just last week, was it last week? The main library in San Francisco opened a few floors. And frankly, I was disappointed because I thought, they'd been overly cautious, but there's a lot of political and other challenges that also went into play. So rebounding beyond the pandemic, adapting to change. We've talked about that. That's a reoccurring theme about how important it is to make sure that the organization is nimble to adapt to change relatively quick. I think I heard terms like relevance. We want to avoid obsolescence. I think those are really words that are charged with a little bit of fear and threat about, are we still going to be important in the eyes of the community? There's a term of being essential, and Veranda talked about the second responders. I think that's a real important aspect to future of libraries. How do we adapt to change, and how do we pivot? And I think you've been doing a good job of that. Heard a lot about, we need that new library in West County, West area of your city, that there's a real need for that building. Very proud of your accomplishment with this facility. When did it open? 2018, 2019? Yeah. So kudos to that. It's a beautiful, beautiful facility. But I still think that all of you have that shared goal and vision of having that library. Infrastructure needs. I think there's a little bit of what comes first. How do you maintain your infrastructure? We don't want to defer that because it's more expensive if you wait. So I did hear and understand the fact that you want to maintain renovations and keep these libraries fresh. I also, under that same area, sense that there's a desire to have some mobile access, some sort of outreach, mobile outreach into your communities. And then solidifying board governance. This is a loaded term because that means so much. You want to make sure that your board continues to lead and sustain that as it evolves and changes. I'm personally very impressed with not only the skills and reading your bios, what you bring in terms of the diversity, but also the expertise, which is very much necessary on any board. All right, so that's top challenges. Whoops.
Gotta go back.
Okay, here we go. The next question was, what does the library do well? Obviously pivoted well during the pandemic. You were able to understand the need to go into that digital environment. And I did hear that you want to expand the digital services. So that's an ongoing issue. Several of you said, the library provides so much. You provide something for everyone. That's the best way of capturing the variety of resources, programming that you offer. Again, to reinforce that, all the programming that you do and the breadth of collections, et cetera, continues to be a mainstay. And I love that term about changing the business model. And the way it was articulated was that you went from a model of books and information to a model of community development. I think one of you stated emphatically that that's how you saw the library doing really a great way of transitioning. You're very proud of the fact that you're financially secure, you're debt-free, and I think there's a lot to be said about district that maintains its fiscal solvency, because during the pandemic, with the impact that it's having on budgets, libraries are really coming to terms with reducing services, furloughs. City of Santa Monica laid off almost half of their staff. I've also been involved with the Golden Gate Parks Conservancy, and that's the one that oversees the Muir Woods, Alcatraz. You can imagine with tourism being at just zeroed out, we went from 200 employees to 100. And the reality is that we're probably never going to go back to 200 employees. It's going to be that new normal of a very lean operation. So the fact that you're financially secure is a good thing. And then I also heard that you have outstanding staff and great service. So, you know, I just gave you a quick example of walking into a library and at least 2 different stations, people asked whether I needed something. So that's all great. What do you envision in the future? You want to be a leader, not just in the community, but also at a national level. And I think Clark County has had that reputation in the past of being a true innovator and library leader. I think you want to continue that. So it did resonate in the survey. Growth, I've already mentioned the west area of your county, but mobile outreach and continuing that focus on community development. Heard about celebrating culture, used the terms cultural competencies. And I think you've already sensed that it is a diverse environment. More and more people, it's a large metropolitan area, but you also have the rural, you have the urban, you have different cultures, different languages. When you talk about inclusion, don't forget the word access, because I think that that's the other piece of it that's often overlooked. Folks that you're not serving, but I think you're committed to that, and in celebrating the culture of Southern Nevada by being welcoming to all. And then also you want to see yourselves as a board that's engaged in policy direction. All right, and then the next question was, what do you see your role in shaping the future? The biggest challenge for us in libraries is raising that awareness, right? How many times do you hear that question? Like, I didn't know the library did that, right? Because it's like a constant, repetitive record of we do this and more. Providing support to advance the library goals. I think as you move forward with the playbook, it's going to be really important that not only do you feel that you're going to support the vision of Calvin and his team, but that you're very much part of it and doing what you can to accomplish the outcomes that are stipulated. And then certainly, as a board, you ask the tough questions. And that came up in the survey, in my one-on-one interviews, where you said, you know, I'm not afraid to ask the tough questions. And it may be uncomfortable, but the sign of a good board, and we'll talk about that after lunch, is that you absolutely have to ask the tough questions. And then, of course, gaining a better understanding of staff experiences and their ideas on service to the community. I really love that because you understand that it's important to channel the staff and their professional expertise into your big vision of where you want to take the library. So remember that works kind of in synergy, but the important thing is that it's not done in a vacuum. You've got to understand where the staff is coming from because they really connect with the community. My role in San Francisco as city librarian, I wasn't always aware of the neighborhoods and what was happening. I would go out and do neighborhood visits, it goes without saying, but I always relied on the branch managers, the staff, security personnel. They knew those communities, right? And so I think that's the same thing applies in any of these circumstances. And then your tremendous networks, your role of facilitating community connections is important.
Just really quickly, I just wanted to say about that when you said, because that is so prevalent when a lot of us talk to people, the public, about libraries, and they say, oh, I didn't know you did that. And ebooks are a good example of that. I mean, Kelvin and I knew each other quite a few moons ago, but we both worked in ebooks at our previous organizations at a time when it was just starting to blow up, and we were trying to find new models, work together across the country to find new models to deliver ebooks. And I don't know if you remember, OCLC did a study of how many people, the public, it was like 30 to 40% were, or only 30 to 40%, and I think I'm being generous, were aware that libraries even had ebooks. To last year, when library card usage is signups are going up because it's the only place to get ebooks. And I don't mean to say the pandemic is an opportunity, but it is a time where we can convert those just-in-time needs to regular customers of the library, and not just with ebooks, with other services as well, since now we have them in the virtual door.
Excellent. All right, the last one. What top goals would you like for the library to focus on in the next 3 to 5 years? And, there's always a risk to have a survey and then not have it connect with what your executive director would like to see move forward. But here's the good news. There is some synergy. There is some overlay. Innovation. You talk about what can we do that no other library is doing. I get so excited when libraries are wanting to be that model for others to emulate. In San Francisco, the thing that I'm most proud of, my 40-year tenure, was beginning that whole movement across the country on having social workers in the library. I mean, if anybody says, what defined your experience? That's it, right? Clark County can do similar things, whatever that is. I don't know what the answer or the future holds, but that's what I think you can be an innovator. Building that West Side Library and maintaining your facilities, expanding services in underserved communities. And I specifically heard and saw in your surveys that you have a young population, you have a diverse population that you want to make sure that they are, to use a term earlier, represented in your libraries. And then catalyst for well-being of the community. Libraries, the term health has been expanded so much broadly now. It's not just physical, but it's mental health. It's just quality of life issues. The library could be at the focal point of that. And I think that's what you're getting at when you say serving as a catalyst for the well-being. And then I think we've already heard serving as an agent for education and workforce development, and then remaining debt-free. So again, this captures the highlights of the feedback that we gained in the surveys. But we don't want to end here because I know that we didn't get 100% participation, but all is not lost because you can either give us a Post-it note if you have any additional area that you want us to add, because this is going to be in the record. We want to make sure that it's part of what Veronda and I are doing. Yeah, that we can summarize in the actual highlight of the work we're doing with you, that you feel that you've captured everything that you bring. And that's it. I think well, let me open it up. Are there any questions, any clarity on any of these slides?
Or things that jump out at you in terms of highlights from that?
Let me go around the table here. Senator Raymaker, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm really good with all the things. And I think from my conversations with you, I'm seeing the input from everybody very much in there. And I appreciate that.
Great.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Dr. Rogers, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm fine with everything that's presented.
Thank you very much. Kate Turner-Whiteley, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Nathaniel Waugh, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jose Luis Melendres, do you have any questions or comments?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Jerome, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Elizabeth Foyt, do you have any questions or comments?
Not at this time, other than to compliment you on really summarizing what came from the survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Benavides, do you have any questions or comments?
Just a quick comment. I know, when we entered this pandemic that nobody was expecting, the word of essential worker came up, right? And so, I think that was one of the things we're like, well, what is an essential worker and what categories fall in there? And, to think that, our libraries or a librarian would have been considered an essential worker, they really were. And so I wanted to just make sure that it's on record that, that was one of the jobs that, I don't think many people would expect, would be under that category, but it
a
definitely
great-
was appreciated.
That's a great point. As a matter of fact, ALA was debating about whether we should push hard with the CDC and include the library workers as essential workers for the vaccine. Remember how we were
Right.
kind of lining them up? But to that point, absolutely
And,
true.
you know, at San Francisco Public, the staff is in the city or in the city county. They are essential workers. And one thing I have one of my girlfriends works there at San Francisco SFPL, and she was deployed as a Spanish-English bilingual contact tracer initially. And she's still deployed to that. She went like March of last year. That agency was so impressed with the skills of that librarian and other librarians that came. She then was promoted to be head of a team of bilingual Spanish-English contact tracers. She was then promoted again. I mean, I don't know if it's promoted when you're in a pandemic, but now she works with a Spanish-only case investigation team in the community to go out into the community and work with community groups to support Latinx folks impacted by COVID to ensure the resources that they have access to are culturally relevant, et cetera, in San Francisco. And I talked with an infectious disease doctor who worked with her directly. And he was saying, I didn't know librarians could do, and library people, I don't want to just say MLS, but library people could do these. I mean, they've been so impressed. He is interested in creating a public health certification opportunity for library people because we so touch the public. We're such a trusted resource. How can we be a better resource more proactively as second responders?
As part of that disaster service worker requirement, they also had to do the food bank distribution. And then one of the interesting ones, tougher ones, was to manage the motels that were deployed for the homeless communities.
Yeah.
So your colleague, Michael Lambert, spent many an evening managing a hotel that basically had the people experiencing homelessness housed in this
And
hotel. So
I have someone in Marion,
talk
Iowa,
about
did
not
the
signing
same
up
thing.
for this.
Yeah.
They were definitely heroes in many ways.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Trustee Wilson, did you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. I do have one quick comment. Being the chair, being the trustee, my mind is just moving 1,000 miles a minute. And the reason is because Southern Nevada is unique in many, many directions. The economy changes quickly. We're one disaster away from being unemployed. The land, there's no more land. We're landlocked. So whatever we do in capital improvements, if it doesn't happen quickly, we're running out of space. Now, we can go up, but of course, there's a cost factor. Thirdly, because of the type of population and the type of economy, we don't manufacture anything, we don't produce anything, we import everything. We have one gas line that comes in, 7 days of supply in case a disaster occurs. Then what does that mean to us? All the planning in the world has to happen in a short amount of time in whatever we do, because now the good news is we're our own funding authority. The bad news is that now we would be competing with everybody else for the money. So that, to me, that's the overriding
Those
shell
constraints,
in what we're doing here today. Thank you for listening.
Those are such opportunities. I mean, they're exciting opportunities because speaking of landlocked, San Francisco was the epitome of density. 800, 900,000 people in 40 square miles, very tight. So we had to be really creative. And some of these models that we came up with was about there's no land. So what do we do? How do we provide new libraries and all that? So I'd be happy to talk to you all about some of those ideas. But I love the fact that you're already thinking about the fact that you do have those challenges of
and seeing what you're
land.
up against. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's
Thank
go ahead and
you.
break for lunch. It is 12:20. Let's try to get back here at 1:15 if you need to step out.
And if you, just a reminder, if you would be so kind as to post your headlines there so others can see them throughout the day, that would be great. We would appreciate that.
I'm going to do it on the whiteboard.
On the
It's
white one,
easier.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, you guys, for your attention such a long day. So we really appreciate your contributions and your attention.
Thank you. Adjourn the meeting for lunch. All right, let's go ahead and get started.
See you.
Call the meeting back to order.
Good.
Can you start?
You want me to?
Yeah.
Yes,
'cause
go
I'm
ahead.
kinda
All
wanna
right.
eat some popcorn.
Thank you for lunch. That was wonderful. It's a nice opportunity to connect with some of you on a one-on-one basis, which we appreciate. So now we're going to get into kind of a different mindset. I think one of the outcomes was to talk through some expectations on your role on the board. And then so the challenge for Veranda and I was that we work in a variety of board settings. She can talk about some of the experiences she's had on her boards, and I'll do the same thing, and also perhaps share some stories of the commission. We call it a commission in San Francisco because it was an administrative body appointed by the mayor to oversee the library department. And so it had its own set of boundaries, if you will, in terms of what was expected from a library commissioner. All right, so the first slide talks about the role of a library board. You are, in essence, an entity that advises on policy. And when you think about earlier discussions today, we're looking at kind of the high-level view. Your role, from my standpoint, having worked with commissioners and trustees, is to think big picture, support the vision, but not get into the weeds. And sometimes it's difficult because we think, we bring an expertise and we want to see our ideas channeled literally to the nitty-gritty on the ground of operations. And that can be detrimental to the overall organization. We can talk about some of what happens when that in fact takes place.
I would like to take a risk and use a sports analogy.
Okay.
So, you know what, Calvin? I know. That's why you just can't be putting me on blast like this.
We're all waiting, Calvin, kind of like, oh no, what is it?
So, I mean, I one time played sport. So it's interesting because when you're using the coach and the coach going between like the team owners and the players who are doing everything. So this kind of implementation of vision, of course, the people who are in this advisory role to a team, I presume, are not like, okay, do a 41 Dutch. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about right now, but you know what I'm saying to you. Like, let's say that's a play, 41 Dutch. But could be a play, right? I did that on purpose. So, but you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know any people who own a football team. I don't know any of their names. I don't know, just Joe Namath, maybe. So he's not making, should I let this go? But you see what I mean, right? Y'all see what I mean? The people who are in advisory positions are not with the coach guy saying, here's how you're going to run across the field, is what I mean. Here's how the touchdown is going to happen. They're saying where they want the team to go. They want, here's my vision for it. Here's, this, X, Y, and Z. They're not in the, 41 Dutch is probably going to be a famous play someday. And you guys, I will come back to this meeting and expect an apology when it is a famous play by some player that is on a team right now. Can't think anybody's name. But I was going to try, but that's okay. See my point. Feel free to clap. Thank you, you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're probably going to take some money from us, aren't you?
So,
That's embarrassing. But do you see what I'm saying, Louis?
I think so.
You know what?
I'm not sure, actually, but it's okay. Yeah, they got it. They got it. I know. No, she owes me one from yesterday. So we're
I
keeping
appreciate
tabs,
your
yeah.
willingness to be vulnerable.
I will
But-
explain this more later.
Yes, yeah, but let's talk about the policy setting piece, okay? Policy is a loaded term as well. It can vary from setting parameters on who borrows books, right? To much higher level determination of how we identify land for a new library, or how we determine whether we're going to go for a bond measure, all of that. So it runs a gamut. Where I think there's a slippery slope is when it gets to a fine line between policies that impact daily operations. And I'll give you a great example of one in Pasadena. I had a chair that for some reason was just upset that folks could borrow up to 50 books on the library card. It was a lot, right? But he just didn't get it. He said, no, you need to change that. It needs to be 10 or whatever limit he wanted, but it was smaller than our 10. And my discussion with him was that that's a operational, administrative, circulation issue. It's not a commission policy to get to that level of detail. And we went back and forth for quite a while, but that's just an example of where you need to have that dialogue about what constitutes policy setting at your level, okay? And then we'll talk more about communication and about open dialogue so that then you can almost second nature determine whether the policy you're setting is appropriate for your decision making or not, okay? I don't know, are there any examples? Calvin, you've got great experience in other places where, that distinction between good policy setting at the board level and operational. Okay.
Are you on mic? Are you on mic?
I don't know. I was going to say, she should have asked me first. I would have told her the Fumblerooski or something like that.
Is that real?
That is a real play.
Okay. What about 2052 Skidoo? Is that a real play? Because they say that on TV sometimes.
So I can use an example of where I was given the vision was to create a program that allowed library customers to have a library card for life. Easy enough, right? So I did that, and I think I even explained it during the interview process, how we opened up our library card process. We made it simpler, and we executed and did it, right? Library card for life. If you were born in the Broward County, you could get a library card. Okay. Well, the commissioner who came up with that idea said that was not my vision. I wanted to give babies library cards, and so that's an example of here's what this was the direction that I was given. I delivered on a program that gave library cards for life, but the nuances of giving a baby a library card, because babies don't read, in my opinion, was not how operationally I thought as the library director to execute that program.
And
So
you
that's
know
an
the
example.
implications of a card that,
Collecting birth certificates, all of that.
or even just the card can be used by adults. So,
correct.
So there are other.
But that's one example
Yeah.
of
Good.
going.
Good. And I think others will bubble up as we continue the conversation. But thank you, Calvin, for that. The second bullet works with library administration and planning and goal setting. It is a partnership. Okay. It's not one entity saying, this is where we think we should be going, and your director and team are at opposite extremes or opposite poles. Good example of this is today with the actual vision or the playbook. If you noticed, he was very strategic in saying, I'm presenting you with this, providing input. At next meeting, July, I guess, you'll adopt it. And, that's where it becomes an official document. That's exactly how it should work, right? There's a process. I remember my commission and my team would say, we want fines free. That was a big deal because of the money involved. We were going to lose revenue. It took a heck of a lot longer than I would have wanted, maybe a year and a half instead of a 3 or 4 month process. And the reason it was such a labored process was because we needed to do due diligence with a lot of different partners. The county treasurer, who always counted every single revenue stream. But the point is that some of those policies required more than one, as I said to my team, one sitting with our commission. You can almost gauge that some policy setting will require 6 months worth of dialogue. Others might be a quick, we can do this at 1 sitting or 2 sittings, whatever. I'm impressed that you're going to have that adoption in July, which what it says is that you've already gotten the process in such a place that you'll be ready. And if not, then it continues a little bit beyond that. But the point of dialogue and communication is that no one likes surprises. And I think that the partnership really supports the notion of good communication and a good understanding of what they're going to approve, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with you, right, in any kind of policy setting. So planning and goal setting is really crucial as far as your role, and then certainly the financial and capital planning. I think I've heard the word master plans, fiscal sustainability, solvency. All those are crucial, and you never take those for granted, because the future health of an organization is all based on the fiscal stability, right, of organizations. I'll give you an example with the Golden Gate Parks Conservancy that I'm working with right now. We were riding high. Our endowment was up here. We were planning a long process for strategic planning, and then the pandemic. The wheels just came off. So what we had to do in terms of pivoting was a quick, what they call a strategic sprint. It wasn't a process, it was a sprint, literally, where within 2 months, we were like totally changing our business model, you name it. And I was, at first, as a board member, I kept thinking like, wow, it's going too fast for my own liking. I really am more deliberate and I want more time. But the CEO was effective in bringing a team that would explain the urgency of why that decision could not wait. Because we literally, as I said earlier, furloughed and downsized almost 50%. We just had no choice. We borrowed money. We went back through the federal government to get the whatever I forget that loan, CARES Act and some of the initial one. All that to say that financial planning is essential. So your board, you as board members need to understand timing issues. Timing is everything in terms of your deliberations and in terms of what you put on the table and on the agendas for discussion. And I know you probably think it's a no-brainer, but it really isn't. It's a very deliberative process for that. The same thing with capital planning. It's amazing. I know you talk about the need to expand services and all that. The new models for library services are changing. So what does that mean in terms of your own planning process? Is something that you need to work hand in hand. Another role is advocating and influencing. And that's probably the role as a political animal that all of you, like it or not, have as part of your role. You do bring a certain level of connections to other government officials. You're either appointed by a commission or a city council, in your case, or you represent certain constituencies. That role is absolutely critical and necessary for a successful board. And the more diversity in opinion and in what you advocate and the resources you bring, the stronger your entire corpus will be. So keep that in mind. There's nothing wrong with uh, raising a voice for those that are not represented, especially, and to make sure that there's always that equity lens and that focus on making sure you meet the needs of the unserved. And then the last one, and this is not comprehensive, by the way. These are just kind of top of mind. In Veranda and I reading different articles, there's consistency in these roles. Support the CEO. Okay. The worst thing that can happen in organizations is where the CEO feels marginalized or they feel like they don't have that safety net in the political world. I was very fortunate. You know, I worked in cities where there was a city manager government. So obviously I would report to the city manager, or not directly to the mayor, or deputy city manager, and depending on the size of the city. But in San Francisco, it was a strong mayor. So obviously I was appointed by the mayor and it was just at will, et cetera. I actually preferred that because I knew that that relationship with the mayor determined my success. And so what I'm getting at in terms of the commission support and the CEO, it would surprise me if Calvin did not develop one-on-one relationships with each of you, whether it's the chair, incoming chair, vice chair. It'll be different, but it'll be significant that he'll nurture that. And each of you in your roles need to nurture that relationship with him. Not necessarily with the administrative team. That's his job. His job is to hold them accountable, not for you. You don't have to hold them accountable. You hold Calvin accountable, right? I think some of the, again, slippery slope is when any of you start working directly with team members. And yes, it's good to have conversation. It's good to share opinions. But I'll never forget, I had a new trustee, new commissioner. Whoops, just lost this.
That's okay. Do you need support? Okay.
Maybe. So I had a new commissioner and I was touring branches with her. And we stopped at a branch and we walked inside and she says, "Oh my God, Luis, this is terrible. You've just got to get all that signage off." I mean, it was, granted, it was cluttered. That library did not have that professional look. But that was a classic example of a commissioner overstepping their boundaries, of saying, this is what you should do, and you tell staff, you know, I want to see that change. So we had a conversation. It was, I mean, it turned out we had a great relationship, but it started off on a very challenging thing, like, holy moly, I'm going to have somebody who's going to be telling us, you know, how to run the library. And so I just, a word of caution that just have that lens, know what hat you're wearing. You're wearing a very important hat, but it's a hat that's an influencer. You bring your network, you bring your expertise, and you advocate, but you also support the total vision. And you do it in a shared vision, shared platform. So you may have different opinions, you might have dialogue, discussion, debate. We'll talk a little bit about that. But at the end of the day, once you approve a policy, you approve a direction, you're in it to win it, and you do it together. Like that playbook, that's exciting because you're going to have bits of that playbook that you are going to be able to articulate and convey to your communities. So you need to be well versed on it as well. Absolutely know what that playbook is about. And it's kind of in mind, I remember inclusion, involvement. What was the third one? First one.
I wanted
Innovative.
innovation. Yes.
As a test. I was just looking at you.
Yes.
But see, that thing stays with you, and then you can just take it to the next step. All right, enough said. Let's stop here, and then would love to hear from you. Is any questions on any of these bullets? Plus, let's add to it and see if we agree that your role also includes any other aspects of.
I'll put them on this
Yeah, thank you.
flip chart. If people have things that are missing or things that they want to delve a little deeper into, that
Trust-
maybe that's just part A.
Trustee Brian Wilson, let's start with you.
Actually, come back to me, Chair, if you would.
Okay, no worries. Trustee Nathaniel Wah.
I don't have anything for now, but I may later.
Okay. Trustee Kate Turner Whiteley.
So one of the things that I look at and I see up there or I don't see up there that I think I've experienced in the couple of meetings we've had together is the sort of idea about questioning and analyzing and sort of looking for outcomes. We've used the word outcomes a couple of times today. Is that something that we should be doing, or is that something we should be trusting that Kelvin has his team doing? How deep do we dig into like what's the ROI on that program?
You have every right to ask the tough questions about outcomes and clarity on what they should be. You can have a discussion and modify the outcomes. But no, that's absolutely, you want to measure.
Okay.
We're going to get to another aspect of boards, and one of them is to be able to evaluate yourself and your success as a board. And if you don't feel like you really accomplished the goals that you set by real concrete measures, then would not evaluate yourself as effective as you could. But that's absolutely okay to ask.
So it's okay for us to consider part of our role as where the buck stops.
Yeah,
That's such a bad
absolutely,
proverbial saying,
absolutely.
but like,
The return on investment, and I think we're learning a lot in the library business about how we are businesses. Yes, we're free, we're taxpayer based, but at the end of the day, the model is outcomes and return on investment. It doesn't have to be dollars necessarily, but it has to be impact. So yeah.
There's another term that I use, which is return on customer as well.
I like that.
Which is the more of the buzz with the marketing piece, right? So as Louise mentioned, it's the return on investment. I've probably for almost 30 years have said that libraries are businesses. Probably going back when I was meeting with libraries a long time ago. But return on customer is the other piece, and that is the telling our story, because the libraries, we're still working to tell our story in a non-financial way as well, which is just as significant.
And we've actually come a long way in terms of measurement. Measurement used to be the number of books circulated, which was punitive to communities of color because, the impact, the tradition, if you will, of taking a stack of books home was different in terms of them sitting and having homework help that would help a handful of young people whose lives would be changed in terms of success in school. Or summer learning, the summer reading programs, all of those programs. The measurement, from my perspective, changed in the summer reading programs from the number of participants to the number of first-time participants, which would have been kids that really were impacted. See the distinction there? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Trustee Jennifer. Jerome, do you have any questions on these theories?
I don't think at this time I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Sandra Remaker.
Not so much as a question, but I think it's important for us to remember that with Calvin, we tell him what we see. We can tell him and ask questions, but we shouldn't be telling him how to do his job. We hired him knowing that he knew how to do the things that need to get done, that we can give suggestions, but we don't go in there and tell him, you got to go do it this way, because that's not how we hired him. And that way we can be the supportive person that we need to be, but we can also give him the information that we see that's going on somewhere without.
Right.
And I think it's very careful. We need to not cross those lines.
Yeah. And let me also qualify that. Support doesn't mean carte blanche. You're holding them accountable. You're also setting expectations of of what you want to see as deliverables, right? Because you're confident that he will deliver, and that's part of the dynamic of a board CEO relationship.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. I think mine mirrors that a little bit in terms of just making sure that when we, I guess, as we're fostering and nurturing our relationships with Kelvin directly, that we're not providing directions to him or influencing him that's contrary to the shared goals that we've agreed as a board, or that aligns with the playbook, that we don't deviate from that, trying to call football term audibles to him directly to have to execute.
I love that.
And I think the other part for me that resonates, I think not necessarily a question we need to discuss, but I think more so tools that you can give us in terms of questions that we can ask ourselves collectively for that first one, like really determining from a policy setting questions we should ask ourselves when we're reviewing policies, on which ones we should hone in on and which ones we should be like, oh, this is more of a day-to-day operational one that Kelvin and team should be able to move that one forward.
That's right. Absolutely. Yeah. And as we think of some examples, but I can also come up with a list of questions to ask yourself. Is this, and something that comes to mind, does this have fiscal implications? Does this policy have long-term ramifications? Is this in the best interest of our constituents? Those are the kind of questions that will help frame your decision about whether it's a policy issue or not. But I hear what you're saying. Okay.
Thank you very much, Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
Would just say that I see our role in being able to use Kelvin as our conduit to ask, how does a particular department function? In other words, asking of you, because you know in depth. When we don't, and in doing that, then we end up understanding all the components that go with it. Or if we have a theory that maybe something isn't functioning the way that we think it's supposed to, you can certainly clarify that. And we're very fortunate. Kelvin is extraordinarily easy to approach and discuss things with in a very discreet manner. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Trustee Kelly Benavides.
So I want to piggyback a little bit on Trustee Rogers. I mean, obviously, as a board, we're very diverse to start with. And so not always do we see eye to eye in certain directions. And I'm usually the devil's advocate one, but I always open up the statement where I might be outnumbered, but if that's the agreement of the board, then that's our goal. And so we all need to work together to make sure that, that's our goal. I might not necessarily agree with it, but if I'm outvoted and that's how the direction of the board wants to take it, then we need to all be supportive and understanding that not one of us is more or has more power than anyone else. We're all one vote on this board. And I've said that before to the entire board of, we're one vote and you move as the whole board moves that direction, not as you would want it moved.
Couldn't have said it better. Okay. And also there's another slide that we're going to share on exemplary boards and how they function, that we can have conversations about that, precisely about the different styles and different roles that each of you may play within a board. Okay.
A couple more people. Hang on one second. Jose Luis Melendez.
I appreciate the point you're making, but I think that there's more room for interpretation there, because as my role as a trustee, I'm appointed by an elected official who is responsible or held accountable by the people who voted for him. And I remember when I was first appointed, the elected official telling me, just monitor and manage that budget. I don't want any problems with the budgets. I'm like, okay, I understand. But then when I look at my role as a trustee, there's also that process. I'm still a library user. So I'm there and I'm seeing things, and I get it about, working with our executive director. Hey, I picked up on something, just wanted to share this with you so you'd be thinking about it. But I'm also on the side of, 2 years ago before the pandemic, when we did the social work study, I was kind of like the program director for that, working with the staff to make sure the social work students knew what they were doing. And I was doing a lot of interacting with staff and that one library and all this. I've done some work with Matt and things that we've done, because I bring a lot of my community-based programs into the library. So I'm very much a
right.
user. And so I think there needs to be some, I think there needs to be an understanding of that, because I think all of us as trustees, we hold different roles. And I get it that, okay, when I'm in my trustee hat, this is what I'm supposed to be behaving like and acting. But, you know, for me as a Latino, I get very emotional about some things sometimes. And I have, you know, I have no issue of, hey, you know, what about this or that, or bring this. So I guess, you know, for me, I think there's still space there for clarification, because like that person the example you shared, you know, that person made some statements about the library that they walked into, right? But did they make them directly to you, or did they go to the staff first and then they got back to you that they had said something to the staff? You know, because if I was going to make a critique of a library, I would never go to the staff. You know, I would go to the executive director. Hey, you know, I noticed this, or I picked up on something. Just FYI for you in your role.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And one of the things that I would offer is that it's about setting priorities. And that's a challenging issue for boards. Because let's take a program, your example of the social worker program. And I don't know the nuts and bolts of it, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, you see that as a priority because you see the need right there. It's a budgetary issue. It's a priority setting. Someone else might say, we can't afford that program because we still have to buy books and we have to buy. So at the end of the day, it's about competing priorities. And your role is to define those priorities within the framework. And then ultimately, your CEO and his team will come back with set of priorities. I love that part of my commission that would literally say, you know, here are the priorities. Sometimes I went to them saying, for this budget year, I'd like to see this and that happen. And it wasn't always going to be supported 100%, but there was a compromise, there was a negotiation, and sometimes that was done publicly. Sometimes it was on a one-on-one where I would have conversations, Jose, you with Calvin, saying, you know, this is really important. I feel that it represents a constituency that's been neglected or whatever, or it's a trend that's going to be worth supporting. Then it's a matter of setting, you know, short and long-term priorities. But it is a conversation that needs to happen. I don't think it's a mutually exclusive.
Lisa, I did have one quick comment.
Yeah.
My role, and I get it. When I ask a question or ask the director to look to do something, at least bring it back. I see the staff's wheels turning like, oh, did we do something wrong? Do we need to change? No, that's up to the director to come back and say, that's a great suggestion, but that doesn't work for us for these reasons. Then these are public hearings. So at one point, I think we had 320 people on there, employees, who were making, during the pandemic, financial decisions about their lives.
Yeah.
How do we lay off people? Do we kick them to the unemployment office? Do we pay them? And when an individual's not privy to the entire picture, it only comes across in a negative way. And was never the intent. But you can't have an exchange with somebody that's come to the podium and said, I got offended. All you can do is apologize.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest challenge as trustees, you know, because those are the hard decisions somebody has to make. When our budget goes to the legislature, it's our signature, making sure 2 + 2 = 4, making sure we're within budget, we didn't go under. And so it's a real fine line and a challenge, and eating a lot of crow, if I can put it that way. We really have to do that because they're our constituents. They may not understand. So anyway, that's a commentary. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Let's move on.
Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Nathaniel, you had a question?
Well, I mean, I do, but I believe it was
Okay,
Brian.
let's start with you first. Go ahead.
So I guess, you know, looking at the roles that you kind of described is, without giving too much information, there was a situation recently, and I think it's part of not only, you know, again, kind of to what Jose had mentioned, is, you know, we're library users, we're trustees as well, and it just happens sometimes that during your visits or things like that, or just previous relationships, that people feel more comfortable if there's an issue just going directly to trustee. The way I approached it is I just sent that straight over to Calvin. As I said, this came to my attention, I'm making you aware of it, do with it, take it with it, what you will. And so I guess just kind of your thoughts on, where that fits in. Obviously, I'm not going to take, I'm not going to put a trustee WA suggestion box in every library and go with Kelvin and say, these are what folks are saying, do something about it, like Mr. Smith goes to Washington or something. But I guess kind of what that, navigating that thing between sometimes it's just easier talking to trustees because we're a group of really, really nice and approachable people versus, the monolith of chain of command, and especially if it's something that's personal or something that's just
Right.
not. I don't feel comfortable talking to this person or this
Right.
person, but
Right.
I feel comfortable talking to you. So it's something that's made aware of in the system. Kind of what your views on that is.
I'm not suggesting also that there should not be any communication with board and the admin team. I think it's healthy to have camaraderie and support and talk to each other. It's just understanding the protocols. that
Can
I'm
I
getting at.
say something? In my obviously I'm an assistant director in my organization, and I have board approach me directly about things. And the first thing I do is tell the executive director and say, where do you want to go with this? Is this something you want me to handle? Is it something you want to move forward? And I'm speaking from a team member, obviously, point of view, not the public. But the first thing, literally, not in the current organization I'm in, but in other organizations, and I'm not saying this is good or bad, but we even had to copy any communication we had with a board member to the executive. The executive director had to be because it's their relationship, not that person reports to the CEO, reports to the board. So I always, and again, I'm speaking staff-wise as opposed to a member of the public, a body you're representing. I always just go straight to my executive.
Well, in my example, it was a staff member.
Oh, okay.
Which is why it was a different
But yeah,
situation.
that's my policy, and that is what I would tell my team as well. That needs to report up. It's not, it's not a patron. It's not a member library. It's, it's that relationship, and we support the CEO as staff.
Luis, we have one more. Brian, did you have a question, comment?
I just kind of had a comment on it that what I see missing from this is the citizen part of this being a citizen board here. We're all appointed by elected officials. We're all here because an elected official wanted us to represent their constituents. And as part of that, we all have a certain skill set or a certain area that we can contribute. And while the director is our one employee and everything should go through the director, and I completely agree and support that idea. I think the board and the individual skills should be tapped more directly by the staff. I mean, if we're looking at what kind of programs the library should be doing, they could help prisoners. Guess who we have here that might be helpful for that? If we're looking at programs that might help kids with school, I'm wondering if there's anybody in this table that can raise their hand and be a direct benefit to that. And this role of a board kind of makes us like this abstract group on a pedestal who's just pinching pennies and watching budgets and not taking full advantage of the real life experience of a very, very diverse group here.
Let's be clear on that. That's not what we're messaging. And I think it's a perfect segue to an exercise that I would want us to engage in, which is, again, take either your notepads and think about the assets and skill set and expertise that you bring, whether it's representing a community, whether it's network, whatever it is. We want to have that listed on a flip chart. So can you take
because I understand and agree, because I've been in situations, for example, I manage our national learning program and we want to incorporate micro learning into it. One of our board members is with Kaiser Permanente, the library director at Kaiser Permanente, and they have been doing this forever. Now, the way I think in this particular case, the way that worked is I went through my CEO and said, hey, and she even came to me and said, hey, I do this microlearning all the time. I'm like, wonderful. Let me talk to my boss and see how she wants to proceed with this. And I worked directly with, but I worked with her at the direction of my CEO, meaning she had a wonderful advisory conversation with me to help me understand it. But again, it was through the leadership of my CEO, not me just saying, oh, great, let's get down, which is what I would do as a member. Do you see what
No,
the
I do, and
distinction I'm
I agree
making?
with you. I
Because
think it all needs
needed
to go in
be her
coordination with the director.
Yeah.
I just wanted,
You don't want it cut off. To cut it off would be a loss to the library, is what I hear
Right,
you saying.
right, and that's what I
yeah.
see from this list, is it was just, that seemed what was missing to me, is it
I hear you.
tapping into those resources of
Yeah.
what's here, and
Well, I'll tell you what, we should add
empowering
it.
people to go to the director with those skill sets that they offer.
I think we should add that as a bullet. And I think you couched it as either empowering or tapping the skill set.
Yeah,
of-
leveraging the, yeah.
Leveraging, I love that word, leveraging
I'm gonna write this too,
the
though.
talent and capital, human capital
I
that
agree
board
with you,
members
Brian.
bring to the table.
I'd like to add one more thing. And he definitely alluded to it. We are a citizens board. And my commissioner in particular, as well as the city council person that are responsible for my position here, made a real point that I am there as an advocate for their community, my community.
Sure.
And it is my mission to ask the tough questions and get involved from the ground level up. And that is
love that.
as significant as anything that's listed here. So that's sometimes what leads me to ask those mean little questions. Thank you.
And this is not a shy group. So I would expect that, and that's all good. I'll come back to this. Rhonda, are we ready for that exercise, or do we want to move on?
Do you guys feel like this do you feel, I tried to be sure to represent what you said, because I totally, again, I've had great success in leveraging the talents of board members through my executive director. So I agree with you that that should be up here. And I think, I just want to be sure this represents what, and you feel comfortable with adding this to the list as I have it. But you trust me. You trust me.
Let's read it.
Okay.
The first one is leveraging talent and skills boards
bring to
the table. I think actually board members.
Okay.
Board directors bring to the table. And then Elizabeth, your point was ask tough questions to advocate and represent community needs.
So yeah.
Okay. So let me suggest this. Instead of a one-on-one exercise, let's do a collective exercise. We'll list what other assets you bring as board members. Okay? Let's do a little brainstorming.
Trustee Wilson, go ahead.
I have an extensive background in data gathering, analytics.
There you go.
Trustee Foyt.
I've lived in this community since the mid-50s. I am a retired journalist who is actually a second-generation journalist. I have an enormous circle of community organizations, community leaders. I bring, I guess, a lot of contacts to the board, or are available to the board. And I did originally train as a librarian, so I'm aware of it from that perspective, and worked in the field at one time. I just, I feel, although we're not elected, that my position is to be very firm in being an advocate for the constituents that I represent.
Beautiful, beautifully stated.
Thank you very much. Trustee Melendez?
So from my perspective, I think how I approach all of my work and professionally, and I've been able to do it, fortunate to be able to do that, that I always approach it from a diversity and equity lens. My personal experience, both personally and professionally, that I've dealt with that. So I approach it from that lens, and unfortunately, because of the pandemic, everything that's dealing with racial and social justice has been put to the forefront, and I think it applies here in the library as well.
Absolutely.
The library we're sitting in today, as a Latino in this community, we were fighting for something like this for over 20 years. Maybe some of my mentors, maybe even longer. And
Wow.
my very first vote as a trustee was to vote for this library to be built.
Wow. So there's a
That's
tremendous sense of
powerful.
pride,
So
right?
to be able to see that, and
Yeah.
so
Did other people know that? That's powerful. Yeah.
We missed the warm up on the extraordinary thing. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
repeat all of that.
I'm pretty new.
It was good. It
We are
was
people of
good. You should
mystery. I'll
repeat it.
try to clarify. I'll try to be shorter this time. No, I think, I'm pretty new. I haven't had even a chance to have a real conversation with the vast majority of this board. Elizabeth and I knew each other years ago when I was a Cub publicist, and she was the queen of the Las Vegas Sun, and I was desperate for her to write about my clients. But we haven't connected any time recently, right? Brian reached out to me when I joined. We've had a couple of really engaging conversations and thoughtful conversations. Nate and I connected on Twitter. Otherwise, I don't really know anyone. And I think that's a great story,
It's a
right?
beautiful story, and made me proud, right? As a Latino, I've seen that issue in many communities of color of saying, fighting for, I did some work in Tacoma. They were having budget issues several years ago. Guess which 2 neighborhood libraries they closed? The ones that impacted the communities of color. So, I mean, sad reality, but it is what it is.
Jennifer
Anyway.
Jerome?
I'm a career educator and school librarian, and bring that perspective of what children need and what families need, and how the library district can help support our families.
Thank you very much. Trustee Benavides?
So I am the longest sitting trustee on this board. I've been on the board now, I was counting the years, 17 years of being on the board. I've gone through 4 different directors of hiring process and retiring process. So that's my perspective is I have a little bit of history compared to even some of the employees. I've been here, I've seen employees come and go. I'm also a long resident of Las Vegas. I grew up here, so I have that connection as well. First generation American. So that perspective, as our Latino community, we're still very connected. We're a small community compared to other areas, but a very fast growing community. So I bring that perspective. I have a young child still that we take to the library. So the perspective of having still a young family that you're exploring the library district, seeing it through his eyes as well.
The direct impact on the service delivery to your, on a personal level.
Correct.
That's huge. It's huge.
Thank you very much. Trustee Raymaker?
Well, I guess what I bring, the way I look at it is I can bring the view as an elected official, which is a little different than being appointed. Although I was appointed by the county commissioner, but I have been an elected official for between water and city for about 18 years worth. So I can see things coming, how it is sitting in a different position, looking at what the constituents want and how to bring it to them. I've also been very, very active. I live in a small town of Mesquite, which is further away than all the rest of our libraries. But watching how that came about and listening to someone say that sits on the commission saying, we don't need libraries. So it's arguing that position as to why we need libraries. So it's bringing it from that direction. And then my whole work career has always been medical. And then I have a big background in water. So I bring things just a little bit different than what some of the others do. And I think the fact that we all have something different and been involved makes us a good working board, because we know how to, we don't mind interacting with each other. We like Kelly was saying, we don't always agree, but once something is decided, we follow that. And I think that's an important thing to get across to people, is we need to speak as one voice.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Remaker's being too shy. She's Mayor Pro Tem. at
You know,
River City.
I picked that up when we did the interview, but I also want to add what you captured was a political acumen and the political savvy. And all of you bring some level of that. Yours is from the elected perspective. So when we talked about, Dr. Rogers, we talked about the policy distinction, I think you can certainly add and contribute to that piece as well.
Thank you very
So
much.
the political piece is really important.
Dr. Rogers?
I operate in a couple of different areas. So I would say probably I interface a lot with the federal government, with local government, school districts, state education systems, all the way to K through 20. Also grant writing, resource development, research, assessment, evaluation, and entrepreneurship.
Wow. I mean,
That's not enough, Dr. Rogers.
You know, yeah, I think many of
I don't know.
community would want to take him.
And
have
and
you
through
join
all
their
that,
boards, yeah.
the network that I bring
Yeah.
and access to people across all those
Yeah.
different spectrums.
I want to comment about the education connection. I've heard UNLV, which is
And
fantastic.
wraparound services.
Yeah, the UNLV higher education connection, never take that for granted. There's a lot of communities that have a real struggle with that. There's the ivory tower, there's a whole disconnect. It doesn't seem to be the case here, which is pretty phenomenal. The other biggest challenge for libraries right now, from my point of view, is the relationship with school districts. They are not always good. And they're only as good as a relationship between the CEO and the superintendent and all of you supporting that. If you know folks that are trustees on Board of Education, that's such an imperative to have that connection.
That is, I could echo that with, in 3 to 5 states I've worked in, that is a tough issue.
Because they rotate a lot, change a
Yeah.
lot. There's always new dynamics.
Thank you very
All
much.
right.
We still got a couple more. real
Yes,
quick.
absolutely.
Trustee-
This is
Trustee
going to be valuable. It's tremendous.
So for me, I guess, so my, I guess, special affinity for the library is my mother worked for Las Vegas Clark County Library District a long time ago. So I grew up in LVCCLD on weekends and after school and school breaks. So there's that. I think I'm the youngest person on the board, and so I have a big affinity for the social media aspect and kind of that digital native kind of stuff. The reentry working with the reentry population, recently released folks recently released from prison, just as impacted individuals, workforce development, things like that, and just I guess family lineage of public service. My dad was in the military. My mom working for the library district. I've worked in nonprofits and government as well, and just I guess that's me.
Thank you, Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley.
I'm a communicator, so I am what I would have said the whole time. I'm a frequent flyer of the library, so I am a patron first. I have 2 little kids, and we spend weekends at the library, and I do mean weekends. Sometimes we were there both days. But I'm a communicator. I had communications for Caesars Entertainment across the country. So if there's wherever to be a communications need, Betsy knows where to find me. So hopefully, I would hope that you guys would be able to help me navigate any tricky situations with the press or anything like that.
Several of you mentioned the user, the consumer piece. That's really an important asset to bring to the board.
Luis,
Right.
that last person, sorry. Real quick, I grew up in the project, so I know what underserved poverty, what that is. I also know what it's like to make a ton of money. I worked 10 years in the private industry as a comptroller. I've also been a city, a county, a state, and a federal employee retiree. What I bring is that knowledge of the actual decision makers. I know who they are, they trust me, and I hang out with them. So that moves whatever football we need to the end. And over the end zone, I do know who they are here, having been here 30 years. Experience in networking, running meetings, run a ton of meetings, fundraising. And I'm actually proud to say that Kelly was, I think, 18 years old when I and Jose Luis sat on boards in the mid to late 1990s. That's how long we've known each other and been on boards together. So that's what I bring to the community, to the board, and to this.
Bring a lot.
Yeah.
Bring a lot. That's awesome. All right.
Great.
Last chance. Anything else? Anybody want to add anything else?
I will say this, speaking to the youngest thing is I first met Trustee Benavidez when I was in 6th or 7th grade.
You know what? I'm done. They're making me feel like
All these people are trying to aid you, Kelly. It's not fair.
There's a point to it, I promise.
Yeah.
Exactly. Kelly, did you hear that? You were pointing when you were a mere 4.
Well, it was just being able to see her work on the board, not only on the board but the city council at the time, and so being able to be on board with Kelly as well is something that very rewarding.
You regret bringing up how long you've been on the board.
He had to
huh?
throw me a bone, right?
He brought it home.
He had to throw
think
me a
we all
bone. I
understand.
appreciate it.
But I
Thank
do want
you.
to add, all that speaks to intergenerational, because libraries serve such a diverse demographic in terms of age, and it's a challenge. Millennials, I forget the different
Gen
categories,
Z, yeah.
but it's different, and not one size fits all in terms of marketing strategy, in terms of services, programs, et cetera. So appreciate that. Okay.
And
all
actually,
right.
United for Libraries just recently published a book one of my colleagues worked on called Recruiting and Working with Board Members Across Generations.
Yeah.
They did a research project on it.
There you go.
Hey,
That I
Louie, not to
mentored, that I mentored.
backtrack really quick, but I did want to just say, like, I do work in gaming, which is what the city is based on, and I'm the only, so hopefully if there's a question about what our employees are doing or what our industry is doing or how we can meld that, I would like to be a resource for that too, because I don't hear that.
And when you were telling me that, my eyes lit up because I thought, wow, what an amazing connection there. Right?
Calvin and I have an idea.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Okay.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, I keep sitting down. I need a minute. Do people feel like they learned stuff about each other through this exercise? Because I think maybe one thing we might want to do in our debrief with Kelvin and moving forward, just as friends, is to, because I was telling Luis, like, sometimes it's cohesion before content. And as we move forward and talk about, actually, is the trust slide next?
Believe there's, yes. Oh, no, this one, the common
Okay,
mistakes.
go to the
You
trust
gotta go to
one.
that.
Go to the
Okay.
Just really this idea of, as y'all grow and decision making and working together, what's required to build trust, to become a good team, and to kind of, and when I say get on the same page, I don't mean agree 100% about every single thing, but have a vehicle and methods to have disagreement, and that how we do it, here are the agreed upon rules, etc. And I think some of this cohesion building, along with something we're going to talk about, a collaborative agreement, will really help with that. But I think because it's challenging, and I don't know the dynamics of the board, but sometimes it's challenging when you only see each other at meetings and it's all about work.
So Veranda, if I can make way in real quick, you asked the question, does this help? Absolutely. Under the law, it's designed for us not to meet and that to get to know each other. And so this is really a good
Well, that's,
example.
I'm saying this can happen during, I mean, this can happen during a meeting. I'm not saying that because as I was bragging about, you missed it. You know, in Illinois, as a executive team member, I formerly was at a state agency. We had to take a test on Open Meeting Act. So, and prove competency in it. So I know what you're saying, but that I'm saying building an infrastructure in part of the meeting to get at some of this, to create that cohesion for decision makers. And because you are a body that new members are coming in all the time, part of some of the research we did was just generally on teams and how teams make decisions. But a lot of that doesn't look at how, you know, of course people leave work, but this is a systemic cycling off, right? So I think it's just worth thinking about it. And it's something, you know, I don't think we have the time to obviously address all of that today, but it's something we can maybe help y'all circle back to. And again, I'm talking about in session public meeting. You absolutely cannot do that, to be clear. But I think it's an important part of, as you each, and I appreciate Elizabeth, right there? You know, how each of you gets to know the needs of who you're representing. I hear you passionately say, and I mean that sincerely, and you're a librarian, I didn't mean that. You know, that, you know, for both of you guys to know, like, here are key needs in the communities that I represent, to everybody to understand that and to advocate for that and understand that as part of the board dynamic as well. So that become part of the fabric of this group is what I'm getting at. And I think in terms of, and I don't just mean that ethnically, I mean generationally, like what do digital natives need in, you know, in terms of interacting with the library, you know? I mean, y'all have a digital card, you know, set up so you don't have to come in to get a card, but some places don't. And it's like, I'm not going there. I mean, I am furthest from a digital native, and I'm just like, look, if I can't do it online, I don't have time to go outside of work. So, you know, but kind of bringing those pain points and helping everybody grow in their support of the community you so support with such passion.
Very good. We don't want to belabor this one, but Veron and I were thinking about all the various attributes of good board leadership focused on trust at the end of the day. And it's something that to build, it's about relationships. So it's going to take time, but this gives you a real good sense of what trust is about. It's openness, transparency, you know all that, okay? But an example, again, library commissioner, where the entire basis of trust was eroded by one move. We were having a conversation on a capital project, and the public works, we had a good relationship with them, and the architect, a young woman that was really amazing, came and presented. And she was talking about with LEED, you remember LEED certification for sustainability, was skyrocketing or increasing the cost. And this commissioner was not happy about the cost. But instead of really raising the issue, the way he approached it was directly to the person presenting, saying, how much is this costing us? And we're getting gouged. You know, another city department says, how much do you make? How much are we paying you in a public setting? That woman just, you could see her totally humiliated in a public setting. And the individual was a partner at a law firm, commissioner. And all of us, myself, the rest of the commissioners, staff, from that moment on, just lost all trust, credibility, because it was politically expedient to scapegoat, to use someone to make a point, right? That's just unforgivable in many cases. The same individual, at times I would have one-on-one conversations about giving them an update on labor or issues that were really serious. And we came to some agreement, And no sooner that we had that he would raise the issue at a public meeting and just for political expediency, right? And Calvin, I can imagine you have a lot of examples of that. But all that to say is the egos need to be left at the door, right? You're here for a greater good, not your own agenda. And I think that that's something that I never forget.
And
So
the one I was just going to say, don't confuse trust with liking, which I can be famous for. And I think part of it is, especially when you're on a board and you know one person, like I was on a board where the person coming on was a friend of mine. So I helped acclimate her to the board. Well, then it was like, well, what do you think of, I mean, and of course this is for a nonprofit, but getting to know other members and you know what I mean? Like part of my job, which I saw after that kept happening was she needs to get to know everybody. So it's just not my lens of the board or my opinion on a thing. So this thing, Kate, back to your, I think, super important comment of, I don't really, this is great. I heard this from Jose. I didn't know that he voted. And I think, am I right that it was your first vote? That is profound. So, and understand, you know what I mean? Getting to know people, not just who you came in with or who you buddied with, which is not a bad thing, but to really understand people's perspectives, to be a part of that, and it helps you understand where they're coming from too when they are strongly representing something.
So I want to be sensitive to time and do a time check, Calvin. How much more time do we have in this? Can I have 10 more minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Okay. Very good. All right. So
you said 20 minutes? 20 minutes?
No, here's just a list of a great article adopted from Forbes magazine, pretty recent, June 2018. And it was an interview with a very seasoned CEO who also served in large corporate boards. So this is what this person said were the most common mistakes. Folks don't do their homework, so they just come in with opinions. So just take it for what it's worth. They don't understand the social dynamic and culture of the board. That's really important. You understand how to read the tea leaves. There's all sorts of terminology for that, but it's understanding group dynamics. Okay, and you don't know that unless you build those relationships, right? Number 3, not realizing where the power on the board really lies. There's always going to be power. Power is okay as long as it's not abused and it's shared and collective. So that's number 3. And number 4, not investing the time with the CEO to truly gain their trust and understand what they're trying to do. Again, those are one-on-one relationships. Okay. And then we're going to go to another great article. Oh no. So this is going to be pretty quick. My work with the Golden Gate Recreational National Parks Conservancy has been a real eye-opener because it's a whole other group of not library folks, but National Park Service, the Presidio Trust, which is the Friends and Foundation, and the Conservancy. And I was impressed with the folks because every time we start a board meeting, she reads the executive agreements that the team has built. This thing that we're looking at is the entire staff has developed this community agreements about caring for each other. They listen to understand, they speak from their own perspective. It's pretty much value statements that I believe are really important in establishing a set of, for lack of a better term, ground rules or group norms on how you're going to behave and act and support one another. I'm going to leave you these as examples. And I had the conversation with Christine Leonard, who is the CEO. This evolved over time. The next one is the executive team. This is a group of talented, amazing individuals, but they read this at the beginning of each board meeting. So basically, it put us on notice that this is what they do. They engage many perspectives in their deliberations, And once a decision is made, we honor and commit to the outcome. We trust that we bring our best intentions to work. We acknowledge the impacts of our decisions and our work. We lead boldly, kindly, and inclusively. We speak and hear truths in real time, compassionately, and with humor and forgiveness. We take initiative, learn, and adapt. And we strive to be of service with empathy, vulnerability, and accountability. And when I listen to that as a board member, it sets such a uplifting tone in our discussions. So I offer those as an opportunity for you to develop your own value statements. And I'm not just suggesting words, but an actual statement of value so that can help you in the future. So it's an option that you might want to
And to create
consider.
shared meaning, most
Yeah,
importantly,
shared meaning.
of how
But
you
it
move.
works for that Parks Conservancy. I'm really quite impressed with them. All right, and then the last slide is another article from the Harvard Business Review. And I would encourage you, we're going to leave those resources to read the article because it has a lot more detail for each of the bullets. The robust social system is again about your culture of respect and openness within the board. It repeats itself when it talks about respect, trust, and candor, and a culture of open dissent, which means that it's absolutely okay to have different opinions. It's actually healthy for you to disagree publicly and otherwise, but to do it in a way that's respectful, that it's not personal, and does not leave with rancor and dissent after it's all said and done. And then I love the variety of roles. We talked about how each of you sort of carry a hat. I know some of you say, I'm the money person. I'm going to be looking at every single fiscal impact. Another one says, I'm the big picture person. Someone else will say, well, I represent this. You know, it's great to have that, for lack of a better term, stereotyped profile of what you bring. But I would suggest that you switch those as well. If you're the detail person or you ask the tough questions person, switch that role. Let somebody else carry that. It's healthy to have a variety of roles within the board. And then the individual accountability, I'm trying to remember exactly what that one implies. Oh, I know what it is. It suggests that you know the organization, that you get to visit branches, attend programs. Some of you already do that, I know that, but know what you speak of. When you represent, you know, you should know what you represent. So individual accountability is essential for healthy boards. And I think it's also understanding it takes time, because whenever you're new to a board, it seems overwhelming, it can be complicated, but that's okay. It's a learning curve to get to know the organization. I mean, I would rely on Kelly because obviously she's got tremendous experience, right? And it's a brain dump that is tremendously valuable. But at the same time, new, fresh perspectives are important in a board. And then the last one, you need to do a collective assessment at some point through either a survey. SF MoMA has a rigorous board assessment where we get a survey, we fill it out, you know, how was your experience as a board member? And then I get a call from the board chair and we have a conversation. We said, what was your year? What was it like? Did you feel that committee was valuable for you? If not, how can we get you more engaged? So this, it's about evaluation. And I think boards need to know how they're doing.
And regularly
as they're doing.
undertake that.
Yeah. Anything else, Rhonda?
No, I think,
Any other questions? Okay, I know you guys have been terrific. So the what's next?
the what's next is just the steps we talked about, using some of the things we talked about today to build that collaborative agreement, to kind of take these, and we'll get these typed up so you could see each other's skills and maybe even distribute that and have a conversation amongst the group about how they relate to, depending on the outcome of how the playbook is adopted, how can those be leveraged, as Brian was talking about, to advise on and come to setting priorities as it relates to the playbook and the future of serving Las Vegas, Clark County residents.
And of course, we'll also summarize your
Yeah.
vision statements, which we appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I'm looking forward
Believe it
to
or not, down the road, you'll see that. It's like, wow, a year from now, 6 months from now, it's always nice to see that.
And Elizabeth can
As a
get it in
record.
the paper for you.
Right.
Every one of them, I think. Is that what you said? You're going to get a headline?
All right. Well, thank you, folks.
Well, thank you very much,
Appreciate it.
Miranda Pitchford and Luis Herrera. We really
Thank
appreciate and value everything that you've done today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you
I
for the
love it.
popcorn, too. It's delicious. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do one quick presentation and then have a 15-minute or a break after that. Is that okay with everybody, or does everybody need a? Okay, let's, Director Watson, if we can have the general services
Sorry, I
overview.
was so tired.
Mr. Vino, you're up.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. John Vino, General Services Director, Libra. We're still doing that. I appreciate being able to be here today to just talk about how the General Services Department supports the 2026 playbook. Okay, so General Services Division provides services over a broad spectrum of areas, including procurement, asset management, maintenance, and capital improvements and construction. And we're very comfortable in our role to support the district, and we strive to develop, support, and operate sustainable, attractive, well-maintained, safe, secure facilities for the benefit of district patrons, employees, and in support of the 2026 playbook. We operate on basically 8 core responsibilities. We oversee administration, construction administration, courier services, facility services, fleet management, purchasing, risk management, and safety and security. We have 25 full-time employees, 5 part-time employees, and we have oversight of approximately 110 contract service staff. We oversee 25 branch locations, 18 which are owned, 7 are leased. We have 1 facilities warehouse and 1 future development site. We oversee a total square footage acreage of 767,424 square feet. The district has 83 acres of land currently under management and 15 future acres ready to be developed. So in terms of how we support the playbook, our admin and purchasing department, powerful partnerships. It's our intent to increase our outreach to minority, disadvantaged, and emerging small businesses. And we plan on doing that by having pre-bid outreach classes to explain the district's bidding process and to help with preparing bid documents. We find that a lot of disadvantaged businesses specifically find the complexity of a government bid to be a barrier. So we plan on doing a lot of outreach with that, especially with our bigger bids. And we will identify minority disadvantaged businesses and work with them to become listed on the Nevada Government e-marketplace. I think we're just really starting to find out how the pandemic has affected our smaller businesses that we worked with. And it's going to be important to get them involved. Most Nevada governments at this point do all their open bidding as well as their smaller bidding on the Nevada marketplace. And we need to get them involved. And so we're going to do outreach to that as well. And under powerful places, this department works. We certainly have plans to expand our teen zone and build some more teen centers, tech centers. So this group collaborates with SWAF to provide those innovative products, as well as the equipment and the furniture that helps make those spaces special. In terms of courier services, it looks like they're posing for a album cover, but we took this a little while ago and they were really just social distancing. Powerful platforms, right? In support of the district's plans to expand our services from mobile kiosks to digital libraries, we stand ready to expand our delivery practices and our services throughout the Valley. Powerful people. These couriers are many times the faces of our library as we go out. They're out and about all over the Valley every day. So we're going to be working with them to give them some defensive driving and safe driving training to make sure they're safe and that they're in compliance with their department's procedures. Safety and security. So there's a responsibility, obviously, over the last 18 months has been, very upfront, very front and center for the district. We really feel for the staff to feel empowered and valued. They first need to feel safe and secure. So it is our intent to continue to establish a culture of safety by working with staff to empower them to take action when they need to and provide the resources to achieve those results. And we're going to do that by increasing staff training. One of the things we're going to do is we currently do CPR and AED training mostly for PICs, people in charge. We're going to expand that and offer classes to all staff members who wish to participate. We're going to get back into the habit, well, not the habit, we try to do it once a year, but with the pandemic, we really haven't been able to get out and do our active assailant training, which is active shooter, lockdown. It's really something that helps the staff to feel safe within their buildings. And we will continue to provide enhanced cleaning and PPE as needed. Risk management, powerful platforms. We're working to expand and implement our cyber liability coverage and our media liability coverage in support of the district's expanding online and digital programming. Mostly media liability, which the board actually approved at the last meeting. We now have coverage for defamation claims, libel claims, infringement, slander, trade and copyright claims against the district. And that was just something, a hole we had in our coverage as we move forward with more digital coverage. And then again, powerful people, again, going back to safety and security, we need our staff to do more training to help us identify and mitigate risks and hazards that they may come across at the library. Fleet services, powerful places, maybe powerful partnerships as well with Nevada Power, and certainly sustainability. I intend to add at least one electric vehicle to the district's fleet in the upcoming fiscal year. We hope to expand our vehicle charging stations. We have the first one here at East Las Vegas. We hope to add 4 more, 5 more if you count the one we hope to add for our fleet vehicles at Windmill. I hope to expand the district's advertising on district vehicles in support of programming that we may be doing. This shows the advertising we did for the bookmarks. Right now, our trucks are driving around with advertisements for the summer challenge. And facility services, powerful places. This is the team that will build the teen zones and the tech centers. So we work with staff to create those innovative new tech zones and tech centers. Closing the digital divide. Right now, we're working to expand the West Las Vegas Computer Lab from 24 computers to 36. And we have a program and budget to increase patron access to convenience outlets and charging stations throughout the district. Facilities development. We work with staff to identify immediate branch service needs and initiate innovative and cost-effective solutions to provide those services. So during the last our 2020 strategic plan and then through the master plan, the branches created a priority list of how they could create limitless learning and the different things that they wanted to do in the branch. So we have this priority list, and we really haven't been able to move forward with it. So with Director Watson's approval, we met with, and this is just an example, I think, of how we can move forward with some of these and how we do plan to move forward. Over the next couple of months, we plan on meeting with all the branch staff, reanalyzing those priorities to validate them against the current and new updated 2026 playbook. But this is just an example. West Las Vegas had 4 major priorities. They needed to expand their computer lab. They needed a dedicated teen zone for their teens. They had 60 teens that would come in roughly after school. They didn't really fit in with the YS, and they really didn't fit in with the adults. They needed a dedicated space. They needed a place for classrooms, a place to do literacy, a place to do social outreach, even a place just to do some maker spaces. So we sit down and we try to come up with a way that was innovative and cost effective based on current budgetary limitations. We found that they had a toddler area that was underutilized, something that they could move outside into the general open areas. We were able to quickly add some storefront doors. We were able to do a quick coat of paint, give them some new carpet, working with library operations. We bought a TV, gaming stations. We bought some tables for some collaboration. We got them some fancy chairs or puffs that the teens like to sit on. And in a few weeks, we hope to open this teen center at West Las Vegas, which will have a big impact. And I know staff is really excited about it as well. They had a multi-purpose room that wasn't very efficient. It had a stage that was built in the back of it that didn't allow the back part of the room to be used. It had a divider space that many years ago broke, and at the time, because of budget considerations, we really couldn't fix it. So again, we replaced the door, we took out the stage, coat of paint, some new carpet, and now you have some really functional space with the divider working. And I think thanks to community engagement, we actually have literary classes starting here July 1st. And then with the accessing the door on one side, we have I think they have some youth programs, and I believe they're actually planning on doing some social outreach at the same time. We can utilize this space efficiently and properly. And this is the type of thing I think we could do at all the branches. Obviously, the master plan laid out a very overall plan, but there is a lot of these type of things when we reprioritize what the branches need to bring these services immediately, that we're going to look at this type of thing to get some stuff out here in the next 6 months to a year. And then under construction administration, an important role as well, facilities development. Obviously, the board approved us to look at a new West Las Vegas library, so we've started that process. We're going to be beginning feasibility and cost studies. We're going to need to develop an interlocal agreement with the city. We've initiated programming analysis, which is really the core of any new building. It gives us what our collection's going to look like, what our staffing's going to look like, what services are we going to have, and all those recipes add up to how big this building needs to be when we get done. Really important piece of the puzzle for any new building, and of course we've started the selection of an architect for that. We're all in the feasibility stage, but we're getting going on that. We have a goal to secure 3 additional building sites for future libraries, one of our big goals for this year. West Las Vegas was one of the 3, so we're hoping that maybe that one has been, that goal has been met. We're looking out on the far northwest, somewhere around Sky Canyon in that area. That's our demographics show that that's going to be one of the fastest growing areas, if not our fastest growing area over the next 20 years. And then we hope to find something up in the Hollywood area. We show that a need up in that area somewhere between the Whitney Library and the Sunrise Library. And then again, I think one of the most important one is for our responsibility is the management of the capital renewal program. This is the program that allows us to keep our buildings inviting. It's how we keep our buildings attractive, safe, and well maintained. We have 40 projects scheduled in the next fiscal year. And the way we do that is we pretty much track every major capital improvement that the district has to do over the next 20 years by branch, and it allows us to do these projections. So we know we basically have about $32 million worth of capital improvements that we need to do over the next 20 years. And I think what's important is obviously over the last 18 months to 2 years, we haven't been able to do the capital improvements that we want to do. So we're a little bit behind. But because we had these projections, we were able to look and see that fiscal year 22 is an extraordinary light year. So with cooperation from finance and with Director Watson's approval and your approval of our budget, we were able to move almost all of the $2 million that we were behind into this fiscal year. And after this fiscal year, we will be fully recovered in our capital renewal program and back on track, and just very confident that we can support the 2026 playbook and their needs over the next few years. That's kind of my role and our role for general services supporting the upcoming playbook. Could answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Let me go around the table real quick. Brian Wilson, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Foyt, do you have any questions or comments?
This is a little bit off track, but I don't know what a man lift is.
A man lift is what we use to change lights. And
Oh, okay.
you caught that? Yeah, we have 9 of them.
And
Yeah.
do you move them, well, do you move them around so that the 9 of them?
Yeah,
can be facilitated?
they're stationed, but we don't have enough for every branch, so
Right.
we do move them, and that's the trailer that was also listed.
Okay. I've heard them call other things, but
Yeah.
I didn't realize that was a term.
Not
We
a
don't
problem.
have any acrobats in the theater group that could just do the light bulb changes?
We
for us?
used to, but again, we're not sure the pandemic they survived.
Trustee Melendez, do you have any questions or comments?
No, but thank you for the report.
Thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Jennifer Jerome, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions. Great improvements, though. It's exciting to see that.
Thank you. Trustee Benavides, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions.
Thank you. Trustee Rainmaker, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, but thank you. It's a great presentation.
Thank you.
Trustee Rogers, do you have any questions or comments?
Just one, this goes back to, I think, when Danielle was doing hers. Just one of the things from an assessment standpoint for like future reporting, where you make statements like we will increase, or like we talk about the teen spaces, we're going to increase the number of, maybe establishing a baseline for how many of those we currently have, and then how many our goal to improve, we want to add maybe 3 over the next fiscal year. That way, when you come back and you give us an update, we can know that we had 3, we increased from 3 to 5. The goal was 6. We fell short by 1 because of budget or whatever the case may be. And that's going to be applicable to probably all the reports that are going to be presented. I won't repeat that the comment, but that's one thing that we probably want to think about when we sort of enhance our reports for the future. If we don't have those baselines for the will increases or adding or enhancing, that we try to establish those with a stretch goal in mind for what the increase amount is.
Thank you very much. Trustee Nathaniel Wall?
Just thank you for the overview, and I have to say I'm floored by the West Las Vegas improvements. I feel like I was just there a month ago, and the room's completely different. The teen space is there, and just shows how you guys move fast. So
Appreciate
great job.
Thank you.
Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, first of all, great presentation,
Thank you.
terrific presentation. So much information here. I feel like I learned so much. My one question I have to you, and I think I might know the answer based on your presentation, so I'm sort of testing myself, but what do you think is the biggest opportunity in your area to make a difference in these next 6 years?
I think what I want to do is what I'm most excited to do is work with the branches to get these priorities. In supporting, they work very hard. A lot of our branch staff, they have great ideas. And I just feel if we can afford it and there's an opportunity to do it, there's no reason not to. Obviously, the pandemic has put us months behind, but I think what you see at West Vegas is these opportunities are there. Some, building expanding the computers. It's a little more complicated. We have to go to this city. I had to get an architect because it needs to be permitted. there's a lot of stuff like this that we can do to support staff in their goal to reach the goals that we're asking them to do under the 2026 plan. You know, and it's out there. And of course, I want to build buildings, but that's the best part. But yeah, I think supporting staff.
Yeah, I felt like that's what you're going to say. I think what you did with the teen center over at West Las Vegas is really impressive. I love looking at those pictures, and I think this is the third. I've seen the before, and then I saw an in progress, and to see it finished looks really cool, and I want to go see it in person. So congratulations for that.
A couple of months. Well, I mean, everything's delayed. The furniture was supposed to be in, and now it won't be until August. But we're borrowing furniture from everyone else's teen zone to get this teen zone up and running. It's going to have a really beautiful TV. I mean, for I think it's an 85-inch, only because they divide it into 4, and they'll have gaming contests. And I think the teens there are really it's going to make a difference to them in that area.
I love it. I had one other question for you, and that's about safety and security. Just because I'm nosy, how often do you do things like active assailant training and those kinds of trainings? I know how often we do them in our building, so I'm just curious.
We trained every single employee in the district about 2 years ago. We came up and we wrote an actual, it's part of an overall work, help me out, I wrote it. I can't
That's
remember.
okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're
program,
saying.
and so it is detailed. We try to do at least one full drill every year at every branch. But it's part of their overall, we do fire drills. We do what's called a code atom. If you guys are familiar, that's in case, staff has to assume that there's a missing child, and they have to do those type of drills. So it's part of it, but at least once a year, they have some online training, and we do on-site training.
It's wonderful.
Thank
you. I don't mean to be macabre. I just think
it's
something
important. It's
that when
important
you're
to
in
the
a,
staff. When we don't do it, they feel, and believe it or not, more than the active shooter, what staff needs the training on is how to deal with lockdowns. We have some locations that are close to schools and other things, and we put our buildings in lockdown hopefully more than we ever have to deal with an active assailant, right?
Yeah.
So that's really important to them.
Thank you for making that a priority.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Vino. The only comment I have is thank you very much for incorporating the electric vehicles. That was something I've been wanting.
I know.
And just for everybody else, the rules in the city and the county are real different. Every time you upgrade a building, you have to upgrade to the next building code level. So there's a whole rigmarole to get that done. But thank you again. Al Pendergast, you're next. Thank you very much. Director, as he comes up, did you have anything to add to that presentation?
No, I just want to thank John, and I want to thank all of the staff, because this was, again, a different way of presenting and trying very hard to get everybody, get the team to really focus on the strategic playbook, so that when they're presenting, that it ties back to what I presented, and you can see the opportunities for the deliverables and the outcomes. And that was what I wanted to say. So thanks, John.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, good afternoon. Al Prendergast, IT Director, for the record. All right, so this is just for illustrative purposes only. Don't try to read it. So this just shows you the three departments that's a part of the Information Technology Division. We've got Access Services, Collection and Bibliographic Services, and of course, Information Technology. All right, I'm Al Prendergast, and I'm the Chief Information Officer. I'm essentially the Director of the division. Again, it has three functions, three departments: Access Services, Collection and Bibliographic Services, and Information Technology. The functions on, I'll just continue down. Sufa Anderson is the Access Services Manager, and she supervises that department, if you will, and that department has three functions: the Distribution Center, Electronic Resources, and Interlibrary Loan. Access Services is really responsible for managing the ILS, or the Library Services Platform, Sierra, and all of the systems related to that. So all of the RFID systems and so forth. So she manages those and the reporting related to those and help people access those types of resources. There's the distribution center. It's not really a warehouse. It's like a library that's not open for the public, that circulates items and send items out to the branches as well. We have electronic resources, which manages, cultivates, manages the online resources that the district has. And we have over 100 databases that they manage, including the ebooks and other e-resources. We have interlibrary loan, and anything that we don't have in our collection, we can borrow from another library. We have a couple of staff members that is responsible for coordinating that, sending items to other library systems and borrowing items from other libraries. We have Rebecca Colbert. She's the head of the Collection and Bibliographic Services Department. And their function is essentially anything that we circulate to our customers, they're responsible for getting and putting into the collection. So we have obviously lots of, we have a very diverse collection. We have, for example, streaming videos, we have music, we have DVDs, we've got CDs, we've got video games, we've got, of course, books, right? So everything that we have, magazines, everything that we have in a collection, they're responsible for selecting it, be putting it in the catalog, and of course, processing it and getting it into the branches onto the shelves. And finally, we've got the Information Technology Department. We got Assistant IT Director Ron Melnars heads that department, and we have several functions. I just listed a few here, but essentially we're responsible for telecommunications, essentially the network infrastructure. So anything that's onto the network essentially is responsible is the responsibility of the department. Computers, sorters, telephones, pretty much everything that's not AV related, because that's community engagement. And the IT division has, as you can see, 48 employees and an operating budget of $18 million. One thing I forgot to mention is under information technology is cybersecurity. I know I listed enterprise application, telecommunications, and help desk, but if you're watching the news, you see that cybersecurity is all of a sudden into the headline. It's what's going on recently with the Colonial Pipeline and the JBS meat processing cyber hacks. All right, so our plays from the Information Technology Department, division, I should say, there's going to be a repetitive theme here, and I'm going to keep hitting on the collections and, of course, technology. So you'll see those in almost all of these areas of support that we provide. So, of course, the board just approved the technology plan, and the technology plan includes new technologies and, of course, support for the Massive Facilities Plan program, which includes some new technologies and new spaces, makerspace, computer centers, and homework help centers, and so forth. So there's new technology, and then, of course, to keep the current technology current, right? We've got to do that as well. And of course, we mentioned earlier that the plan is flexible enough to allow us to adjust our goals and so forth to take advantages of new challenges and opportunities. All right, pre-K and K-12 support. I think you guys are all familiar with, sorry, not you guys, but I'm sure everyone on the board is familiar with Director Watson's success in Broward County with Community Share, right? So in Broward County, everyone in the Broward County School District, all of the kids in the Broward County School District can access the Broward County library system resources. We're working on that here now. So that's something that's currently in progress. So CBS and the Electronic Resources Department is currently implementing that right now as we speak. And you'll see some of that in my report for next month. And this is to remove the barriers for access for our K-12 kids and pre-K. We're promoting homework help services. ER staff is helping with that. I mentioned earlier that we have e-cards, helping kids create e-cards, create accounts to get access to the Treehouse and ILX resources, and these are resources where you can get in and learn and get help for homework. CBS will provide, and this will be a recurring theme as well, CBS will provide supplies for STEAM learning as they do right now. And I've got a couple of examples up there. And of course, provide responsive collections to support K-12. And we have, databases, for example, again, mentioned over 100 of them, but we have college admission preparation tests and help for actually interactive help for getting assistance with that as well. All right, adult education support. Again, STEAM, this is the different type of STEAM. This is 3D printing, more advanced type technology, laser engraving machines. And this is essentially just to introduce new technologies to customers who are not familiar with this technology, right? Or maybe they are and they just want to create something and they could come in and they could create those. But we're providing support and providing the supplies for these types of programs. Working with the adult learning program from community engagement. Again, keeping with the adult education theme. Of course, they provide the high school equivalency program. So we provide support for that as well. We have language learning programs in the database to help people, non-native English speaking, customers learn English and things like that. And of course, here's the responsive. Again, we have a very diverse community, and so our collections have to be diverse, so that we can engage all of these different type of communities, whether it's ethnic or religious or what have you. And of course, to help with workforce development. Employment and career path support. Again, more online resources, right? We have online resources such as Job Now and Vet Now, and these are actually live interactive support that you can get. So if you're looking for a job, you could go to Job Now and you could get interactive help with interviewing skills, with writing a resume, with whatever you want to find a job. Those are resources that we have in the database. And this is just to help, again, help our customers find employment or even re-employment. We provide public access computers and Wi-Fi to bridge that digital divide, right? Because not everyone in our community has a computer. Not everyone who has a device has Wi-Fi access. So we provide these things to help people get online. And of course, I mentioned we do have the workforce connection in our branches, in some of our branches, to help people find employment. Mentioned the high school equivalency program that we have with community engagement. We have, again, language learning databases, and we provide printing, scanning, faxing, and copying services. And these are services to help people prepare, let's say, a resume or just do anything that they want to do work-wise. Under business development, we provide lots of resources for helping businesses, help entrepreneurs find resources to start their businesses, how to write a business plan. We have company profiles. We have lots of business-related resources that people can use to start their own business. And a welcome place. Again, we provide access to technologies and collections for learning and entertainment. Again, I mentioned the DVDs that we have. We have music, we have streaming videos and so forth. We have Wi-Fi, computers. So we have the collections, we have the equipment to get people connected. And providing kits for book clubs. And I mentioned earlier, I don't think I mentioned it by name, but the Biblia board, self-publishing, to build that self-publishing local community for authors that we just implemented, and I believe we'll be launching here pretty soon as far as marketing it goes. All right, closing the digital divide. We also have a goal of closing the digital divide. We are planning to implement tablet lending programs so that people who don't have these devices can come to the library and check out. We currently do that now, but this is going to ramp that program up, and it's supposed to be a self-help version of it where you can check it out yourself as opposed to going to see a staff member to check it out for you. To allow disadvantaged customers to come into digital age, right, and to increase their comfort level with technology, right, their technology proficiency. We're increasing the number of hotspots again to help close that digital divide for people who don't have this access at home, whether disadvantaged or not. And I want to thank Director Watson for this next one because I'd never heard of this technology. It's a TV white space technology, and you'll read some of this in my board report next month. But what this technology does is it allows us, where there is some vacancy in the TV spectrum. So let's say you go out to Sandy Valley, right? And Sandy Valley has channel 5 and channel 10. Well, there's channel 6, 7, 8, and 9, right? There's a spectrum not being used. We can then put equipment into that spectrum to broadcast our internet access into the community. And people, and because it's in that spectrum, it goes further into the community. And people within the community can then get onto it and then access the internet. And this is where those communities that have limited access can actually benefit from this itself, closing the digital divide. So I've never seen this work. It might not even be possible, but we're investigating it, and you'll see some of that in my report as well. The technology bus, Trustee Ortiz asked a question earlier, and I should be remiss if I didn't say that when Dr. Heesen was here and we brought it up, we kind of dismissed it. We did a lot of research and we dismissed it after he saw the dollar figure. Executive Director Watson asked me to put that back on, and he had a different take, a slightly different take on it. And so I think that's going to have some great possibility going forward. And you also mentioned the petting zoo. So this is something we see at other libraries where you could walk up. They have an area where they have all of these various devices where you could walk up to this area. You can pick up, if you've never touched an iPad before, or never touched an Android or a Chromebook before, you could walk up to these places and you could pick up the technology, you could touch it, and you could play with it, and there'll be someone there to help you so that, again, you get over that reluctance that you may have to using technology. You may just not be familiar with technology and just want to get your hands on it to see, oh, I've been hearing about an iPad. What's that? Oh, here it is. Okay, how do I use it, right? So that's something else that we're looking to implement, again, to increase the technology proficiency of our community. And our focus is on powerful platforms, but of course, everything that we're doing is in all of the other realms as well. So we've got, of course, powerful people. We've got our ER staff providing training to not only our staff, but to the public as well. We've got powerful places. We've got, I think John mentioned the computer labs. We've got makerspace labs, and we've got more coming along the way in this master facilities plan. We got powerful partnerships. I think I mentioned CCSD and the community share that we just talked about. So, but our focus is primarily on the powerful platforms, and the technology plan is going to be what helps us to get to that point. Replacing end-of-life sorters to improve the efficiency of our operations. We're working on a cashless pilot program. We've got the pilot in place. We need to refine. Plan is to expand that, and that's again to improve customer service. And generally just improving and maintaining our technology infrastructure. And I just mentioned cybersecurity, which is becoming more and more important as it seems like the risks of just being online becomes greater and greater. And finally, we've got cloud computing, right? So just look at what options are available to actually move services into the cloud. And of course, it's a double-edged sword, right? You move it into the cloud, of course, it becomes more accessible and more, someone can attack that. And it's not, you really have no control over it because it's in the cloud and it's being hosted on, let's say, Amazon services platform, and they're responsible for securing it. So it's a double-edged sword, but when you move stuff off premise into the cloud, it reduces your capital expenses in terms of the equipment you have to have on premise, but it increases your operating costs because now you're paying someone to host it up in this cloud for you. So anyway, that's those are essentially the plays that we've got to support the 2026 playbook. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. In order to be mindful of our time, Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley, do you have any questions, comments?
No, terrific job. Thank you so much.
Thank you, trustee Nathaniel Wah.
Nope, that was absolutely beautiful. Thank you.
Trustee Rogers?
Nope, I definitely love the literacy part, increasing computer literacy among our stakeholders and also access to all the different emerging technologies. So great.
Thank you very much, trustee Raymaker.
You know, I just, I can't even begin to tell you how much I appreciate all the things that you guys do. You know, when I did my tour out at Windmill, it just, all the different services, and it just fascinates me to no end that you can do all these things and give all these opportunities to children and adults for education and job finding and what have you. The fact that you offered Wi-Fi during the pandemic, I don't know about anywhere else, but out in Mesquite, it was like what some people would say, bread is to butter or butter is to bread, because it was used and appreciated so much. The other thing too is when I did your distribution, I tour out there, just all of a sudden I'm standing there and I'm watching all these little things, all these different things go down this little conveyor belt, and they all just pop up and jump out somewhere. Like, how do they know what it says, where they're going, and how you're going to get it there? Because I always wondered how all that happened. And when you talk about the petting zoo, we did something of that type when we did our summer kickoff program in Mesquite. And so I just thank you for all you do and all it just keep going.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quick comment for me. When I got on this board 8 years ago, the digital divide, we were at 46%. I think today we're at 52% of the underserved population that actually can get on the internet. So this is an opportunity for the director and his plan and for the IT department to really capture the underserved. And that's race, color, creed, religion, everybody. Because the first thing you lose when you go broke is your internet. So thank you again. It's a great plan. Trustee Benavides, any question or comments?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Jennifer Jerome?
You know, I'm just blown away by everything that I've heard, everything that I'm learning about. I've done some visits to some of the branches. I've been visiting the teen centers and looking at some of the programs. I'm dying to get the databases in the hands of the students. So the idea of working with the district to bridge the gap between the school district and the library district is just invaluable. There's so much here that our kids need to know about. So I don't know, I could go on forever, but thank you for everything. Thank you for the presentations and all your hard work, because this is just wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Trustee Melendez.
Just quickly, great work. A couple of things that stood out to me that I really want to stress, and that your team really stay on top of that. The digital divide issue, that's huge. We know in the public health area, we know what a big impact that was for those communities who don't have access to the internet or don't use smartphones. The information they were missing that could have saved some people's lives. So I think that's critical. I think the community share and the technology bus are definitely tools in that area. So I appreciate that. And the cybersecurity, I can't stress how important that is, because there's just so much of that happening right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
Well, you already had an extraordinary department with far-flung needs. You danced well through the pandemic. Kelvin came on board and had some more ideas. You absorbed them and kept moving. I applaud you. Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Wilson?
Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the good work.
Thank you, Director Watson. Anything follow-up comments you'd like to make?
Nothing to add. I think other than, all of these opportunities are aspirational, as I mentioned, and, some are risk. And, I again, some things that I had thought about doing. I came out here and I went out to the desert and ran out of gas in Sandy Valley. And I was like, man, I need the internet out here. So we looked at, TV white spaces. I don't know if it'll I don't know if it'll work, but it's an opportunity for us to look at something. And that's what strategic planning, and that's what it's about. It's about taking risk and going forth and trying to do things that haven't been done before.
Thank you very much. Next up is Director or Manager Jeffrey Serpico with Human Resources.
Good afternoon. Jeffrey Serpico, Human Resources. take a few minutes of your time to discuss how we're going to, in human resources, support the strategic plan by supporting our powerful people. If I can figure the right. Oh, here we go. Real quickly, what does HR do? HR shares different programs and key activities. It can be a little bit different based on the organization, but primarily HR is responsible for staffing, and the staffing function consists of the recruitment, selection, and employment functions, activities. We're responsible for employee and labor relations. The district has 3 active collective bargaining agreements with Teamsters 14 right now. We're responsible for compensation and classification, designing the jobs with the managers, assigning the pay grades, pricing the jobs, classifying those jobs. We're responsible for benefits and leave administration, administering the FMLA and the various leaves that the organization provides, and then the health and welfare benefits. Organizational development, which sometimes could be referred to as training and education, but much as HR is moving towards talent management, talent acquisition, OD is kind of the acknowledged term for that function. Human resources information systems, which is usually your payroll system and your HR system of record. We just upgraded from Kronos Workforce Central to UKG, which is Ultimate Kronos Group, which is a Kronos product. And then the reporting that comes out of those systems, setting up the reports, your dashboards you have that are part of your monthly report come out of those systems, are compiled from that. And then handling the workers' compensation and unemployment portion for the district. Over the last year, we've taken some time as an HR team to develop a mission. Typically, an HR mission is to recruit and retain a highly competent, highly skilled workforce. Our department mission is to develop an organizational culture that drives employee engagement by attracting, selecting, and retaining the best people, engaging them in open and honest communication, and providing them with individual and team-based growth opportunities in a diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible environment. You'll see that mission is actually back-engineered from several of our goals that we've put together and worked on to support the strategic plan. Oops, that's the wrong one. Real quickly, shout out to our HR team, Abigail Rodriguez, Joy LaFave, Christopher Collegato, Christine Danino, Cheryl Kranitz-Dykes, Gloria Thomas, Tricia Pavone, London Porter, Keely Walker back there, who's helped us out with this event, and then myself at the end. So how does HR support the district's strategic plan? Real quickly, the lever that sticks out is powerful people. How do we support our employees who are powerful people? How do we make them more powerful? Also, powerful partnerships will really stick out quite a bit, especially in the future. We develop a strategy to support these goals, and this goes for HR, goes with our mission, which we just saw. And our strategy for the next 5 years for the strategic plan is to become recognized as the public employer of choice in Nevada. I mean, obviously, after that, we can take it to the next step in the nation. And then we developed our goals. What do we need to do to become the employer of choice? The employer of choice is given other options. I choose to go with the district for employment. One of the ways we get people to see us as the employer of choice is develop our goals that focus on maintaining competitive total rewards, which is compensation and benefits, developing, enhancing, and maintaining organizational communication methods and frequency to enhance engagement. We're constantly communicating with the staff so they know what's going on. Developing and enhancing organizational and individual development opportunities. How are we developing the organization, and how are we letting our people to develop to continue to support the organization? And how do we evolve and champion a culture of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility? Those are all of our goals to help be recognized as an employer of choice over the next 5 years. Let's take a look at our first goal. and our objectives or plays for this fiscal year. Our first goal is to develop and maintain a competitive total rewards program. Total rewards is really your direct and indirect compensation, your compensation and benefits. Our goal or play for this year, I always think of John Madden when I see that little thing right there. Conduct a direct and indirect compensation analysis to competitively benchmark the district's total rewards, policies, and practices against comparable organizations. We just approved moving forward with Coffin Associates to assist with that in our last board meeting. That is kind of a yes-no goal. We either meet that goal this year or we don't. Our next one is, and that's to ensure competitive pay for people we're trying to attract and retain, is to review and explore the feasibility of amending the 457 plan and vacation and sick plan to allow electively up to 80 hours of vacation or sick accruals to be deferred pre-tax. This would be a way to enhance participation in the 457 plan and also enhance people's retirement savings. Again, this is a feasibility study with a recommendation for this year. Develop and implement an employee wellness program. Phase 1, focusing on mental and behavioral health and nutrition. Develop and revising our current staff day and service awards programs, which are two separate items right now, and looking at an employee recognition picnic for fiscal year 23. This year, we would be doing the background research, what would a budget need to be, what activities would need to occur, and putting together a committee to look at that event. I know Director Watson and myself both come from organizations where we would do an annual picnic, recognition picnic for the team members. Looking at our second goal, develop and enhance and maintain intra-organizational communication methods and frequencies to all drive engagement. We want to conduct quarterly labor management meetings. We're actually doing this now. We had just reinstated those last year. Develop, format, and conduct 2 biannual town hall meetings with the executive director. We're going to look at formatting this year and doing 2 town hall meetings where Director Watson would give an update on the strategic plan. Possibly the different administrative team members here would give an address about their different areas and update on the strategic plan, and possibly a speaker, to talk about where the district is going and how that fits into the future of libraries. And then we really want to enhance the employee benefits section on Voyager, which is our intranet. Coming in myself, one of the things several of us noticed is we could really get a lot of information up there that would really assist staff. So looking at that as a means of electronic communication and empowering staff to get this information on their own, not have to rely on calling somebody. Goal 3, develop and enhance organizational individual development opportunities. Later on, we'll see a learning model I'd like to propose. It's based on a pyramid structure. We're going to propose that this year. Develop and implement 1 new leadership development class. We're working on defining out what that should be right now. I'm leaning towards a new manager toolkit type of a class. Right now, we're in the process of developing and implementing 1 organizational-wide class. We're focusing on customer service. And then identify opportunities to collaborate with external partners and enhance our leadership development resources. One of the things, and you'd see this in the model, is after a certain point internally, we don't have the resources to provide this type of education. So in past organizations, we always worked with the local universities for leadership development, especially classes in terms of management certifications. So this year, we want to reach out to UNLV and begin to do that exploration to identify those opportunities. Goal 4, we've spent the last 7 months working on a new diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility plan. There's actually been a committee that's been working on that. It was one of the themes I heard when I came into the organization. We're planning on introducing that plan, I believe, at the next board meeting. We're trying to make the agenda for that. We have reviewed that plan with Director Watson. And that plan in itself has its own set of goals and objectives. So you would see those when that plan's presented. They include outreach, education, and different items. A couple of key notes. We spent the last year getting some of our reporting down. These are two key HR reporting tools that we went live with this year. We went live in August with the dashboard, which measures things like vacancy rate, turnover, hours of leave. On the right side, it's a little small, but these are included in your board reports every month and updated, is our quarterly diversity dashboard. And we'll be adding some statistics to that too as time goes on. Let's see. And that's it. Again, this is an overview of our department and our team, how we intend to support the district's strategic plan. The goals, well, our mission, strategy, and goals, we've defined for the next 5 years to do that. And then our objectives or plays will switch out every year. And those will be things we report on in each board report, how we're doing on those. So.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Jennifer Jerome, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Trustee Melendez, thank you very much. Trustee Elizabeth Foyt,
Very thorough, thank you.
Trustee Wilson,
No comments, thank you.
thank you. Trustee Senator Raymaker.
Just a quick question. All of these are all the wonderful things that you get to deal with, more or less, but you didn't mention anything about the difficult situations or complaints and discipline. Is that handled through yours, or do you have a special department for that?
That would be handled through the employee relations and labor relations function. That's what we would consider our day-to-day administrative role. We kind of divide HR into 3 roles. There's a strategic, operational, which you just kind of saw the goals up here, and then our day-to-day administrative role, which would be investigating complaints of different actions, grievances in regards to the collective bargaining agreement, and then handling any hearings or additional actions that would need to occur.
Thank you. Appreciate all you do. I wouldn't have your job on a bet.
Trustee Rogers, any questions or comments?
No, thank you for the update. Great presentation.
Trustee Wah, any questions or comments?
I just have a question. I was speaking with some staff members, and I guess just in the framework within either the diversity function and all that, I know a lot of other agencies, I know UNLV does it, and I would imagine Caesars would, given their size, have employee affinity groups to kind of lift each other up, support, things like that. And I guess I know that in the past it's been discouraged here, and I'm wondering within that framework of kind of renewing, and I don't know if this is for you or for Director Watson, but within the framework of diversity and inclusion and all of that, if that's something that could be relooked at for employees who would like to look at setting these kind of groups up to help each other.
I'll respond. I'll respond. I think as part of the committee work, we can certainly take a look at it. And I've been a part of these in past organizations as well, but I also recognize that from my own personal experience, again, just only where I stood, is that the affinity groups can sometimes create even more silos, and so there may be other ways than the affinity groups, and that we continue to go with the diversity committee, which is a holistic group and focusing on diversity as a whole, and that we could still provide some of those same resources and support to the staff versus creating, again, more silos, right? And that's where I would go as the executive director, but also as other organizations have chief diversity officers that they've put in place. I have communicated to the team and the staff and that I am the chief diversity officer and that they represent the diversity officers. And so that's my approach, but I think we can certainly look at how we can implement those things that affinity groups would be able to deliver as well.
Thank you very much. Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley.
I think this is great. It's really forward thinking and I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to what you do at the town halls. I'm a obviously a big believer in communication and think that every opportunity for employees to hear from their leadership is a good one. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Watson, we made a very good choice before you got here to select Mr. Serpico as our HR director. Came out of the box right away with a lot of issues that needed to be addressed. It's a lot of moving parts and human resources. Thank you. You've done a great job.
Thanks.
And next online is Danielle. I always get her name wrong. Milam. Milam. I'll get it right after 10 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Great to see you all again, and thank you for all of your attention. So I am the Director of Development and Planning. As I mentioned this morning, I arrived in 2008. The Development Department was a new department, and I got my first employee, Leslie Valdez, as volunteer coordinator in 2009, and Sherry Walker as development officer in 2015. Since the very beginning, we took on the portfolio of both the development for the district as well as the foundation. And the foundation had been originally started in 2003 to, I think, assist a capital bond issue at that time. That bond issue failed, and the foundation was basically sort of laid down until I got here. So my presentation is a little bit, a number of different hats, because in 2015, we also took on the function of strategic planning. So basically, you can see the various functions that we do hold down: the strategic planning, we do the plan development, plan updates and tracking, implementation. And then on the foundation side, we actually added, I think 3 or 4 years ago, at the request of Foundation President Kiba Creer, a recognition program that we called B2020. And that gave us a chance at the staff day annually to lift up those exemplary sort of initiatives that had been happening either at the branch or across the district, and really recognize the folks who were our early adopters, and sort of peer pressure everybody else into really getting in the game. And I think that has been a really successful program. In terms of development activities, the number by year changes. It varies. The terms of the grant vary. Over the years, we have taken on increasingly complex projects. It used to be that we would do maybe an event, a program with humanities or something. Now we're really into what I call collective action impact projects. And that is where the library is playing a role in a big, hairy problem in the community, whether it's employment, education, social services, adult education, and so forth. And so on the district side, our portfolio and the proposals that we develop, get awarded, manage, track data, and report out on do shift pretty significantly. We also handle, along with the branding and marketing department, some of the media outreach as well as donor recognition functions. The volunteer program fell under our department as I hired Leslie back in 2009. And at that time, we were probably, oh gosh, I think we probably had about 40,000 hours of volunteer time donated to the district every single year. And we were managing anywhere from 350 to 450 volunteers at a time. Some of them were working bookstores, and some of them were working in the branches. And so over the years, and especially with Sherry Walker's help, we've been able to put in some really nice systems to help us make that program, which is a district program. It is covered by workers' comp. So we put in some systems to help us really manage that volume of volunteer donations. One is the Better Impact database, and that helps us communicate with, track the hours of our various volunteers. They check in and check out of a cloud-based system. And we can also generate letters of that recognize their support. And then we also do an annual volunteer recognition event every year. We used to try to do events. Now we more or less do, we give away movie tickets or some other sort of thing, because it's very hard for volunteers to get all together, especially in that number. But we do, during the pandemic, we had to take down the volunteer program, and the first thing the branches asked us when we went full-time again was to get that volunteer program back up and running, especially for summer reading and summer learning challenge this year. We also have in our branches volunteer coordinators, and these are staff that take on additional responsibilities to help us manage the volunteers, because of course those volunteers need assignments and oversight every single time they show up. And we have both youth and adult coordinators that help us in all of our branches. The department also takes on special projects as assigned. In the past year, for example, we took on Vegas Strong Academy and helped get that rolling, and then it moved on to the various departments where it was implemented. And then we also do E-rate. We do government relations when it's a legislative year, or when we go up to the Hill or over to Carson City to do our rounds with our legislators. And then we also sort of manage our partner and foundation relations. So that's the district side of the department. And just for an example, last year, these were the kinds of district grant awards that we received, 1.7 million for various things. A lot of CARES money, the FEMA money, only 10,000 of it came in, but we have asked for 275,000 for all the expenses that we had to incur, primarily PPE, et cetera. And then we do the Department of Education grant for the adult education program, which is the largest English as a second language program in the state, and which also is sort of, dovetailing with workforce. So it's become quite complex and a great program, a program that I think all of us want to see expanded. We do E-rate, and then some of the other projects. One of the ones that was really important this year was getting in on the Basis Family Foundation grant for early childhood, because the Las Vegas Clark County Library District is really becoming, I think, a foundational partner for building the child care sector in our state, not just our region. On the foundation side, the foundation has an agreement with the district to be the sole provider, or the sole recipient, sorry, of donations and discards. And so we do have 14 branch bookstores. We have used bookstore warehouse operations. This is run primarily by Leslie, as she does volunteers and bookstore operations. And she does a number of special book sales during the year. She runs the warehouse, and then for the amount of books that have been coming in, and we never do a book drive. We do not need to do a book drive. We have so many donations coming in every single day to branches that we literally have to send truckloads to a third-party vendor, and that is the Friends of Phoenix Library, actually. And we probably send a truck or two down in a quarter, and we make about $300,000 on that program every year. Leslie's grown it tremendously with online sales to Amazon, and then the third party sells books on 18 channels. The foundation support is completely covered in my department, and we do everything that the foundation needs to do. You can see the full list here, but basically it's all of the grants that are done by the on behalf of the foundation, all the board meetings, and then as we were doing capital projects for both East Las Vegas and Mesquite, we took on some pretty complex legislative initiatives to enable us to participate in new market tax credits and bring in $6 million for that program. And again, a lot of those grants shift from year to year. Most of our funders have been year-to-year funders. And so that's a lot of grant development, management, data collection, and reporting every single year that we get accomplished. This is just a real brief summary of the 2021 foundation funding grants and gifts that we received and the various initiatives that we're working on. And just to give you an idea of what we do fund with the bookstore revenues that we receive, those are restricted revenues. They are dedicated solely not to foundation operations. In fact, most of foundation operations are really covered by the district in the sense that our offices and our folks are supported by district budget. But we do, in the agreement, restrict these funds to both foundation and district initiatives, and these are just a few of the programs that we've run over the last probably 5 years. So in terms of contributing to the playbook, obviously the strategic planning function will support Director Watson's playbook in terms of how it is tracking progress, creating recognition programs, as you were suggesting, Trustee Rogers, making sure that we've got the assessment and that we're setting the baselines and we're putting in place some of the performance measures that we want to use over the course of the next few years. We also, as a department, contribute to the the relevant service innovations, such as the emerging social service project that we're working on with the students at UNLV and many others. Mainly, we see our priorities as supporting this early childhood development. I was just on a conference call with the Fed Reserve yesterday, and there is nationally, just as we all come out of the pandemic, apparently across the nation, the child care sector just collapsed. And obviously, we won't get back to full economic strength, much less educational achievement, until we really get our child care sector back in place. And so, fortunately, the department has been working in coalition, collective action team with a group called Raising Las Vegas, which we've actually been a lead partner on. And now we are integrated with the Department of Education and also with the Department of Health and Human Services as they administer the child care licensing program. And they are, Nevada is a donut hole in terms of funding for early childhood in the nation. And so we've got a lot of our national foundations looking at us, in addition to a lot of federal dollars coming to Nevada because we have been left off and left out in the past. I mentioned our interest in making sure that our adult education program continues to grow. And it's quite amazing to see not only the classes, but also the job coaching, the apprenticeship development, the extra workshops that program gives to dislocated workers and other workers and students that are going through that program, and really positioning Las Vegas Clark County Library District as a major player, both in education and in a workforce. We are this year going to really be focusing on closing the digital divide, adoption, access, and really changing the mindset about digital poverty. In fact, joining that national conversation and making sure that everyone in town knows that they can get what they need in terms of Wi-Fi and devices. And you just heard Al's presentation and the amazing things that our department is offering. We also will be working very closely with John in facilities, not only to, as he was saying, refine the priorities for our branch renovations, but also to help find the funding to do those maybe small and opportunistic branch renovations that just make so much difference, and the community really feels invested in, and that's important, and one of the values that we think the library brings to our community. And finally, the volunteer program. We're excited to bring it back to full speed and look at the new opportunities that maybe in the past where we didn't really use volunteers in our performing arts venues, but as we bring those programs back up, maybe study halls in those spaces during the days and so forth. We just want to be really looking forward and seeing how we can remobilize it, not rebuild, but reinvent and move it forward in new ways with the help of great ideas from our new director as well. In terms of foundation plays, we want to continue to promote what are really our flagship programs. Teachers and Libraries that we stole from Chicago Public is now a $240,000 project a year. And as I said, it's been funded year by year, a number of great partners. And what we're hoping is that we can start to get ahead in years and also find multi-year partners to fund that program. We are Very excited about the teen tech centers. We've had, for example, Best Buy Corporation invest probably almost $500,000 now in our Clark County Teen Tech Center. And then with the help of facilities and IT and other departments, library operations, obviously, we want to expand that out into these other libraries. And now that we've done the renovation plan for all the branches, we sort of know where it could go. We sort of know what would be the focus of those tech centers as we're able to replicate them out throughout the rest of the district. In terms of the fundraising plan development, capital campaign is on hold probably for a couple of years, but that gives us time to really go out and recruit and develop, cultivate our donors, look at some of the events that we might be able to hold as we were planning the event for the big capital campaign and working with some event planners around the community. They were extremely excited to tour this building and see the new model in action and see the neighborhood really make this their place. And so I think that we have the opportunity to find some new funders, even though this is a town where a lot of the foundations went down during the Great Recession, even more went down over the pandemic. And we are competing with some pretty big capital campaigns that are out there. But we will be opportunistic and we will look to see if we can maybe create a consortia of funders that would be multi-year for our flagship programs. And also just queue up any kind of potential complex activity like the New Market Tax Credit Program and others. We actually identified 8 of our branches in the 13 branches that were in the renovation plan as being ineligible distressed neighborhoods. So we know that that plays well with the funders as well as with these kinds of new innovative funding things. But what we need to get there is construction documents. There is not a funder that's going to fund a capital project anymore that doesn't know that there's no problems with permits and all the rest of the stuff. And finally, we in the past have had a really lovely time putting the 2 boards together. We've had some nice events, and Trustee Benavides has always been a huge champion to make sure that we get that on our agenda, and we want to get that back on the agenda now in the next year. And that would be a non-open meeting, friendly get-together so that everybody really gets to know each other and can be appreciative of the roles each of you play. And finally, in terms of the department, we really want to make sure that, as I mentioned, we work across the whole organization. We want to develop the best customer service to our new executive director, to the district departments and the 2 boards that we serve. We want to contribute those powerful data, stories, and project impact measures that demonstrate the value of our library district and the foundation to our community. And we want to build even stronger departmental operational systems so that we have those performance measure stories, all the data coming in and easily accessible to branding and marketing, for example, so that they can get those great messages out to the community and the nation in our media outreach. Thank you. Any questions?
Trustee Benavides, do you have any questions, comments?
Just a comment. Thank you for bringing that up about being able to get the foundation members connected with the trustees, especially now that we have some new faces, not only on our board, but as well as the foundation board. Both boards have the same common goal of, loving the library district and, putting our time and volunteer hours into it. It's really nice to come together, not necessarily to talk about business, but to put a face with the name, just knowing that, you're out there and having this common goal. We really need to kind of get together. So the sooner the better on that. Okay. I know it's been a while.
Yeah.
Trustee Jennifer Jerome.
No, thank you very much, though, for all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Melendez.
No, but yeah, thank you on all the work you do. Stuff, so
thank you.
Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
This was very interesting, and I'm glad to know that your volunteer level is moving upward
it's
again.
going great.
Is this going to allow you to anticipate book sales?
We're hoping.
Particularly the one.
You know, Leslie
returning.
loves her book sales, so
She does.
I'm pretty sure it's a yes.
But no dates at this point.
Not at this point. We are actually, last year, she did a really exciting thing. One of the biggest book sales we did was a teacher sale. And teachers can come in and get books for 25 cents. And it's amazing how many. But last year, because of the pandemic, we just allowed them to come to the warehouse and get as many books as they want. And so this year, we're thinking maybe we'll do something like that where year round, they can come in, show their teacher card or their school ID card and purchase those. And I'm sure we'll have the holiday sale.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Senator Raymaker?
I just want to thank you for all you do, and thanks for this presentation. It was great, very informative.
Thank you.
Trustee Rogers?
Oh, thank you for the presentation.
Trustee Nathaniel Wall?
No, thank you. And if you ever need folks who need to work off some community service hours, let me know.
Thank you very much. Trustee Turner Whiteley?
No, I think this is great. It's lovely to see actionable programs from dollars donated. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just to that point, Trustee Turner Whiteley, is I think one of the advantages we have as the foundation is that our overhead is covered by the district. And so we can say to our funders that every single dollar goes to the program they want to fund.
It's a terrific advantage.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time we have, let's do a break here. Let's do a 10-minute break. It's 3:54. Let's come back at 4:05. I'm sorry, what's that? A 5-minute break. Okay, 5-minute break. We'll get started. Those that are still in the bathroom, we'll start without you. 5-minute break. Back at 4 o'clock. 6-minute break. Okay, let's go ahead and get this meeting started again. Mr. Matt McAnally, will you step forward? And before Mr. McAnally comes forward, Norma Fowler, our Nevada State Librarian, is not going to be present, but she did leave you a green sheet that's in your packets that gives you a numerous amount of resources for trustees. So please take the time to take a look at that when you get home. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Chair Ortiz, Board of Trustees, Council Walt, Director Watson, good afternoon. For the record, Matt McNally, Community Engagement Director. I have the privilege of leading 54 staff in the Division of Community Engagement, utilizing a $4.6 million budget for staffing services and supplies. 5 administrators lead their respective departments to execute annual services. And we conduct about 15,000 programs for adult and youth audiences every year. We operate 6 performing arts centers, 21 meeting rooms. We handle the rental usage of those facilities. We contract artists and presenters. We lead program direction and training for our youth services staff, and we offer literacy classes for about 1,500 adult students. These include classes like English as a second language, adult basic education, high school equivalency testing, and the Career Online High School. And we also manage 14 fine art galleries, about 80 art exhibitions every year, and artist receptions that accompany those. Finally, our outreach team brings library services to the public outside the walls of our brick and mortar buildings. The staff that represents, this is the staff that represents the library district at larger community events, and they provide homebound services to seniors and brings early childhood education training and services to our community providers. Now, the commonality that binds all departments is our approach to developing community partnerships. We engage about 300 partners annually to support their initiatives and to provide programming and services that align with our strategic plan. So here are some examples of how we engaged with Vision 2020. You'll notice that community engagement played a large role in all 4 of the pillars of service. Some of our most prominent programs and partnerships include Summer Challenge, which is going on right now, a reading learning initiative designed to engage children ages 0 to 18. Maker spaces and STEAM learning activities, which are very robust, really, especially for our youth and our outreach services departments. One-stop career centers in partnership with Workforce Connections, the Safe Place program in partnership with Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth. We do blood drives, elections, and tax assistance. And we have a very strong commitment to the arts. The performing arts centers are really very unique spaces for libraries, as are our fine art galleries. All really serve as a hub of community culture and regularly receive local accolades and awards. Now, Community Engagement's commitment to Playbook 2026 will take these services further by leveraging powerful people, powerful places, powerful partnerships, and powerful platforms. So community engagement thinks of powerful people in three ways: our customers, our staff, and our partners. One of our discoveries during the pandemic was really how many of our customers actually really appreciated our approach to serving and connecting with them. We had thousands of program cancellations, contract cancellations, rental reschedules, refunds, and yet out of all of that turmoil, we had very few, if any, complaints from customers, partners, or our contractors. And that's in large part because of how our staff committed to providing a personalized approach. We called others regularly, we adapted services, and we followed up with them after every major governor announcement. We took steady customers and we turned them into lifelong customers because of our personalized approach and that one-on-one assistance. And we're going to develop that further to other aspects of our programs and services as we move forward with Playbook 2026. We're going to invest in our staff. We're going to send them to conferences and trainings to hone their craft. We're going to meet with experts in their respective fields. We'll also meet with artists and agents to bring programs to the library district that we just can't find locally. These actions will thereby create a better and unique experience for our customers. Investing in staff to address processes will lead to more efficient and effective operations. Improving the use of Communico to include reservations for our performing arts centers, and finding other systems to aid services will make our staff more powerful. Playbook 2026 shows us that there's untapped market segments for us to create new customers. And that's where a big focus of community engagement, it's a big area where community engagement will focus our efforts. We're going to target specific groups like veterans, casino workers, local businesses, sports teams and fans, incarcerated offenders, early childhood education providers, newly relocated artists, and new community partners to help grow our visibility. We plan to emphasize better serving the underserved. So the library district can be a more powerful place when we position it as an educational institution. According to the Children's Advocacy Alliance in 2019, Nevada unfortunately received an F in every major category on education-related topics. This includes school readiness, student achievement, high school completion, and funding. And we can help fill that void and help overcome those barriers if we, and become a better community pillar by advancing services in three key areas. One would be our adult learning program. Next is our youth story times and STEAM-related activities. And last, our early childhood education by developing training for community partners across all sectors. So not just preschools, but health facilities, museums, nonprofits, charter schools, and CCSD. We just began working with Children's Cabinet and the Nevada Association for the Education of Young Children to bring early childhood education trainings across the entire state. Our staff are well educated and respected by our community partners for our ability to provide this service. We also intend to make resources available through a Ready for Kindergarten resource page on our website. With 6 one-stop career centers in place, including the Employee NV Business Hub, we're strategizing with our partners about how to further activate those spaces and create the maximum impact that we can from them. We want to strengthen the referral process from our adult literacy education program to that workforce development program. And we also want to create small business incubators across the district. We hope to foster the library district by creating powerful places like maker spaces to host classes and camps. These can teach specialized skills and be aligned with certain work trades that may even lead to workforce opportunities. Experiencing these types of services locally elsewhere is actually pretty rare. So customers of all ages can come to the library and they can engage in things like construction and pottery and 3D printing, robotics, or maybe even something like woodworking. So special simulators can even assist those who might be trying to obtain a driver's permit, or maybe get a forklift certification, or maybe a pilot's license. And you can do that maybe at your library. Creating an environment for innovative ideation and reinventing places in the library is paramount to implementing these new ideas. Esports is extremely popular. Artist in residency programs can grow the permanent art collection. And new teachers could, maybe when you have a new teacher, they don't have any materials. They spend thousands and thousands of dollars of their own money for books, for kids to use in their classroom. But maybe what we can assist those in need and circulate our materials in larger volume. Guinness World Records can be broken by steering partners in our community toward a common goal. Besides, it's pretty awesome just to break a Guinness World Record, right? Who doesn't want to do that? And opening some of our already established spaces, like our Rainbow Amphitheater, add to our powerful places for the community to use. So we look forward to seeing how we can accomplish that. Developing powerful partnerships is essential to the library district's success. An organization's status is elevated when we, one, grow the magnitude of the partnerships that we have. Two, grow the quality or the intensity of those partnerships. And three, grow connectivity from one partner to another, and where we become the convener of partners. All three of those help elevate our status as an organization. So community engagement will place added emphasis in the approach to strengthen the quality of our existing partnerships. We also hope to take a more systematic approach to increase programs of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility with community partners. The development of partnerships has to exist at all levels of our organization. It's not good enough just for me to engage in it, or for the staff to, or just for our board. It has to be a holistic approach. One way that we can improve locally is to become that stronger convener of partners. And one way that we can improve nationally is to seek recognition and tell our story well for the great things that we do. These will be future areas of focus for community engagement. The largest partnership that we can strengthen is with the Clark County School District to provide students greater access to library district resources. Our intention is to make accessing our services as easy as possible. It's that simple. This may involve students using their school ID or accessing e-resources through certain platforms. The school district has begun to, just in the last 2 years now, the school district has come on board to really assist us with our Summer Challenge program. And we look forward to taking that further with the school district. And so we have great resources that we can share with parents and students in preparation of Ready for Kindergarten. Both organizations are also likely to engage in similar staff trainings and professional development opportunities. And we intend to partner when possible and share those experiences to improve professional development of both our organizations. Now, some similar partnership efforts can also be extended to charter schools and other systems of higher education when appropriate. So finally, community engagement will implement powerful platforms to increase accessibility and inclusion to keep customers connected with our library district resources. We have 3 new ways to do this. The first is virtually. The pandemic showed us the powerful impact of creating access for customers to enjoy all of those programs that I talked about earlier. As our occupancies have increased and we've shifted to a return of in-person programs, We want to look for opportunities that remain for us to maybe provide those programs in some sort of a virtual sense. It can be taking the format of recording them, streaming them, teleconferencing, or taking a hybrid approach and offering them virtually. We can increase the accessibility in our community. Finding ways to create access to e-resources or kiosk type services brings the library closer to its community. We'll seek opportunities for the public to utilize our services at places like Parks and Rec centers, WIC clinics, fitness centers, the airport, hospitals, on buses, and others. Third, we can increase accessibility in our libraries by developing programs that help certain customers become customers again. So those who may owe fines on their account will be able to participate in powerful platforms where reading or volunteering may reduce their amounts owed. These types of programs may also provide our community the opportunity to give back through donations and other means. So our powerful platforms can create opportunity to offset costs normally incurred by the library district through the development of advantage marketing. After developing important standards, staff could then seek revenue-based and creative marketing possibilities. Co-sponsorships and advertising and in-kind donations can lead to revenue streams for the library district. Financial recoupments can be used to develop and strengthen future services, and we can strategically align the library district with other entities, and we can get other community partners hopefully invested in a lot of the great work that we do. So that's kind of an overview of community engagement, and with that, I'll turn it back over.
Thank you very much. Trustee Turner-Whiteley, do you have any questions or comments? Okay.
I know, I wasn't me. I was talking to myself, trying to get back to the right page. Technology is maybe not my biggest
let me come back to
wrong suit. No, it's okay. Thank you so much for this, Matt. I think it's really terrific. I took a lot of notes in here, and I don't know that I have any specific questions at this moment. I like what you're doing, especially with thinking about fines and how we can take that burden off and increase access. I've been curious about some sort of a fine amnesty program or day or something that would allow people to say they're sorry and start over, because I'm all about keeping doors open. But I really like the things that you're doing, and I've talked about it before, how much I appreciate the cultural engagement and how important I think that is to the community. So thank you for continuing to do this and this great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Waugh.
Thank you, man. I just jotted down a couple things. So the big thing that really stood out to me was your in the slide was esports, especially now that it's not only a viable career option, but it's also a viable academic option. And I mean, if there is ever a library league where teams from each library are their own esport league, I'd love to see it, or esport teams. And then just, I guess for myself, I mean, I do enjoy going to events, and I'm just wondering if there's a way you could put all the kind of partner events that you have in a really easy to read format, so I can look down and see what I can make it to and support. I'd love to support. I'll even read in the elementary school for reading week. I don't know, but just making it a little easier for us if we want to show up and participate and root on, just an easier way to kind of look at those events just for us, if it's just an internal document or things like that. So that way we're able to get out in the community and show our support for library programming and staff and these partnerships.
Thank you very much. Trustee Rogers?
I echo what my two colleagues just shared, and just looking forward to seeing the calendar and being able to come out and support some of these wonderful community engagement activities.
Thank you very much. Trustee Remy?
I just love everything you're doing and appreciate the report, and just keep up the good work. And the more we know that we can be and participate in, we would like to do that.
Thank you. We'd love to have you.
Thank you, Director. On behalf of Matt, this was the pandemic was actually, for me, besides the loss of life and all of that, was a stress test for this library district. And I believe this department, the Community Engagement Department, really met the challenge of that stress test on our capacity, our programs, and now an opportunity on future planning. Matt, you knocked it out of the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustee Benavides.
No questions.
Trustee Jennifer Jerome.
I just want to thank you for all the work that you're doing and that your team is doing. The community engagement activities that you've got going on are absolutely amazing. I love bridging the gap with the students and the community. I'd love to be a part of it. I'm not going to forget that you want to be a reader for Reading Week because that's my thing. Going after you.
Sign me
So
up.
yeah, you got it. I've already got a couple of our team members in HR have come and read for my kids over the last few years. So it was nice to see their names pop up. But thank you for everything. Absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, Trustee Melendez.
Matt, thank you. I know I follow everything you guys do, and you guys are doing a fantastic job. I know it had to have been difficult. I know I saw programs that I personally supported and I'm a part of that got closed down and couldn't happen during the pandemic. So I'm glad to see all this aligning and everything open. We can look forward to getting back into the library for the programs.
Well, thank you. I think for the last maybe 9 months, I tell everyone I miss my old stress. So
Thank you very much, Trustee Voigt.
Well, you definitely have shown resiliency. Everything's bouncing back with a great amount of effort, and your report reflects that. Thank you. I have only one question. Traditionally, and particularly this summer, because it's been very warm, are we going to have a water donation drive?
we don't have any immediate plans for that, but it's not to say that that's something that I'm happy to discuss with the executive director.
It seems like we had them in previous summers, not last year because things are a little off, but I recall them. Okay, but anyway.
I don't recall that, but it's not to say that it doesn't happen. Sometimes, you know, a lot of staff members are empowered to such a degree. That's how we're able to create the 15,000 programs that I was discussing. I'm not aware of anything that has maybe occurred at a district-wide level, but it's not to say that it maybe didn't occur at an individual branch.
Okay.
Thank you very
Chair,
much. And then
Can I interrupt really quickly?
Sure.
I'm so sorry. Matt, there's one thing I did want to ask you. You mentioned that moving forward, one of your goals is to get recognition for implementing innovative ideas. And I feel like you did a lot of that in the past year, the way you guys pivoted with all of the programming from the take and make bags. And I don't know where these awards in my mind live, but I do hope that you're able to dedicate some resources to celebrating those wins, because hearing from Louis earlier that some libraries, a lot of libraries aren't even open yet. I feel like the work that you've done is probably worthy of some significant recognition, but I know that that takes a lot of resources. So I hope that that's given some consideration, because I think you guys did really good work this year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll make sure those comments get back to the staff.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next online is our Director Betsy Ward with Branding and Marketing.
I've never used this clicker before, so you have to bear with me. I hope I'll get it right the first go around. So greetings, trustees, Council Welt, Mr. Watson. For the record, I'm Betsy Ward, Branding and Marketing Director, and my department is also known as BAM for short. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Okay, that didn't work. There we go. So I have been building this talented team since I arrived in 2016. I always say about BAM that we are small but mighty. The digital content team manages our website and social media channels, keeping these critical communications tools fresh and compelling. And this digital team was just formed in 2018, so they have accomplished a lot in a very short time. Our design studio creates all of the beautiful, fun, and captivating creative work that draws the public onto our website and into our wonderful world of discovery at the library. So what we do, we have the privilege of telling the library district story every day to the diverse audiences of Southern Nevada. We work with each department in the district to spotlight their stellar programs and services and to assist them in their communications efforts. And how we do it. For internal communications, we create everything from PowerPoint presentations, like this template you're looking at, and infographics to updates to the district's Voyager intranet system and the staff updates page. This page was created as a way for the AT to share urgent internal communications with staff when they are off duty. Our external communications include daily and weekly website management and content updates to drive traffic to our website and social media channels. Print and digital graphics to promote community engagements, many programs, classes, and live performances. The twice monthly Library Highlights newsletter. Awareness building promotions such as Library Card Sign-Up Month, the Vegas Golden Knights Bookmark Series, promotion of the Youth Services Summer Challenge Program, and currently the launch of the Las Vegas Lights Library Card, which targets the Latinx community. The strategy behind everything we do is to drive more awareness to the library district brand and how we are addressing 21st century needs, as well as promoting more library card signups and elevating engagement within our branches and on our website and social media channels. So supporting the pillars of Playbook 2026 are critically important to us, as I mentioned earlier, because this will be the blueprint for everything that we do. In the past very challenging year that we have all experienced, communications outreach to our diverse audiences across Southern Nevada has become more important than ever for the library district. The 3 pillars of Playbook 2026 will serve as a pivotal guide for our communications goals, and I'd like to share with you some brief examples of how they will inspire us. So inclusion, we will expand our reach to attract new audiences. Innovation, we will use new and proven communications tools in new ways. And involvement, we will convey a library brand that says, all are welcome. So I'd like to give you a brief look at how we will do this using our communications tools and strategies. Starting with our audience and services web pages. These pages pull together themed items from our catalog and make it easier for customers to access resources that address their needs and interests and that relate to their own lived experiences. New web pages will be inspired by our powerful partnerships. A couple examples that we give here are Healthy Meals on a Budget page that could be, we could work with 3 Square, and we could also list some other groups in town that are providing meals, such as Catholic Charities, and a Science Learning page with Discovery Children's Museum and Channel 13. So social media, we will increase our social media engagement through viral campaigns that connect library programs to trending topics in pop culture, news, and sports. Working with community engagement and library operations staff, we will rebuild our YouTube and IGTV channels around powerful videos, spotlighting our art galleries, story times, author visits, and live performances of all kinds. Oops. So, hang on. I think I just skipped a page. Yes, okay. So we will also expand our Facebook and Instagram advertising, which has been a real learning experience for us this year. During our summer challenge investment in these platforms, we sparked our total reach and user engagement dramatically, as you can see by these numbers here. This demonstrates that pay to play on these platforms is the only way we will really gain traction, but the results will be more than worth it for the investment. Facebook and Instagram will also allow us to geo-target residents in Southern Nevada who don't currently follow us. So media relations to diverse audiences. This is going to be a real focus for us in the coming year. We will build on our current success with our local Latinx and African American media, the mainstream media, and we will be expanding to include Asian American Pacific Islander media. Tools will include more frequent outreach and press releases, more video content that we can repurpose on YouTube, B-roll packages, and promotional launch kits. We're also going to begin doing national media outreach on the unique programs that we will be developing and which Mr. Watson is very supportive of. Our Library Highlights newsletter has been a huge success when it went from print to digital. So we will build on this success of this twice monthly e-blast series, which goes to 318,000 cardholders and media contacts. We are expanding our mailing list to include elected officials, influencers, and our library partners. Our print version of Library Highlights was a 32-page magazine that we distributed on newsstands in grocery stores, restaurants, gas stations, and doctor and dentist offices with a 70,000 print order. This provided a touch point to people who were not coming into the library. However, this print format was cut due to the pandemic. This relates to the question that Kate asked. So we are now looking into how we can return to some sort of printed piece for community distribution. Our print and digital graphic designs promote events, classes, and programs. We will continue to support our library branch's individual needs in order to maintain a quality brand image and to aspire to drive higher event attendance to our branches. And also regarding Kate's very welcome question. So the piece I handed out to you, this is an example of a generic brochure that highlights our range of services with which Mr. Watson developed with Kate for her employees. He also met with Nellis Air Force Base, and we will be delivering this brochure to them as well. So we will also be adding some new tools and strategies this year that we are very excited about. And the first one Mr. Watson brought to us. It's called BiblioBoard. This is a unique ebook software platform that is reinventing online reading by offering self-publishing for authors and providing a new opportunity for libraries and publishers to work more closely together. The Library District is currently partnering with BiblioBoard and Macmillan Publishers to offer the new ebook graphic novel by legendary journalist Dan Rather entitled What Unites Us? Reflections on Patriotism. Oh, sorry. Got so caught up in the story. So anyway, so this is a new book that was just issued in graphic novel format by Macmillan Publishing, and they are giving us this exclusive right to distribute it. The ebook will be available through the BiblioBoard platform to all residents of the state of Nevada for a 2-month period beginning on July 5th. Mr. Watson conducted an exclusive interview with Mr. Rather, which will be featured on as part of the launch. BiblioBoard also sponsors an Indie Authors Project, which provides self-published authors with a way to publish and promote their ebooks. So we invite you to stay tuned for more exciting details to come on all of the great opportunities that BiblioBoard offers to libraries. We will also be expanding our audience reach. Orange Boy is a very powerful email marketing software that we have been looking at for a couple of years, and we've decided to move forward with it this coming year. It uses customer data pulled directly from Sierra to build thriving, engaged relationships with the library. It will enable us to create customer segmentation using real-time data, and its deep mining capabilities across many categories will make it possible for all library district departments to use it for their planning. Additionally, we will create new pathways for diversity outreach by sharing library event information through the Latin, Urban, Asian, and Asian Chambers of Commerce and the LGBTQ+ Center of Southern Nevada. We are also exploring the possibility of adding Tagalog as a new translated language on the district's website. Powerful promotional partnerships has been something that we've been working on since I started about 5 years ago. And our current and active partners include the Vegas Golden Knights and the Las Vegas Lights, who have a new library card, which we just launched as part of Summer Challenge. Prior to the pandemic, we also partnered with the NBA Stars, the Vegas Aces, and the Life is Beautiful Music and Art Festival, both of which we hope to bring back this coming year. Along with Community Engagement Director Matt McNally, we continue to explore new possibilities with the Las Vegas Raiders. These promotional partnerships attract fans who hadn't previously considered the library. The library district benefits greatly from the brand recognition associated with these organizations. A great example of this has been the huge popularity of the Vegas Golden Knights collectible bookmark series. And finally, powerful messaging. The BAM department has been working with Mr. Watson on a new branding campaign that will bring the goals and objectives of Playbook 2026 fully to life to the public, and all under one simple unifying message. Updates on this are coming very soon. I thank you so much for this time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Trustee Wilson.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Foyt. Thank you, Trustee Melendez.
No, good work though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Jerome.
Hi, wonderful work, but no questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Trustee Benavides.
No questions.
Thank you very much. I do have a request, and actually it's to the director. About 5 years ago, I requested that we continue to work on improving our marketing in Spanish. As you do the budget, please make sure there's money in there to advertise in Spanish, not freebies, but actually pay for the advertisement in Spanish. Okay, that's my request on this portion of the agenda. Thank you very much, Trustee Remaker.
No, I just want to say thank you for all you're doing, and I love what you're doing, and just want to see more things out there.
Trustee Rogers.
Great job, great presentation, no comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Nathaniel Waugh.
I get a stack of these?
Absolutely.
Give away. Thank you.
Just let us know how many.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Turner Whiteley.
This brochure is terrific. Great job. I love it. I'm super excited to get it out to people. I have a couple of questions, and I will try not to get too deeply into the weeds. I think this was a great presentation. Is there a paid strategy, or is there an option to talk about what the paid strategy is? But
Yes,
beyond
we
Google?
advertise in all of the, flip back to the logo page, but we advertise in the Latinx publication, El Tiempo. We have been doing that for many years. So I apologize that you weren't aware of that. But we have been getting a lot of media coverage from them as well. We don't advertise on TV, but we have gotten coverage from Telemundo and Univision. We also advertise in Black Image Magazine, and we just started advertising in Asian Journal. So then along with that, we advertise in Las Vegas Weekly, the RJ, and we haven't done the Sun yet, but we're looking at them.
Okay.
Oh, yes, and Desert, sorry. Thank you. Desert Companion, we did a special polybagging of the Summer Challenge brochure.
I saw
And
that
yeah,
one.
they did a favor for us because we had been advertising with our library highlights traditionally, and they made that happen. That was not really the format they usually do, but
I saw that. It was great. Super effective.
Yeah.
Is there any plans, or could we talk about exploring partnerships with TV? I don't know if there's introductions that I could make that might help, or I just feel like video is compelling. You guys do a great job with video, so maybe even if there's remnant PSA space that we can create, or
that would be we would love that.
Remnant mobile shelters, or bus shelters, or billboards. I don't know if you're doing any of that. If
we have done, we normally do billboards. In fact, we didn't do them this year. We didn't do them last year, obviously, for Summer Challenge, but the year before. Summer Challenge is our biggest push every year. That's what we put most of our resources behind. And we did do billboards the year before. I think we even did some bus stops just to see if it made a difference.
And did you find it didn't?
And
It's okay if you
not
find it
really.
didn't.
Yeah.
We
We really think that's why I mentioned the Facebook and Instagram advertising.
which is terrific. Yeah, and your numbers are great. Mostly I'm thinking about how we get to people who don't have that, right? The people who need to rent our hotspots.
Correct.
Or not rent, sorry, that's not the right thing
And
to say.
that group is definitely on our radar. That's why we are looking at doing another printed piece of some kind. Probably not another 32-page magazine because that's so labor intensive and expensive, but something.
Yeah, so in speaking of like printed pieces that are either regular or brochures, it would be great. I know we've talked about this loosely outside of this, but I think it would be terrific if we were able to find some sort of brochure, if we were able to get in with any partners who would either trade us space potentially or to share brochures, or if there's a way to develop a bunch of drop-off points like at grocery stores and nail salons and hair salons and all of those gyms, all of those places where we can get in people's spaces, because this I think is really powerful.
When we were printing highlights, we were working with a distribution company that did that for us, and it was all over the valley. It was great. Except for we tried to keep it outside of our taxing district or within our taxing district, but there was a little overlap there, but we figured, people can still come in and enjoy our programs, even if they can't check something out. But, obviously that was cut during the pandemic, but I would love to talk with you about exploring those ideas.
The only other thing I would add is like from a social perspective, are there local influencers we can leverage?
We did look into that when we had our agency. And what we found is that influencers tend to, you probably know this better than me, tend to focus on certain areas like food, fashion, maybe things that didn't really seem to relate to our programming, but that was a couple years ago. So I would love to take another look at that because I definitely believe in influencers.
Yeah, I don't know any off the top of my head, but perhaps there's like a mom or a parent that might be a good one.
We also found that sometimes they wanted payment.
Yeah,
and
I think
they couldn't prove their effectiveness.
It's
so
tricky. Yeah,
we kind of shied away from that.
But that space is changing really quickly, so it might just be worth.
It might be worth another look.
Yeah, looking at. And then the only other thing that I would love to have is and I don't mind if it changes, but like an editorial calendar or like a monthly plan. So, and I know, again, this probably is because I'm a little bit of a rookie, but just so I can understand what you're really pushing for in the month coming ahead, and just in case I happen to be talking to someone or can help steer any coverage anyway. I probably can't, but
absolutely. We have a grid for our library highlights that outlines everything that we're working on for the year. And that's a little fluid because we like to be opportunistic.
It should be. Yeah, it should be. It should absolutely be agile and targeted.
But I can absolutely share that with you.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Betsy. Great job.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Watson. You had a follow-up question or comment?
My comment would be, as I mentioned earlier in the overview of the Strategic Playbook 2026, when I talked about, I gave some specific examples like the library card project that we're working on with RTC. So I would say as part of that process, between Matt and Betsy and Al and the work that we're all collaboratively doing, that there'll be more of that connections with the partnership, with the partners, and that is something that is going to be somewhat new. So I would say that as we report out, you'll see those are the results that I'm looking for and that you'll be seeing.
Well, thank you very much, Betsy. Next
Thank
up is
you.
our Chief Financial Officer, Floresto Caballes.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Floresto Caballes, Chief Financial Officer, and we are another small but powerful team like BAM. And here is the Financial Services Department in a nutshell. I think everyone here knows what we do on a day-to-day basis. I'll just point out that we do have some diversity on our team. There is one non-accountant, Lynn, who you may have met earlier if you don't already know her. She was here for the board meeting this morning collecting signatures. So she's a strong complement to the rest of us number crunchers in financial services. We try to support the playbook every day and we'll continue to do so with everything we do on a regular basis. But here's how our goals are intended in the accounting, budget, and finance space. We'll develop objectives that you see here to contribute to all of the areas from inclusion to innovation and involvement. In the area of inclusion, financial services can contribute to the playbook on two different fronts. Internally, between team members and the board, of course, and externally with the public. And we can increase transparency and engagement among stakeholders by making a budget tool widely available, which would provide open access to financial data in a more interesting and intuitive format. So I'm referring to an electronic medium that would be available online where users could access it to see a snapshot of the district's finances if they were just curious, or get more granular and drill down even further, depending on how deep down the financial rabbit hole they want to go to. And with its terms of transparency and engagement, that's something that's hard to quantify and measure. But this idea actually came from Ada County in Idaho, where they established exactly what I'm describing. They call it their Budget Explorer, where residents use this information to become more aware of the operation financially of the county. And it's really paid off for them in the form of building public trust. So here at the district, we believe that this type of, since there are best practices already established and examples of success in this area, this is the type of tool that could also work well to support inclusion. Another way to support this area was suggested by the board in the form of more finance and audit committee meetings. We normally hold these meetings twice a year, once during the budget cycle and again for the financial statement audit preparation. But I think the last year showed us how important these types of discussions are on a more regular basis. And the interaction between the board providing staff with feedback and financial services providing updates, again, not only contributes to more transparency, since this would be in an open forum, but it would provide the type of value we could use to pivot, whether we're in an economic recession, in the middle of a pandemic, or in the middle of an economic recovery. As far as innovation goes, our accounting goal is to make financial information more accessible and digestible. This could be complicated data. Again, the budgetary tool that I mentioned helps quite a bit. And the accounting industry isn't known for being innovative, but it can certainly support innovation through the four pillars. For powerful people, our most powerful people are our customers, which are the internal members of the district. And we believe they can be more powerful by having a better understanding of the resources available to them, especially since resources are always limited. Some of you may remember the example that Executive Director Watson, gave us about a problem he was addressing with where the goal was to increase story times. And the problem was having enough librarians to facilitate those story times. And the solution was to train non-librarians to serve that purpose and increase story time. So that was an example of, problem solving in a way that wasn't just asking the question of, do we have the funds or not, but by understanding and thinking critically about these things, knowing that we do have resources available in the form of training time or a training department that could just be reallocated, their energy could be reallocated from one focus of training to another to achieve a goal. And as far as powerful places goes, again, our most powerful places from a financial services point of view would be the libraries themselves and places within the libraries. And so here we refer to the capital improvement plan. And although this is well addressed by my colleagues, general services, development and planning, in terms of identifying capital needs, financial services does update the formal plan to the Department of Taxation, and it has a 5-year time horizon, which gives us the advantage of being innovative in bringing in the information that's already been gathered through the strategic planning process and incorporating that into how we plan for these major capital projects, which takes years because of planning and, for example, constructing a building. And just one example of how that could be implemented or taking execution is just considering the new markets tax credit program which Director Milam, alluded to, and knowing which areas are eligible for that type of funding and support, and taking that into account when we're prioritizing projects and investments of resources in the capital. The district has plenty of powerful partnerships with financial institutions, our investment advisors, and our bank in particular stands out as an obvious opportunity to take advantage of the services that they provide in the form that I've listed here, a purchase card program, which of course would reduce overhead costs and create efficiencies. And it also has the benefit of having direct rebates that would be available to the district. These partners also offer services that would help us automate functions like payments in the form of being able to take over cutting or preparing checks for the district, which again would create efficiencies, reduce overhead costs, and would really come in handy at a time when maybe we need to work remotely, such as in the pandemic, where one of the reasons my team continues to visit the office on a regular basis, or has to, is because that's where the checks are, and we still do have team members and vendors that are paid that way. So this would be another potential solution that could resolve that challenge. As far as powerful platforms goes, of course, a more robust financial management system would help in many ways. It's again, the obvious one would be by allowing us to work remotely, taking the system to the cloud, allowing users of the financial management system to work remotely. And I point out the vacancy control procedures here as an example of integrating such a robust system with the upgraded HR information system, and really combining the information and analyzing it in a way that can really drive down costs and provide benefits and support the playbook that way. We have many vacancies that we've held around the district. Again, I pointed out the vacant position in financial services as an example of one that was held open to recover costs for the VESP, the Voluntary Employee Separation Program. And that seems like a simple analysis, just hold it open until the cost is recovered, then fill it. But utilizing a vacancy control process and these systems to analyze the data in more creative ways, we can not only answer the question of can we afford the position and to fill it, but whether we need it. And again, and as an example, in financial services, we could simply fill the position the way it always has been, or we can consider the cost combined with the role that position played, how it could be evaluated or modified to serve other priorities, especially those identified by the master plan. That's been the approach that we've had throughout the budgeting process, not only to recover costs and preserve resources through not filling positions, but to really take advantage of the opportunity to fill those positions in a way that again serves our priorities, which are always evolving and is becoming more clear as we are going through this playbook. The final area of involvement, I believe that all of the tools and processes and platforms I've described so far really requires involvement. It involves engaging, all of the different stakeholders that I mentioned. And you see here that the objective listed is just aligning resources with strategic priorities based on feedback gathering. And I don't know if I mentioned that one of the activities in terms of creating powerful people and implementing those other goals was to really, for the financial services to get out and train and be more interactive with the team members out at the branches and across the departments. And because going back to the story time example, that's another area where it really is just not thinking about what amount of budget we have available to make a certain decision, but where it is and how to realign it. Again, the librarians in the library jurisdiction I mentioned in the Director Watson's example may not have been aware of the resources they had access to and how that could be reallocated to serve their needs or to achieve a goal. And so the finance goal here is really to leverage the different departments, combining that knowledge and using it to make better decisions in the long term through an improved financial planning process. Another example I'd like to mention really quickly is that the current acting regional library branch manager was an accountant in financial services, and I think that person is a really good, before she was promoted in the library operations area, and I think she's a really good example of the synergies that are available when you combine, the expertise of all the other professionals around the district with a financial mindset and really going past the debits and credits and the numbers and finding how preserving resources can really serve the district's long-term goals and through involvement, inclusion, and innovation, and really supporting the strategic playbook. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Benavides. Any comments or questions?
No comments and questions. Thank you.
Trustee Jennifer Jerome.
No questions, thank you.
Trustee Melendez.
No, sir. Thank you for the report.
Trustee Foyt.
Excellent report. Thank you so much.
Trustee Wilson.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sandra Raymaker.
Great report, thank you.
Trustee Rogers.
No questions.
Trustee Wah.
As the treasurer-elect, I feel like I should have more, but I just thank you and great presentation.
Thank you. Trustee Turner Whiteley.
No questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I do have a comment, don't go away, for our director. What I'd like to see for you to consider is however we want to title it from this particular department to get an after-action report on how we survived the pandemic, because this is going to happen again. And I'm not talking about a pandemic. I'm talking about a financial crisis again. It seems to me like every 8 or 9 years this occurs. But doesn't have to be complex, time-consuming, but what was the national picture? What was our local picture? What was the good? What was all the bad things that happened, and what were the good things that we did to survive it? And what are the things that maybe we could do better? Nothing complex, but think about that. That would be my request. After action report. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Leo Segura, Library Operations, and for the record, he probably supervises the largest amount of employees. And if you could identify yourself for the record and tell us how many employees you supervise.
Chair Ortiz, Director Watson, Board of Trustees, Leo Segura, Library Operations Director for the record. Library Operations covers the daily operations of 26 library locations with 485 staff across 8,000 miles. And we do this to ensure equitable access to free programs and materials that stimulate the imagination of all ages, helping them to thrive and enjoy educational, economic, and social well-being. We monitor staffing levels to establish service levels. We participate in district-wide planning activities. We're responsible for a $31.6 million budget. We develop and update patron policies, procedures, and guidelines, and handle and resolve patron complaints that rise to administrative levels. Right now, that's being accomplished by myself and Cherie Delaney. I won't go into all 485 staff members for you nor detail their exact duties and contributions, but to improve staff communication. There we go. So that's what we were talking about. So there's me, there's Cherie Delaney, and there's our key activities. So to improve staff communication, workflows, and efficiencies, we will work with Director Watson and HR Director Serpico to implement new regional managers as a solution to ensure that our staffing models accurately account for service needs. This will help us to expedite administrative support by splitting the district into 3 geographic regions streamline communications by ensuring all branches receive the same communication regardless of location, and improve morale by validating the importance of library service to our rural communities. Even if they are outlying, they're still operating a branch library, opening, helping customers, and performing programs and closing. This takes into consideration the travel and transportation of our regional managers as well. So this is kind of an overview of what the regions would look like. I know it's hard to see, but the important parts is it's 3 regions split geographically. And that's basically what the visual with the maps look like. There's a east region, a west region, and a north region, split fairly equitably amongst all the 3. Some of our strategic plays is to better streamline, improve service, and improve staff efficiency. Library operations will continue to work with general services and IT to implement consolidated service points at 3 locations this fiscal year: Centennial Hills, Spring Valley, and West Las Vegas libraries. Consolidated service points combine service desks and move staff out on the floor where they can help customers. So East Las Vegas, where we're at today, was originally developed with consolidated desk combining reference and circulation services. Mesquite redesign was consolidating 3 departments: adult service, youth service, and circulation, into 1 main service desk with roving staff support. For our roving staff, we offer the Ergotron cart, which is pictured there. It's kind of borrowed from nursing. Jeff might recognize it from his past life. But what it does is it secures our laptop there, so staff can run around the library knowing that their laptop's secure while they're helping customers out where the customers are. So when circulation desk gets backed up, they can roll over to circulation, help check out people. There's a receipt printer there. They can go back over to the teen lab and help the teens over there, or they can go back to YPL and run the makerspace and have access to the catalog there as well. So it helps them do everything from reference readers, advisory, circulation, holds, computer classes, 3D printing, and more. We're hoping to increase our discoverability and extend our reach so that we can tell people, yes, libraries do that. In order to make plays, we'll be more relevant, responsive, inclusive, adaptive, and innovative by implementing staff-run book clubs across the district. Especially with COVID and a little bit before that, a lot of our book clubs ended up being community organized and driven. Now that we're kind of back into the swing of things, we plan to get staff back involved and out running the book clubs. We're going to ask branch managers to identify community partners where they can speak about library offerings and services and distribute information. We will encourage customer-facing staff in adult service and computer labs to host a monthly program that supports library services or resources. And that could be anything from hosting a computer class if you're in the computer lab, or something like the knitting class at West Las Vegas. I know somebody mentioned, what do you like to knit? They knit anything from quilts and hats to socks and gloves and mittens that they donate to the shelter over there. So we can also encourage implement BiblioBoard Create for staff and community input, and that would not be limited to art, makerspace, performance, or historical collections. Set benchmarks for branches to submit staff lists in support of BAM and collection development. That's for our website. There's no one better than our library staff who do a lot of reading and using of our materials to tell you what's good to read and how much fun they're having with it. So To improve proficiency of library operations staff, we will implement staff training on story time. Shuri and I have already talked with Shanna and Youth Services to start with our district-wide library staff on training. And by the end of the fiscal year, we can extend that to all customer-facing positions in Adult Service Computer Lab. We plan to complete apprentice person in charge training with HR this year for our inaugural group and identify and continue to further develop staff and improve our customer service there. We plan to add minimum requirements for staff training and database services so that staff can communicate effectively with patrons about our online offerings and not have to be transferring them to another department to help with that. So that's everything from our petting zoos to just daily reference. If somebody comes in and wants to see your business plan reference, we should then be able to take them over to the information station and show them how our business plan handbook works online as well as the paper product. So they have access to multiple items and different methods. So we also plan to improve how customers see us as their third place. We will work with branch staff and general services to identify and implement additional branch improvements and implement programming around these changes. As you saw from John Vino and Director Milam's presentations, we collaborate with them on building the teen zones, but then our staff is the one that actually runs the teen zone, develops programming, and hangs out with the kids on a daily basis. You see in our podcasting studio here, that one was a community. We offered it temporarily. The community asked for it to be made permanent. So under branch manager Salvador Avila, we worked with him to make sure that we had the podcast studio as a permanent feature here. And other places have shown interest as well. We'll continue to work with Matt's group on working with the amphitheater and getting programming out there, computer lab expansions, including computer classes and more. And then finally, we have on that topic, the working with branches, general services and branch staff to make improvements around seating and access. At Rainbow Library and Spring Valley, we've been moving shelving. Clark County Library, the patrons asked for the quiet reading room back, so we gave them the quiet reading room back. And that included moving furniture around and making space available, making sure they had access to things like power and data. So when our customers do ask for feedback, we do listen and try to help make their third place as they would like to use it. With that, that's what library services library operations is up to for the next year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and ask if there's any questions.
Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
Very thorough report. I appreciate it. And I love the idea of the 3 districts. I think that will be very effective.
Thank you very much. Trustee Melendez.
Good report. Thank you.
Trustee Jerome.
No questions. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Trustee Benavides.
No questions. Thank you.
Trustee Remaker.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Rogers.
No questions.
Trustee Wah.
I just have a couple. Well, I guess one statement and one question. So the statement is with the 3 regional managers. At first, when I heard that, I kind of puckered a little bit. But my hope is, though, if since with branches being divided geographically, is that we're also just making sure we're keeping an eye on equity between branches, because obviously, as we saw with Neil's maps, those lines, those economic lines and needs vary, and hopefully having a regional manager allows us to kind of more home in on those specific needs for those branches. So I'm excited to see how you implement that. And then second is just kind of thinking about the kind of outreach aspects that we do with the branches, and I don't know if there's an opportunity or if there's been discussions of partnering or doing some kind of training between BAM and library operations, because you figure the digital content team is 2 individuals and library operations is 400. And so I'm just wondering if there's a way to look at kind of embedded content creators at each branch. I know that we have a lot of amazing staff with a lot of skills, and just being able to highlight what each branch is doing and what kind of new and exciting things they're doing at the branch level, instead of entirely relying on 2 individuals at BAM.
Well, we do have BAM branding and marketing, but we also have, as we mentioned earlier, biblio boards coming out that does allow staff and community to do a lot of creative outlets and sharing of ideas and talents online, so that we could highlight a lot more through that route. One example would be Blue Diamond Library. We have a history club that meets there, and they've been putting some items on the cloud under a certain program, but by transitioning them to biblio board, it would allow more creators to post up more information about Blue Diamond history and Blue Diamond activities, and it's all featured through the library services. Going back to the regionals with the 3, we have had regionals before. The VESP and pandemic just brought it down to me and Cherie, which, it's difficult to get to 26 library locations, 25 branches plus the jail library, with just 2 of us. As you could attest, when we went driving around, it takes practically all day just to visit a few branches, and we were just doing tours and social activities. So if we're trying to do administration and training, we need more feet on the ground working with the staff. So, and we're trying to make it budget neutral at the same time by reallocating open and held positions that we had in administration, and moving them to that purpose or task.
Thank you, Leo. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Trustee Kate Turner-Whiteley.
This is a great report, Leo. Thank you so much. I'm really excited to see what you do with your branch managers going out into the community to talk about what they have to offer. That's exciting.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the director a second, but I did have a quick comment. First of all, this part of operations, they are the face of our customers, for our customers, 480 faces that really interact, sell it. They do a great job. Please tell them that. And then conversely, they're the face of support for our employees. Something goes wrong, crisis, they're there. They have a design set of plans to deal with crisis with our employees. So thank you again for that. Great job. So thank you. And then Director, you had a follow-up question or comment?
I just had a follow-up comment, especially since the regional managers was my suggestion and idea, bringing that large library systems that I've worked for before had regional managers. So what I saw was certainly Leo and Sherry out doing, not being able to get out and support those library locations. So if I could add more regional managers, I would. But what we did was looked at geographically these outlying branches who were not necessarily being receiving the same communication that what we call the urban branches were. So this way you actually have a dedicated manager who can focus, as Chair Ortiz just said, these are the folks who are meeting and they're the face of the library. So you definitely want to give them some dedicated leadership to actually have them work with, and that will actually then free Leo up to do more of the higher level type of work that he's needing to do. The second thing that I'll say is that we also have some tools already that we use, such as Communico, that we haven't leveraged all of the functionality that we have available to us. There is some functionality in that existing tool where the branches can actually facilitate their local marketing. We just haven't pursued that yet. I haven't talked to the team about that yet. I know about the functionality because I used it at the last 2 library systems that I worked at. So just, those are some other things that we will certainly be looking into and pursuing.
Thank you very much, Leo.
All right, thank you.
So, thank you. I'd like to call up at this time Rhonda Pitchford and Luis Herrera as they come up. I do have a couple of quick comments. First of all, thank you, everybody, for spending the day today. I know it's time away from the family and time away from work, but it does a couple things. One, you get to see what exactly the library does, and it's an opportunity for you to weigh in, and there'll be other opportunities. It's an opportunity to make sure that our director, he has his goals and performance measures, and we hold him to that. And we also support the director, so that it's important that if you have, this is a commentary, you can beat me up on this. If you have any questions, suggestions, always go through the director, okay? That's the preferred method, because he knows if there's a cost factor, if there's other things that are occurring, or if it's already happening. So I would encourage you to do that. And thank you again. Your leadership is valuable. It's critical. You guys have done a great job. So with that, Ms. Pritchard, pitch forward, and Mr. Herrera, the floor is yours.
Hello. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So you'll see up on the screen the outcomes that we started with this morning. And we just wanted to, first of all, thank everyone in the room for their energy and their time and their passion and support of the library. It was evident throughout the day. Did you want to talk a little bit about the outcomes?
Yes. I think it's late in the afternoon. I do want to emphasize that if you look at the outcomes, there was some movement in each of those 5 different categories. But the one that to me stood out was the deepening engagement between district trustees and staff. And I saw the back and forth, great questions. The team did a superb job of, bringing you up to speed and connecting it with the playbook. So I think that's, for me, the success of the day is those particular outcomes. I also think that the conversation that we had about the role of the board, your role, your leadership, is evolving. And I think that was, from my standpoint anyway, very meaningful, very impactful. And what comes to mind is what I call adaptive leadership. There's 4 elements to adaptive leadership. One is emotional intelligence, which means that you basically bring forth this capacity to recognize your feelings, your empathy, et cetera, et cetera. Organizational justice, you hear about equity, you hear about how important that commitment is. And then also learning new things, the development piece. All of you are developing as you continue your roles as trustees. And then the last one is adaptive leadership is all about character, being transparent, being creative. So those 4 elements of adaptive leadership were demonstrated today. And I think that it's extremely important in libraries and any organization that serves our public to keep that in mind. So it's been an honor to be here, frankly. Really enjoyed it. Usually by the end of the day, you feel sap and you feel de-energized. It's the opposite. I really feel like let's get ready to do something even greater. So thank you for the opportunity.
All of these, everything that Luis just described puts you well on the way to becoming, doing that work together as a collaborative team. On a final note, I'd like all of you to know I texted my little brother and my father to ask for football plays. Hail Mary, something about like up the hill and down the hill. I don't remember. I'll go look at my text again. And he told me the name of the guy who owns the Dallas Cowboys. I forgot. Maybe Jerry.
Jerry Jones.
Jerry Jones. Huh. And on that note, but I'm going to tell Kelvin to tell you guys the other football stuff I learned. I told my brother, I'm like, heck, doesn't that sound like it would be one? He's like, no. He's like, no. And then he started texting me random words with 41 behind them. So I didn't get agreement on that, but another time. Clearly, he and I are not in a collaborative football team at all. But thank you guys for your energy and for being in on the way we wanted to do this. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Veranda and Luis. Hopefully, you'll be back on your own, and we'll also invite you again. And thank you. Having said that, there's a couple of ministerial items. First of all, on my part, but Director has some final words.
So first, I want to thank Luis and Veranda. I want to thank the board, trustees for this long day. I want to thank the team, administration team, and work Keely and Allison and Cynthia for all of their hard work on this. One of the things that I wanted to say was bringing back in the playbook piece, and that is that and you may have heard me respond to some of the questions and the comments, is that practice makes perfect. This is where we are. This is the beginning. This is the creation of the ecosystem that connects the playbook strategies to our departmental operations and our organizational plans and our operational plans to teamwork, which is where we also need to work on that as a team, and also the individual behaviors to reinforce awareness and ownership of our strategies at every level in our organization, and that you are the ambassadors of the playbook. Not my playbook, it's our playbook, and that the playbook could not have been completed without the input from staff and stakeholders, and having all those insights and aspirations to the service of supporting the Las Vegas Clark County Library District in becoming one of the greatest libraries and destinations, period, in the world. So on that note.
Thank you very much. Trustee Brian Wilson, any announcements or comments?
Just thank you for the information. To all the team leaders, I apologize my running in and out on you all afternoon. I was fighting a losing battle with my lunch. But did very much appreciate the reports, and the fact that you took the time to put it in writing very detailed helped me out a lot. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on being our next chair. Trustee Elizabeth Foyt.
Keeping with the football theme, you wouldn't expect me to have this, but I do. I recently saw a fabulous movie. It's set during the Depression era in Texas, which is, we all know, big on football. It's called 12 Mighty Orphans. I really recommend it to everyone to see. It's a fabulous movie with some hidden stars. It'll remind you a bit of Hoosiers, which is more of a basketball movie, of course, but a terrific film. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Trustee Melendez.
Thank you for a good day. I want to thank Kelvin and the staff. Awesome. I know a lot of work went into preparing all the information and material for today. I haven't been a part of the board for a while now, but I think I'm walking away with a lot of really good information and a lot of enthusiasm and excitement about the direction that we're going in. So I want to thank the staff. I know how hard y'all work, and please, everybody that works under y'all or with y'all, to please spread that message, because I think this is a great library, and with our new executive director and the new members of the team, and we're going in a really good direction. And I feel really good about that, being able to serve on this board with such a great library. And I look forward to getting back to because I love when we travel and go to the conferences, national conferences. Oh, you're with the Las Vegas Library. Oh yeah, you guys are great out there. So looking forward to that again next year. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Trustee Jennifer Jerome.
Trustee Melendez said it all. Thank you very much for an amazing day. Thank you for all your presentations, for the staff, for everything that you do. Really appreciate you all.
Trustee Benavides.
I just want to thank all the staff as well. I've been through more than a couple of these retreats throughout my years, and I have to say this is probably if not the best retreat. Very informative. We can move forward. We kind of have like a level now that we can be able to look back and say, okay, this is what we accomplished for the year. And so just seeing every department tell us, you know, what they're going to do and how they're going to accomplish it, it was worth the 8 hours of sitting here. Next time we need some more comfier seats for all of us, but congratulations to all the staff. You guys did amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, Trustee Benavides has a perspective probably 3 times of how this works. So we hope to, you know, tax her brain and to remind us of what we're doing wrong and not doing right. So thank you again, Trustee Benavides. Trustee Raymaker.
Well, I just want to say thank you to Veranda and Luis for all your hard work. I want to thank all of our speakers for their great presentations. I appreciate all the work you do every day for all of the library system. Thank you so much. I also want to thank Chair Ortiz for our leadership as our chair and congratulate Brian as our new chair.
Thank you. Trustee Rogers.
Yeah, and I just echo what all my fellow trustees have said. You know, you all did a phenomenal job today. I've been on the board, I think, going on a year and a half, but I mean, it was very informative. And to what Jose said, I'm very encouraged and enthusiastic to help communicate and advocate and influence the vision that you all have set forth and what we've agreed to. And I can't wait to see what the future holds as a member of the team. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Waugh.
I just want to, again, I'll echo, thank you, the facilitators. Thank you to the administrative team. Your guys' your all passion is no secret, and it's obvious that you are awesome at what you do and you care deeply for what you do for our community, and it shows in your teams, and I love to see it, and we're very fortunate to have all of you, and I appreciate all of you, and looking forward to taking these lessons and the playbook and moving forward, and thank you, Director Watson, and thank you for your service as well, Chair Ortiz as our chair.
Thank you. Trustee Turner-Whiteley.
Yeah, I just echo everyone else. You guys did a great job. Tremendous work here, great quality, and really helpful to a newbie like me. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to Verona and to Luis who came in today. I am probably the only person here apparently who wishes we had more time together because I feel like there's just so much more you could teach us. I'm also maybe a hopeless nerd. I don't know. But also thanks so much, Chair, for welcoming me and being such a great resource. And for Kelvin, thank you for all the time that you've spent with us. Thank you for bringing in experts like Verona and Luis, and thank you for encouraging staff to think out of the box and present us some really cool stuff.
Thank you very much. My final announcement is that, first of all, Director Watson, Executive Director Watson, you have a very good team out there. But besides that team, you have some big cheerleaders here that are going to help you move and get those projects across the finish line. You may hear questions and answers, so we appreciate you taking that frustration a little bit, but we're here to help you get that agenda across the finish line. At the end of the day, it's for our community. At the end of the day, we want to celebrate small milestones and large milestones, and we're here with you all the way. I know, and I know everybody else is your biggest cheerleader to get that agenda across. We have a lot of tasks ahead of us. This is going to go very quick because we started the day with timing. Timing is everything. Trying to get agenda items as far as whether it's a bricks and mortar or whether it's technology. Getting that out there as quickly as possible is hard, but we really need to do that because prices go up, communities change, politicians change. So that's going to be a lot of moving parts for Brian to direct over here. So we're here to support that. And lastly, thank you very much. Great job. We hope you come back and visit again. I'll say that one more time. And then announcements. Our next board meeting is July 8th at 6 o'clock at the West Charleston Library. And at this time, having heard no other announcements, no other questions, Ms. Allison, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Thank you very much. And I'm looking at the clock. This meeting is adjourned at 5:31. 5:32. We said it was going to be at 5:30. Meeting adjourned.